The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communications from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 13th, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Adriano Espaillat to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, you bless the people who patiently endure hardship and testing. And so we bring before you our prayers for the people of Ukraine, who in these last months have endured indescribable adversity and have been tested time and again. Yet they have held fast to their faith in you and confident in your deliverance from unspeakable horrors. You see the atrocities inflicted upon Ukraine, O God. You know the torture the Ukrainians endure every day, day after day, at the ruthless hands of their enemy. They wait patiently for your intercession. Where, then, is your blessing? O Lord, you have promised those who love you the crown of life. Give to the people of Ukraine who have remained unwavering in their hope in you, who have embodied your compassion in tending to the overwhelming suffering around them, despite the risk to their own lives. Give them evidence of the abundant life you have prepared for them. Defend them with the strength of your mighty arm. Crown them with righteousness, for in facing the wickedness that encroaches on them, they have remained steadfast in their devotion to you. May they serve as a testimony to your faithfulness and a witness to your abiding presence. And may we prove worthy to endure the testing and hardship that befalls us when we are called to take our stand against tyranny and oppression. All this we pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Amen. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's proceeding is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by a gentleman from Utah, Mr. Stewart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, and still I rise with a message for those it may concern. At Robb Elementary School, more than 15 good guys with guns, ballistic shields, and body armor confronted a bad guy with a gun and didn't do what many expect teachers to do with a pistol. Expecting teachers to take out bad guys with guns is unreasonable, outrageous, and dumb. Let teachers teach. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Scout in my district telling me how his family has been forced to change their budget and cancel their summer vacation. Unfortunately, this story is not unique, and right now, more than 2/3 of Americans have been forced to dip into their savings to pay for grocery and gasoline. This is the reality of an economy that has been wrecked by Biden's socialist spending spree. These policies have consequences, and it is estimated that American families will spend an additional $460 a month because of inflation. Just this morning, it was reported that inflation rose by 9.1% in the past year. Let's call this 9% inflation what it is. It is a tax on workers and families, and it is having a severe impact on my community. It's time to stop spending money that we don't have on policies that we don't need. It's time to return to fiscal responsibility. Thank you, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Wars were fought, movements were launched, and constitutional amendments were passed to give every American of every race and gender full citizenship and the right to vote. But last month, the Supreme Court released a shadow docket ruling reinstated Louisiana's GOP-drawn, unrepresentative congressional maps. This sends Louisiana back to a tarnished history of diminishing the votes and voices of African Americans. It's shameful that the court refused maps that fairly represent the population of Louisiana. We need maps that follow the simple math and give Black Louisianians their rightful representation per current population. The Supreme Court is out of control in so many ways, but this and other most recent rulings make it clear that this Supreme Court will stop at nothing to silence the voices of Black and brown Americans. This ruling shows that many of these justices are committed not to the Constitution, but to the far-right political agenda that includes further attacking of the Voting Rights Act. Together, we must fight against the age-old pattern of silencing Black voters. While the forces of injustice may have won the battle, we will win the war. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a great American hero. Ronald Reagan once said, "Some people wonder all their lives if they made a difference." The Marines don't have that problem. This is especially true of Herschel Woody Williams, who will be lying in honor in the Capitol tomorrow. Until his death on June 29th, Williams was the sole surviving Marine from World War II to wear the Medal of Honor. Then Corporal Williams was 21 years old, a Marine when his unit landed on Iwo Jima in February 1945. He was thrown into bloody combat almost immediately. Japanese forces were dug into a network of reinforced pillboxes, and American forces were pinned down by heavy machine gun fire. Williams could see his fellow Marines needed help, so he grabbed a flamethrower and charged towards the enemy stronghold, alone. Can you believe he was just 21 years old when he did that? As his Medal of Honor citation says, covered only by 4 riflemen, he fought desperately for 4 hours under terrific enemy small-arm fire and repeatedly returned to his own lines to prepare demolition charges and obtain service flamethrowers, struggling back frequently to the rear of hostile emplacements to wipe out one position after another. Williams' actions, his citation concludes, displayed valiant devotion to duty and enabled his company to reach its objective. Williams saw the American flag raised on Mount Suribachi that same day. Williams was honorably discharged 9 months later, but he re-enlisted in the reserves twice. By the time he retired from the Corps in 1969, he had served 20 years and risen to the rank of Chief Warrant Officer 4. Yet Williams still felt the call to service after he retired. So, among other things, he started the Woody Williams Foundation. Williams and his foundation helped establish 104 Gold Star Families Memorial Monuments across America to date. And right now, more than 69 more monuments are underway in 50 states. Woody Williams went above and beyond the call of duty on the battlefield and back home. And by lying in honor in the rotunda tomorrow, Williams continues to serve our veterans. Some people don't know this, but Williams said one of his last wishes was to lie in honor in the Capitol. But it wasn't for himself, no. It was for every Medal of Honor recipient who served in World War II. What a hero. Our veterans fought together as a team, they sacrificed as a team, and now, thanks in part to Woody Williams, we will honor them as a team. One last wish, one final act of service, that was Woody Williams, selfless to the end. As long as there are Americans like Williams, and all the Medal of Honor recipients we honor this week, this will always be the land of the free and the home of the brave. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York City seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the January 6th committee has interviewed more than 1,000 people and gathered more than 140,000 documents. Yesterday, the committee revealed from the former White House counsel how he agreed that there was no evidence of widespread election fraud. Hearing after hearing, the committee has proven that Trump's big lie led to a violent insurrection and attempted to end our democracy. I introduced 2 resolutions calling for the prosecution of insurrectionists and condemning the Proud Boys act of terror. Now more than 800 insurrectionists have been arrested, and the leader of the Proud Boy has been charged with seditious conspiracy. Efforts to undermine our democracy are not over. We must remain alert and protect people's right to vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the left's woke agenda is putting the retirement savings of many Americans at risk. The Biden administration's proposed rule would require retirement plan managers to consider environmental, social, and governance factors when making investment decisions for workers and retirees. These factors can include a company's carbon footprint, hiring practices, and whether it is unionized. ESG factors are subjective and arbitrary, making them a perfect weapon for the left. Forcing ESG standards on retirement accounts is a clear violation of the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, which requires fiduciaries to put the financial interests of plan participants first. ESG requirements pressure investors to subject retirement savings to low-yield investments. This is irresponsible. We should be doing all that we can to safeguard the savings of retirees instead of putting them at risk to satisfy the woke mob. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to rise to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman's recognized for
Thank
1
you,
minute.
Madam Speaker. I rise in outrage that extreme Republicans seek to control women and their most intimate health care decisions by banning abortions. These cruel efforts will hurt the already vulnerable women in our communities the most, especially poor women. Madam Speaker, there are more than 800,000 women of reproductive age with incomes under 100% of poverty who live in states that haven't expanded Medicaid. These women are being left without access to comprehensive health care coverage, and now many are being stripped of their abortion rights. These women are less likely to access birth control, will struggle to receive wellness exams, and now we not have access to abortion. This is the vision Republicans have for America. This is what the right wing wants. Well, I won't stand by quietly, and Democrats will not stand by quietly. I plan to fight for women because I trust women to make their most personal, intimate health care decisions. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina Virginia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Harrisonburg and Rockingham County for winning the 2022 Quality Award at their national conference. Big Brothers, Big Sisters aims to connect mentors, or bigs, with local youth known as littles. The prestigious Quality Award is granted to only a third of the chapters in the country. To achieve it, the chapter must succeed in having 73% of mentors meet with a youth member for a whole year. Additionally, 54% of participants must meet with their littles at school for that year. The Harrisonburg-Rockingham chapter knocked that standard out of the park, reporting a 70 to 80% meeting success rate. According to Lindsay Douglas, the executive director of the Harrisonburg-Rockingham chapter, the reason for the chapter's superb performance is strong communication between the mentors, children, and their parents. It's community organizations like Big Brothers and Big Sisters that foster an environment where our youth can thrive. Congratulations again to the Harrisonburg-Rockingham chapter. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for one minute.
This week, we are making history as we pass the Honoring Our Pact Act and move one step closer to sending the legislation to President Biden's desk to be signed into law. The journey to this point has been long. As a member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, I was proud to be an original co-sponsor of the PACT Act when we introduced it over a year ago. And now we are finally at the finish line, ready to expand health care to 3.5 million veterans exposed to toxic substances during their service. We are upholding our end of the pact we've made with our veterans to ensure they have the care they need and deserve when they come home. I am grateful to the veterans and military families in my community who have made their voices heard on this urgent cause, and I am thankful for the tireless advocacy of the VSOs across the country who have made this moment possible. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The great American, Mr. Edward C. Mahan, who unfortunately died last fall. This was an amazing man, and he will be missed. Mr. Mahan was a dedicated civil servant, an Air Force combat veteran, an extraordinary engineer with more than 50 years of service to our country. In 1972, Ed joined the Air Force, and in Vietnam, he earned 2 Distinguished Flying Crosses, 11 air medals, and he flew 144 combat missions. He retired as a colonel in 1997 after a career of assignments in classified strategic and electronic warfare programs. In 1998, Ed was recruited by the director of the NRO to become the Chief Technology Officer for Advanced Systems and Technology Directorate. He was a remarkable leader. He left a legacy within the IC by hiring and guiding a new generation of IC professionals. May he rest in peace. May his wife and his family be comforted knowing he was a true patriot, a true friend, and one who endlessly loved his family and his country. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor and celebrate the life of my constituent, Juan Carlos Reynaga. Juan was 17 years old. He was a lineman for Anaheim High School varsity football team, and he was keeping his grades up. He wanted to become a certified crane operator after graduating from high school. Sadly, last Friday, after working his late night shift at Walmart, he was walking home. Our car drove up. 2 individuals in the car asked him, "Are you a gangbanger?" And he said, "No, I'm not a gang member." They shot him in the back anyway, killing him. Juan was a hardworking, honest young man. He was looking for the American dream and working hard to achieve the American dream. Sadly, his life was taken from him by gangbangers. My heart goes out to his family. As a father of 4, I can't imagine the pain, the grief of losing your child to a senseless gang shooting. Juan, thank you for giving us so much in your very short life. Go colonists. Madam Chair, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I'd like to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart. On July 8th, there was a terrible car crash in Sherman Township in my district that involved 2 of my constituents, Vincent Joseph Bouchard and Peter Kreiner. Sadly, this tragedy took the life of 67-year-old Vincent. Vincent is survived by his children and several grandchildren. This horrific accident has also put 62-year-old Peter Kreiner, also from Marlette, in the hospital in critical condition. Both men have championed the right to life and have been decade-long devotees to our country, our communities, and its founding ideas. Their impact on their communities will be felt long after this terrible, terrible tragedy. My prayers go out to the family of Vincent and Peter, and I'm asking that my colleagues in this chamber to please pray for Mr. Burchard's family and for the speedy and full recovery of Peter Kreiner. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Excuse me, unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on my amendment to the National Defense Bill that directs the Defense Department in conjunction with the Department of State and the Department of Homeland Security to assess the standing U.S. military force posture in the Caribbean Basin and the value, feasibility, and cost of increasing U.S. military capacity in the region. The Caribbean region has long been a place of geopolitical exertion of power by foreign forces. Presently, China has planted flags in numerous Caribbean nations through investment and infrastructure. The United States is vulnerable from a national security posture. This amendment is bipartisan with support from our colleague representing the island of Puerto Rico, Congresswoman Gonzalez Colon. This amendment is warranted given the importance of the U.S. national security apparatus to capably fight transnational crime and protect U.S. national and regional security in the region. Too often, the Caribbean is ignored, and this amendment ensures that our third border is not forgotten as it confronts increasing regional political instability, hostile foreign engagement, and transnational criminal activity. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, the Biden administration announced that they are cutting off the benefits for 60,000 National Guard and Reserve soldiers who do not want to take the COVID vaccine. We are losing some of our best and brightest service members to the Biden administration's ideological purge of our military. President Biden's military purge weakens America and emboldens our adversaries, especially China. I'm proud to join Congressman Massey on his amendment to prohibit vaccine mandates for our service members and to reinstate service members who have been forced out due to the mandate. I will continue to advocate for our troops. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Food Safety Administration Act, which I am introducing today, along with Senator Dick Durbin. The FDA regulates almost 80% of our food supply. Consumers and industry depend on the FDA to perform its regulatory role. Every year, nearly 48 million people get sick from foodborne illness, resulting in 128,000 Americans being hospitalized and 3,000 dying. This is preventable and costly. Between inadequate responses to recalls, a failure to implement a culture of outbreak prevention, and proposed rules and initiatives that languish for years, FDA's food program has struggled in its role to protect consumers. Food safety is a second-class citizen at the FDA, as highlighted by the infant formula crisis. There are dire consequences when food safety is not prioritized. FDA has the authority to appoint a Deputy Commissioner of Foods with a background in food safety, but has yet to do so. This affects all aspects of FDA's food program, which is why I'm introducing this bill that will establish the Food Safety Administration under Health and Human Services and incorporate the existing food programs within the FDA into a separate agency. It will increase leadership and accountability, strengthen oversight of the food supply, and enhance the industry's ability ability to operate effectively. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Okay. I rise today to honor the life of Dr. Chuck Rim, who was a leader in the Korean American community and chairman of the U.S. Korea Alliance Association. Dr. Rim had a special love for the United States and his home country, South Korea, and dedicated himself to advocating for policies with numerous presidential administrations to strengthen U.S.-Korea relations. As a veteran of the Korean War, Dr. Rim also had a passion for honoring our Korean War veterans and hosted numerous events to thank them and honor their sacrifices. While Dr. Rim is no longer with us, I know that his legacy will continue to live on through the efforts by the members of the U.S.-Korea Alliance Association. I pray for God's peace for his family, friends, and anyone who knew him. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Overturning Roe overturned our freedom. The freedom to make our own health care decisions is fundamental to our humanity and our dignity. It is about the right to control our own lives. It is about the mother of 3 who simply can't afford to care for another child. It is about a young rape victim who shouldn't be mandated to carry her attacker's pregnancy to term. It's about the mom who desperately wants a baby but has a miscarriage and needs abortion care to prevent a potentially lethal infection. Government-mandated pregnancy, that's our new reality. This week, House Democrats will protect access to abortion and secure the right to reproductive care into law. We will fight against the Republican scorched earth campaign against freedom for women, freedom to practice our faith, and freedom to make decisions for our families. We will fight to let every person control their bodies, their choices, and their futures.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to Maxine Randall of Hillsdale, Michigan, who recently passed away at the age of 92. After graduating from North Adams High School in 1948, Max played for the Fort Wayne Daisies of the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League, which was founded during World War II. During her 6 years in the league, Max was named an All-Star 5 times and compiled 116 wins, 5th in league history. Decades later, the Women's Baseball League that Max starred in served as a catalyst for the hit movie A League of Their Own. Following her pro baseball career, Max worked at Jonesville Products for many years, where she met her late husband, Bob. As one relative described her, Max was, and I quote, salt, grit, and a baseball mitt. We send our condolences to the Randall family, and we celebrate an inspirational life lived to the fullest. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, while the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade has impacted millions of Americans, we must also acknowledge its economic and racial implications. We live in a country plagued by generations of healthcare inequities and racial disparities. Black, Latino, Indigenous, and other communities of color already face healthcare barriers and will only continue to suffer in the aftermath of a post-Roe America.
State trigger bills that restrict or ban more than half of the country from reproductive health care access have already stripped millions of their fundamental right to decide their reproductive care. But our fight continues. I implore my colleagues in Congress to unite to pass legislation to protect every American's constitutional right to travel freely and voluntarily throughout the United States, including for reproductive health care. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Seek permission to speak the House 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Liberty High School Lady Panthers for winning the 2022 Texas University Interscholastic League Division 4A state championship. This is the Lady Panthers' second consecutive state title and the third in the last 5 years. Amazing. During their historic season, the Lady Panthers had a record of 38 wins and only 6 losses before defeating the Sweeney Bulldogs in the state championship game of June the 5th. And I'm very proud to say 6 Lady Panthers were named to the state UIL softball 4A all-tournament team. Kylie Bishop, Camden Chandler, Reese Evans, Holly Thomas, Brianna Pantaleon, and Bailey Slack. And senior third baseman Kylie Bishop was named the tournament's most valuable player. In a pregame ceremony before Liberty's state title game, head coach Karen Slack received recognition as the 2020 to 2021 National Federation of State High School Coaches Texas State Softball Coach of the Year. Congratulations again to the Lady Panthers and your season of triumph. I'm so very proud of you all. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1224 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 86, House Resolution 1224. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7900, to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2023 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on Armed Services, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-54, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. 2, the further amendments described in Section 2 of this resolution. 3, the amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. And 4, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, after debate, pursuant to the first section of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of this resolution, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the chair, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3, it shall be in order at any time after debate, pursuant to the first section of this resolution, for the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee, to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read. shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. Shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 4. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, Senate 3373, to improve the Iraq and Afghanistan Service Grant and the Children of Fallen Heroes Grant. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. An amendment in the nature of a substitute, consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-56, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill, as amended, are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill, as amended, and on any further amendment thereto, to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 8296, to protect a person's ability to determine whether to continue or end a pregnancy, and to protect a healthcare provider's ability to provide abortion services. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 7. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 8297, to prohibit the interference under color of state law with the provision of interstate abortion services and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 8. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6538, to create an active shooter alert communications network and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill, as amended, are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill, as amended, and on any further amendment thereto, to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary, or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 9A. At any time through the legislative day of Friday, July 15th, 2022, the Speaker may entertain motions offered by the Majority Leader or a designee that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15 with respect to multiple measures described in subsection B, and the Chair shall put the question on any such motion without debate or intervening motion. B. A measure referred to in subsection A includes any measure that was the object of a motion to suspend the rules on the legislative day of June 21st, 2022, or July 12th, 2022, in the form as so offered, on which the yeas and nays were ordered, and further proceedings postponed pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. C, upon the offering of a motion pursuant to subsection A concerning multiple measures, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated, to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. Section 10, House Resolution 188, agreed to March 8, 2021, as most recently amended by House Resolution 1191, agreed to June 22, 2022, is amended by striking July 13, 2022, each place it appears, and inserting, in each instance, July 19, 2022.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman, the ranking member of the Rules Committee from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only, and I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported a Rule House Resolution 1224 for 5 measures. First, it provides for consideration of H.R. 7900 under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services, makes in order a record 650 amendments, provides en bloc authority and 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 8296 and H.R. 8297 under closed rules. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate for each bill equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, provides 1 motion to recommit for each bill, and self-executes a manager's amendment on H.R. 8297. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 6538 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of S. 3373 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, and provides 1 motion to commit. Finally, the rule extends recess instructions, suspension authority, and same-day authority through July 19, 2022, and provides the majority leader or his designee the ability to en bloc requested votes on suspension bills this week. Madam Speaker, this rule provides for consideration of meaningful legislation that I look forward to discussing with my colleagues today. I'd like to start by sharing a few words on the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023. Our nation faces real and serious global challenges to our security every day, and safeguarding our national defense is vital and necessary. The Russian Federation has launched an unprovoked invasion of the free and democratic nation of Ukraine, while an emboldened Chinese military threatens our allies in the Pacific. America must be prepared to face these threats by promoting political stability, diplomatic engagement, and ensuring our military is prepared to meet increased threats to global stability. I'm a proud member of the House Armed Services Committee, and this year, for the 62nd consecutive year in a row, the committee has marked up and reported a National Defense Authorization Act to address our national defense needs. The fiscal year 23 NDAA includes critical investments in our service members, bolsters our position as a leader in technological innovation to compete with countries like China, and ensures we are prepared to face the coercions of adversaries who already threaten global peace and stability. I'd like to thank the leadership of Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers for delivering a bipartisan bill that prioritizes the needs of our service members and provides the resources to protect global security and peace. Today, we are also considering the rule for the Honoring Our Pact Act. It has been a long road to get here, and I'd like to thank Chairman Takano and Ranking Member Bost for their efforts to get this done. Back home, I've had the opportunity to meet with toxic exposed veterans and their families, and I've heard loud and clear just how necessary this legislation is for our veterans. When we send our service members into harm's way, we make a promise that when they come home, we will take care of them. Sadly, over 3.5 million veterans were exposed to toxic fumes and carcinogens while serving our nation, resulting in life-threatening lung diseases and cancers. And right now, they're not getting the care they need due to a disability benefits claims process that is cumbersome and places the burden to prove toxic exposure on veterans themselves. By creating a presumption for disability, this legislation will help cut through the red tape and ensure nothing stands in the way of service members receiving their care. It's time we make good on our promise to ensure all veterans exposed to toxic substances during their service can access the essential care and benefits they've earned. I'm proud to support this bill and look forward to its passage. Madam Speaker, the rule today also provides for consideration of the Active Shooter Alert Act, which frankly should have passed under suspension in June. This common sense legislation would create a communications network to alert people when an active shooter is in their community. It is tragic to think we even need such a system, but sadly the fear of a mass shooting has become a persistent dark cloud shrouding our nation. Let's take a moment to reflect on the horrific scene on July 4th when the Highland Park community was attacked. What should have been a joyous occasion for families, friends, and community members instead became a nightmare when a dangerous person wielding a dangerous weapon fired into the crowd, killing 7 and injuring dozens more. There are those who yet again offered their thoughts and prayers in response to the Highland Park shooting, yet provided no real solutions. But there are solutions. In fact, this body has passed countless measures that would have helped prevent such a tragic event. I've made my position clear. Meaningful, common-sense gun reform is an absolute necessity. To my colleagues who regularly oppose solutions to gun violence, I ask, what are you willing to do to help protect our communities? Let's at least come together on legislation that creates a warning system for communities when an active shooter is present and more innocent lives can be saved. We're talking about an alert system, just like those already in place for disasters like tornadoes, earthquakes, and Amber Alerts. I can't imagine who would be opposed to such a common sense step. And I'd like to thank the more than 40 Republicans who evaluated the merits of this straightforward bill and voted in favor this June, and I hope we can count on your vote again this week. Any action is better than no action, which is why I'm proud to support this legislation, but we also know it barely scratches the surface of the many other reforms that are needed, which is why I'll continue fighting for measures to ban assault weapons, limit high-capacity magazines, and enact universal background checks on every gun sale. I'd like to end my opening remarks with comments on 2 fundamental health care bills included in this rule, the Women's Health Protection Act and the Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act. These bills will empower women and reaffirm their right to make independent and informed health care decisions. Over the past year, we've seen an all-out assault on women's bodily autonomy. The appalling Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade was just the beginning. We've seen states undertake efforts to criminalize a woman's right to make basic family planning decisions. We've seen a 10-year-old child, a victim of rape, forced out of her state for the health care she desperately needs. And we're seeing increased federal efforts to restrict access to women's health care, contraception, and the fundamental right to privacy. These astounding restrictions on women are exactly why we need the Women's Health Protection Act. The federal law will codify the provisions of Roe v. Wade and establish a statutory right to access the health care all women need and deserve. We also need to pass the Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act, legislation I proudly co-sponsor. It is a sad state of affairs that we need to codify the fundamental right to interstate travel in this country, protecting women from civil and criminal liability, even when seeking an abortion in a state where it is lawful. The fact that we've already seen efforts in state legislatures to prevent women from seeking lawful abortion across state lines completely contradicts the claim that overturning Roe v. Wade was about returning the decision to the states. The radical right has and always will be about restricting women's rights. It's hard to believe we're living in 2022, not 1722. By passing this legislation, we're making it clear that this assault on women's rights cannot stand. I urge my colleagues to show this country and the world that we respect women, we trust women, and we support women and their right to make informed and independent health care decisions. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, the Speaker of the House, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him for his leadership on the very important elements of the rule that will be brought to the floor today. I thank him. I thank all the members of the Rules Committee. I particularly want to acknowledge the leadership of Chairman Jim McGovern for his leadership in bringing so much policy to bear in this one rule as we proceed with the week's legislation. I rise today in what is a momentous week for our House Democratic majority as we carry on our work to defend America's health, security, and freedom. The rule includes 5 pieces of landmark legislation, which the gentleman, Mr. Morelli, has very clearly explained. I thank him and Mr. McGovern again for their skilled leadership in assembling this rule and steering this crucial legislation to the floor. First this week, we'll have our version of NDAA, which you explained. It supports our nation's servicemen and women. It strengthens our national security and promotes national leadership on the global arena. Our majority is delivering new pay raises for heroic men and women in uniform while securing more investments in the next generation of defense technology to keep us strong and qualitatively superior. We are strengthening the security of DoD supply chains while advancing new and fundamental research at HBCUs and MSIs. And we are further supporting the Ukrainian people in their fight for democracy with $1 billion additional in security assistance. Let us salute the Chair, Adam Smith, and the Armed Services Committee for their persistent patriotic leadership in assembling this legislation, which will help that Americans are safe and that our democracy is secure. Next week, again, when we're talking about our security, we have to talk about our veterans. And as you said, we promise them when they fight for us, we will protect them when they come home. This bill, the PACT Act, takes another monumental step to care for our brave men and women in uniform who risk their lives to fight the enemy, but now face deadly threat of exposure to dangerous toxins. The bipartisan legislation, and this bill, I believe, be strongly bipartisan, deliver access to VA health care to millions of veterans suffering from dangerous diseases caused by their exposures. Thank you to Chairman Mark Takano for making addressing toxic exposure a top priority in the Congress, the PACT Act. The active shooter alert that the gentleman from New York, which you very clearly spelled out, will pass the Active Shooter Alert Act. Mr. Morelli described it very well, and I agree with you. It is a step, and we must have what you said you support, and I do too, the ban on assault weapons and other lethality. This vital legislation that we're doing today will quickly warn communities when a gunman opens fire, a common-sense life-saving measure widely supported by law enforcement. Let us recognize Congressman David Cicilline, a longtime champion in the fight against gun violence, for spearheading this legislation and also being the author of the assault weapons ban. The fourth and fifth bills that our Democratic majority will pass this week are strong to defend women's health and freedom. Our caucus has been hard at work assembling a robust and resolute legislative response to the Supreme Court's assault on reproductive rights. We passed this legislation before the WIPA, the Women's Health Protection Act, which will enshrine the essential protections of Roe v. Wade as the law of the land. And with our Ensuring Women's Health to Reproductive Freedom Act, we will reaffirm a constitutional right to travel and have access to the abortion pill. Let us salute Congresswoman Judy Chu for her leadership. We passed this bill in the fall. We need to pass it again. Congresswoman Fletcher, Strickland, and Congressman Raskin for their tireless, determined leadership on the Ensuring Women's Health to Reproductive Freedom Act. Madam Speaker, this legislation that the House Democrats will pass this week is the latest in our work to defend America's health, security, and our freedom. Our majority will never relent in this fight now and in the future. I urge a strong yes vote on the rule today and yes votes on the 5 bills that we will be considering in the days ahead. With that, again, I urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Morelli.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my very good friend, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today's rule covers several major items. The first that I will discuss, H.R. 7900, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023, is of the greatest importance to the nation and to the world. For 61 years in a row, the NDAA has become law. As I reminded my colleagues in the Rules Committee yesterday, this record of achievement has only been possible because of the immense cooperation from both sides of the aisle, and is a testament to what we can accomplish when we focus on our shared goals as a nation. Working together, Democrats and Republicans on the Armed Services Committee produced a bipartisan product. I applaud Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Rogers, and all the members of the Armed Services Committee for their efforts. Madam Speaker, it's no secret that the world has become a more dangerous place in recent years. Last year saw the Taliban, a corrupt and militant organization known for supporting and providing sanctuary to terrorists, complete its takeover of Afghanistan. Earlier this year, the world was shocked by Vladimir Putin's brazen, unprovoked, and indeed outright criminal invasion of Ukraine, Russia's democratic neighbor to the west. Communist China continues its history of aggression in Asia and the Pacific Rim, including increasingly aggressive acts toward Taiwan. North Korea has continued an aggressive posturing toward the United States and our democratic allies in Asia. And Iran continues its long march toward becoming a nuclear state. It's more important than ever that Congress speaks with one voice when it comes to setting our national defense policy and funding priorities each year so that we can ensure we counter aggressive actors and offer our allies the support they need to protect themselves. One of the most important things accomplished in this year's NDAA is actually what it did not do. For the second year in a row, the Armed Services Committee rejected President Biden's proposed defense budget number and authorized a better, higher number to ensure that our national defense is properly funded. Indeed, President Biden's first two budget proposals looked set to continue the chronic underfunding of the Obama-Biden years, during which time our military readiness declined and our rivals on the international stage were empowered. The increased funding in this bill will go a long way toward ensuring that America's military is ready to confront any challenge, and it will ensure that our armed services personnel receive a 4.6% pay raise, the largest in history, with additional pay bonuses to personnel who make the least to offset the inflation caused by this administration's policies. On the whole, I'm proud to support this legislation, and I encourage the entire House to support this measure and send it on to the Senate. Our second item in the House is S. 3373, the Honoring Our Pact Act. While this bill has gone through a frustratingly long process to get to this point, I believe we've failed to provide our nation's toxic exposed veterans with the care that they need for far too long. I will be the first to admit that this bill is not perfect. I share the concerns of many about the use of mandatory spending in this bill. But given the importance of this issue to veterans nationwide and to those in my own district, I cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Imperfect though it is, this bill does take important strides forward, and I plan to support it on final passage. Unfortunately, two other bills contained in this rule are partisan and stand no chance of becoming law. The Democratic majority is attempting to insert a right to an abortion into federal law, preempting every state law that seeks to protect life. They want to require all states to permit abortion on demand at any time up to the point of birth. They want to outlaw common sense restrictions like preventing late-term abortions, preventing sex-selective abortions, and preventing abortions targeting fetuses with Down syndrome. They want to prevent the states from adopting common sense protections for the unborn, such as banning mail order and telemedicine abortion services. And they want to limit the rights of parents by creating a cause of action for outsiders to interfere with the parent-child relationship. That would be an unconscionable state of affairs, Madam Speaker. I would remind my colleagues of the words of the Declaration of Independence, that the right to life is one of those inalienable rights endowed upon us all, including unborn children, by our Creator. I will always be proud to stand strongly in favor of defending life, and I proudly stand in opposition to these bills today. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge opposition to this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to just make a couple of points on what I think is one of the most important issues that we will face in this Congress and in the future years. Abortion access in America changed overnight after the Supreme Court took away a woman's constitutional right to make their own reproductive health decisions. Nearly 34 million people of reproductive age now live in a state where abortion is banned or severely restricted. One of the only times that I know of that the Supreme Court of the United States in our history took away a fundamental constitutional right from more than half of America. My 86-year-old mother, who is a grandmother and great-grandmother, will have had more right over her body, more decision-making under this decision than her granddaughters and great-granddaughters. It is unconscionable, and the impact of this decision will have horrific consequences for millions of people, particularly people with the greatest burden, low-income individuals, people of color, victims of incest and abuse. And I am generally concerned, as are millions of people, for women's rights in this country. And we refuse to be complacent. We refuse to stand silent. We'll keep fighting every single day, however I can, however we can. And today, that means supporting the advancement of the Women's Health Protection Act. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it's been less than 3 weeks since Mitch McConnell's hand-picked right-wing Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, and with it 50 years of settled law regarding the fundamental privacy right of women to make their own decisions regarding their own health care. That decision has also called into question a host of other privacy rights that Americans had taken for granted, including the right to obtain contraception, the right to interracial and same-sex marriage. And not surprisingly, the result has been chaos. Why? Because this decision is deeply unpopular and goes against the values of a strong majority of Americans, that a woman should have the essential freedom to decide when and if to bear children and how many, and that politicians should not be in the business of mandating that women carry dangerous or unwanted pregnancies to term. But in the wake of that extremist decision, we're already seeing politicians across the country seize this moment to substitute their own religious, economic, and frankly misogynistic views for that of women who have to live with the consequences of those reproductive health care decisions. The vast majority of Americans understand that we don't need or want politicians invading our doctors' offices and a woman's privacy to impose an extremist minority view. Because the reality is these decisions are complicated. They're complicated by the physical health of both the woman and the fetus. They're complicated by the mental and financial health of the family. They're complicated by whether or not the pregnancy was the result of abuse or criminal activity. They're complicated by the religious beliefs of those involved, because the right-wing views on pregnancy that the conservative court has adopted are not shared by most Americans or by the medical profession or even by all major religions. These decisions are complicated by whether or not there was access to birth control. And in a society that for decades has prioritized the well-being of unborn fetuses over that of children and families, or even the health of pregnant women, it's complicated by whether or not a family has the means to provide for the basic needs of a mother or child, much less the opportunity for them to thrive or even enjoy life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness. Unfortunately, the Republican legislature in Pennsylvania has jumped on this right-wing bandwagon as well. Last week, in the middle of the night, Republican lawmakers in Pennsylvania changed the rules of their House, forbidding votes after 11 p.m. to ram through a constitutional amendment to limit access to abortion care. They had to use a constitutional amendment to get around the governor's veto and regular order, because their proposal is deeply unpopular with the majority of Pennsylvanians. These attacks on our essential American freedoms cannot stand. Our families and freedoms are on the line, and it's more important than ever that we fight to protect and expand reproductive freedom. The bills we're considering today are a critical part of the fight for a world where all Americans, no matter who they are, where they live, or what they believe, have the freedom to make their own decisions about if and when to start or grow a family. So I'm proud to support the passage of both the Women's Health Protection Act for a second time this Congress and the Ensuring Access to Abortion Act. You know, as we see states start to pass laws that would limit the right of women to travel, think about that, the right to travel to obtain health care. The Ensuring Access to Abortion Act makes possible and safe for women needing abortion care to travel to states where it's accessible. These two bills are critical to enshrining a woman's right to abortion and reproductive health care in federal law. I'm proud to support these bills, and Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H-Res 11 for immediate consideration. This resolution proposes an amendment to the Constitution of the United States to require the Supreme Court of the United States be composed of 9 justices. Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court has been set at 9 justices for 153 years. Fundamentally changing the composition of the court to satisfy the demands of one political party would permanently erode the independence of the judicial branch and forever alter the separation of powers, which is the very foundation our Constitution and our nation were built upon. The independence of the judicial branch is too sacred to subject it to the political issue of the day. The appointment of a Supreme Court justice is not a popularity contest, and the court's decision should not be based on polls. The Supreme Court's duty is to the Constitution and ensuring adherence to the laws of the land. To further explain this amendment, I yield 5 minutes to my very good friend, the author of the joint resolution, Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank leadership for making my bill a priority on the floor today. We've heard from a number of earlier speakers that recent Supreme Court decisions have upset the majority. These are decisions that they disagree with. Now, these are judicial decisions that were rendered under rules that have been in place for more than 150 years. But there seems to be a growing force of people who want to change the rules. If we didn't get the decision we wanted under the rules that have been in place since 1869, then let's go ahead and change the rules. Let's go ahead and pack the court. If we can't, if 9 justices doesn't get what we want, then let's add 2. Well, maybe 2 more justices doesn't get us what we want. Let's add 4. That's right. Maybe we can get with 4 justices the kinds of decisions we want. And Madam Speaker, this is not a hypothetical boogeyman. This is an actual pending legislation introduced by none other than the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. An active attempt to pack the court with 13 justices. Now, you might ask, Madam Speaker, is 13 the right number? Does 13 come about because there's been some report or some analysis that 13 justices would make the work of the court more productive? Or perhaps the Supreme Court itself, the justices, have indicated that they would do a better job with 13. No. It does not come about because of any independent analysis or request by the court. This attempt to pack the court is all about power. It's all about power. It's all about getting the kinds of decisions that the House majority wants. Madam Speaker, I would submit then that when Washington changes the rules only to acquire power, or only to maintain power, it undermines public trust in these institutions that bind Americans together. We don't need yet a further undermining of these institutions. And frankly, where does it end? Once this body establishes that the size of the court can grow only so that we can secure the preferred judicial decisions of the House majority, where does it end? Y'all take it to 13. A few years later, we take it to 15. You can take it to 17 after that. Again, this is not a hypothetical boogeyman. We have seen this happen in other countries. Madam Speaker, this leads to madness. This is no way to run a judiciary. Now, you don't need to take my word for it. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, before her death, made it clear that packing the court would undermine and erode public trust in the Supreme Court. She was stridently opposed to it. Retiring Justice Stephen Breyer feels the same and has publicly been opposed to packing the court. This is not something that only Republicans oppose. It's something that reasonable, like-minded people who care about the independence and the trust and the public trust of the court have opposed as well. And so that's what my bill would do, my resolution would do. It would simply put into the Constitution what has already been the case since 1869, and that is 9 justices on the Supreme Court. I guarantee you, Madam Speaker, that we will still find plenty of political screws to turn and leverage points for us to be able to fight and advance our political causes. But if we can just put into the Constitution this one thing, to keep the 9, we will be able to at least somewhat insulate the court from the most corrosive political maneuvering that we know that this body is capable of. Now, I'd make it clear, a no vote on the PQ, which I'm urging, does not submit this constitutional amendment to the states. All it does is allow this body 1 hour to debate the merits of keeping the 9. What possible argument could there be against taking that 1 hour for us to discuss together what the right size of the court is and how do we best maintain public trust in the court going forward? And so, Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to heed the words of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Stephen Breyer, Joe Biden, and so many of us on this side of the aisle to consider keeping the 9. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While this is not on the agenda, and I want to remind people that we have a rule that stipulates which bills are in front of us, I note with alarm the suggestion that we ought to change the Constitution when it comes to the Supreme Court, and for fear that we're undermining the confidence of the court. Frankly, I'm astonished. How about following the current Constitution? Forget about amending it. How about following the one that we have? I just note that when Merrick Garland was nominated by President Obama in March of 2016, 293 days, his nomination went without any action in the United States Senate. Amy Coney Barrett was nominated September 26th, a mere 5 weeks before Election Day. Senator McConnell in the Senate didn't follow the Constitution, which says advise and consent on nominations sent by the President. They did absolutely nothing with nominee Garland, didn't seek to do anything. In fact, Mitch McConnell talked about the politics of it. Talk about undermining the confidence of the American public in the Supreme Court. How about that? And yet, when President Trump, just 5 weeks before a presidential election, made a nomination, it was swiftly pushed through. Undermining confidence in the Supreme Court? How about confirmation proceedings, where Brett Kavanaugh or Neil Gorsuch both said Roe was settled law, precedent for 50 years. They said it in confirmation hearings. They've said it, as Senator Collins has indicated, her vote hung on those words. And yet they had no intention of following those words. They misled the American public. Undermining confidence in the Supreme Court? I mean, I'm astonished that anyone would even say it. And frankly, when we talk about this, we know what the agenda here is. Justice Thomas gave us a clear roadmap of where this is all headed. Undermining confidence in the Supreme Court? Justice Thomas urged the court to reconsider all of this court's substantive due process precedents, including the right to contraception, the right to private consensual sexual acts, and the right to same-sex marriage, characterizing the entire legal doctrine as particularly dangerous, undermining the confidence of the Supreme Court of the United States. Now, Justice Kavanaugh, I will say, to his credit in his concurrence, said that the court won't go that far. But we've heard these same assurances from Justice Kavanaugh before, and I think they aren't worth the words that on the paper that this is printed. We should be very, very concerned. We should be concerned that the American public has lost confidence in the Supreme Court, but not because of the actions of anyone here or the suggestions here. How about because of the actions of the United States Senate and the actions of the Supreme Court itself? And I yield 2 minutes to my distinguished friend, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Allred.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of one of the most fundamental rights imaginable in a free society, the right to bodily autonomy and the freedom to choose when and how to begin a family. As I stand here today, Texas women do not have that right. In Texas right now, a woman is required by law to either carry to term the offspring of their rapist or their abuser, or drive 5 hours or more to Kansas, New Mexico, Colorado, or anywhere they can get access to abortion services. And now some extremist Republicans in Texas want to prevent Texans from leaving the state to obtain an abortion. The same so-called conservatives who talk about big government want to tell Texas women where they can travel, or are threatening the employers of those women who offer to pay for their travel. What's next, Madam Speaker? Will they place checkpoints on our interstate highways, question women boarding a plane or a train about the nature of their travel? Does this sound like freedom to anyone? I will not stand for it. My colleagues and I will not stand for it. The Ensuring Access to Abortion Act ensures that all American women have the right to travel within the United States, a right that we should not have to be affirming today, but one that we will. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, as has become all too common with the Democratic majority, when the status quo doesn't lead to the outcome they want, they simply change the rules to suit their needs. You need to only look at the last 2 years for evidence, fundamentally changing the way the House operates through the use of proxy voting, a complete lockdown of alternative ideas, fewer and fewer committees doing the work to make the law rather than score political points, all aimed at protecting their razor-thin majority at the expense of the institution and the nation. Democrats' current obsession with the Supreme Court is no different. But instead of accepting the independence of the judiciary, the majority is instead intent on fixing the rules of the game to ensure their own victory. This amendment to the Constitution would prevent that from happening and would ensure once and for all that the Supreme Court will be independent and free, meddling based on the political ideas of the day. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with the extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. With that, I urge a no vote on the previous question, and I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member from North Carolina, North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
And the gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Constitution grants Congress the power over the size and composition of the judiciary. The Judiciary Act of 1789 and subsequent laws established this structure. Since 1869, the number of justices has been fixed at 9. Congress has the authority to change that number. Whether Congress should exercise this authority is another question entirely. And whether Congress should exercise that authority in a 50-50 Senate and a single majority in the House is another question. In Sykes v. the United States, Justice Scalia wrote, "It should be no surprise that as the volume of law increases, so do the number of imprecise laws. Fuzzy, leave the details to be sorted out by the court's legislation is attractive to the congressman who wants credit, without dealing with the nitty-gritty. The real problem is that Congress doesn't want to deal with the nitty-gritty. We want to fundraise off of top-line messages and vague legislative text. We write ambiguous laws that leaves important details and major questions to unelected bureaucrats. The decision on those unelected bureaucrats inevitably are left to be sorted out by the courts. The court is merely doing its job when to say what the law is. Our reaction should be to take back our Article I authority and to clearly articulate congressional intent. If we write detailed laws, judges will properly implement Congress's intent. Instead, too many in this body seek to exploit congressional inaction, choosing to double down on fundraising pleas by bashing the courts and promising to pack onto the court to guarantee their preferred outcome. Here's a better idea. If you can't pass the Clean Power Plan through Congress, don't ask the EPA to implement it. And then feign outrage when the court says no. That's not how a democratic republic is supposed to work. James Madison said Congress would fight to the death to protect its Article I authority. Unfortunately, I think what we have seen is Congress will fight to the death to maintain their membership in Congress. And now the one way in which far too many on the left want to exert our Article I authority is to pack the court so Congress can continue to outsource legislating to the bureaucratic state and then ensure the court gives them the decision they would like. I urge everyone to defeat the previous question, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. I don't want to, and I appreciate the distinguished gentleman and his comments. I would note, just in passing, that Article I authority given to us by the framers actually gave us the authority to identify the size of the Supreme Court. Constitutional amendments are not Article I. They are an extensive process and involves ratification. Article I authority actually, I think he would make my argument, Article I authority would be the Congress making the decision on the size of the Supreme Court, which has been changed many times, from as few as 6 to as many as 9 judges. But having said that and just making that point, let's talk about some of the real issues that need addressing that frankly are before us, because the size of the Supreme Court is not before us, as interesting as that conversation might be. Let's talk instead about issues that real Americans face. While bravely serving our country, many veterans were exposed to hazards from burn pits, PFAS and radiation, toxic exposures that have caused cancers, infertility, respiratory conditions, and unexplained chronic illnesses. As many as 3.5 million service members have been exposed to dangerous, toxic fumes. The cost of war goes far beyond the battlefield. We have a duty to uphold our promises to toxic exposed veterans by investing in the health care they need and so richly deserve. In their time of need, veterans should be receiving high-quality care. Instead, they're being burdened with proving that their illness is connected to their service. And I've had the privilege of meeting with many, many veterans in my community and the families of veterans who have been lost because of exposure, while they continue the work of having to prove that their illness as a result of exposure to toxic chemicals, to carcinogens, to burn pits. The Honoring Our PAC Act is included in this rule, and this legislation will address the wide range of issues impacting toxic exposed veterans and their access to earned benefits and care. And you can bet on voting yes, and that is one of the bills being discussed before us today. And I think people watching us on television, people watching this later, seeing clips, would be curious as to why suddenly we're talking about an issue not on the floor, not before us, but this is Honoring Our PAC Act. Before us today, we can all do something to safeguard those members who have served in our armed forces and their families by doing the right thing, passing this rule and passing the underlying legislation. With that, I'll reserve.
New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member of the Rules Committee and of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. Burgess of Texas.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
And I thank the gentleman for yielding the time. Madam Speaker, before coming to Congress, I practiced medicine for nearly 30 years. I had the privilege of delivering 3,000 babies. I dedicated my career as a physician to protecting the lives of children and families and running a pro-life practice in North Texas. I've seen both sides of this argument, both as a doctor and a policymaker. Indeed, the chairman of the Department of OB-GYN at Parkland Hospital, Southwestern Medical School, when I was a resident, pointed out to us that those of us who were privileged to begin the practice of obstetrics were unique in medicine in that we were going to be charged with taking care of 2 patients with a combined life expectancy of over 100 years. And almost nowhere else in medicine do you have that ability to impact the future. Back in 2002, I decided to run for Congress because I saw lawmakers, particularly in Congress, who've never experienced taking care of a patient, discussing and setting the stage for how you're supposed to run a medical practice. Today is no different, and it is deeply frustrating to see individuals discussing procedures with little understanding of how or why they are performed and how they affect the patients involved, both the mother and the baby. Throughout my time as an OB-GYN, I've taken care of women with ectopic pregnancies. Never any hesitation. That does not change after a Supreme Court decision. I've taken care of women who unfortunately were suffering from miscarriages. That will not change after a Supreme Court decision. I have had cases where a woman had an abortion at another location and then presented to my hospital in a crisis because of complications. And without hesitation, I would render care to those patients irrespective of any Supreme Court decision. Many of those cases indeed were life-threatening, but each and every time, my responsibility was to step in and save a life. And again, that's done without hesitation. Supreme Court decision changes none of that, despite the heated rhetoric we are hearing from the other side. It seems like a simple answer, have an abortion, take care of a problem. Back in 1973, when Roe versus Wade was first decided, sonography, medical sonography was really just beginning. And in the time since then, it has really developed into a science unto itself. In fact, 2 generations of Americans since Roe versus Wade was decided have as their first picture in their baby book an ultrasound picture or maybe a videotape of themselves as unborn children. Indeed, 2 generations of Americans have no trouble assigning agency to that pregnancy because they know from whence they came. An abortion is a highly complex and deeply emotional decision. The decision affects, yes, the mother, no question it affects the baby, affects other family members, and yes, it affects the provider as well. My belief in the right to life has influenced my professional career for much longer than my time in Congress, and I will remain committed to that. After a lifetime dedicated to pro-life work, there is no question it is just the right thing to do. You always err on the side of life. You always give life a chance. Now, this rule also includes consideration of the National Defense Authorization Act. Yesterday in the Rules Committee, there were a lot of amendments submitted. There were a lot of amendments we're going to debate on the floor. Most of them were amendments submitted by Democrats. Republicans got very few of those. But I submitted 2 amendments to require reports to the Congress.
I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional minute.
I submitted amendments to require reports to Congress on our military response in Ukraine and the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan last August, something that we cannot allow to be repeated. Russia invaded Ukraine in February, and yet we have not had another briefing by the generals and State Department as we did prior to that invasion. The situation is vastly different on the ground. We were given the understand that it would not take long for Russia to completely overrun Ukraine, didn't anticipate the response of the Ukrainian people, and now we see a war of attrition evolving, but Congress is not read into any of the administration's plans. And then finally, we've got to ensure that the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan, fully investigated and understood what advice was the president receiving, from who did he receive it, and how do we prevent that from ever happening again. I thank the gentleman for yielding the additional time, and I will yield back.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my distinguished colleague of the Rules Committee, Dr. Burgess. But what he points out, in my mind, reminds me how deeply personal this decision is for women, involving their body and their health care. But I'm also, and I would certainly never question his credentials as a doctor or as a professional, but I've heard from a number of obstetricians and gynecologists who raise, I think, what are really important questions. For instance, in some states, the health of the mother is the only consideration to be given when it comes to an abortion or reproductive services. And Some have raised the question, how long do you wait before you can make the judgment that that's the only determination that can be made? Do you wait too long? Do you actually jeopardize the health of the mother by waiting so long for fear of violating a state law that restricts the right of a woman to an abortion? Question of miscarriages. Many women have miscarriages, and concerns have been expressed by their doctors. When we provide care after the fact or during a miscarriage, will there be questions raised about whether or not that was actually an abortion instead of a miscarriage? Will we be jeopardizing our careers? Will we be putting our professional license into question? Because these are very difficult questions to answer. I'm certainly no expert in them, but they raise, to me, significant questions. And as many have pointed out, there will be abortions in the United States. There will be abortions in Texas. There will be abortions in Mississippi. There will be abortions in every state in this country. The question is, are they going to be safe? Are women going to suffer unduly? Are there going to be deaths of women because they weren't given access to safe reproductive care that is ultimately so, as I said, so deeply personal, so deeply involved in their autonomy? And those are the questions before us. They're deep-seated questions, they're important questions, but ultimately we side with the right of a woman to make the decision for herself. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, a member of the House Armed Services Committee, the gentlelady from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague for yielding. I rise in opposition to the combined rule, although I support the underlying NDAA. This year's NDAA makes targeted investments in our defense to protect from increasingly aggressive adversaries like China and Russia. I was pleased to include a wide range of priorities for my home state of Oklahoma, and multiple amendments focused on supporting service members, strengthening our cybersecurity posture, and deterring our enemies. Many Oklahomans were concerned when President Biden announced his intent to divest half of the E-3 AWACS fleet at Tinker Air Force Base. I've worked on this issue for months and secured an amendment to slow the divestment and to retain the training pipeline that will be needed as we transition to the new E-7. I was also proud to work with my colleague and friend Tom Cole to secure $30 million for the new B-21 Depot Maintenance Campus at Tinker Air Force Base. The NDAA also includes 2 bills I introduced, H.R. 7738, which would facilitate greater security clearance portability for departing service members, and H.Res. 1143, which honors the USS Oklahoma City for 3 decades of service. With that said, I am concerned that the combined rule has excluded many important amendments that deserve to be debated. This includes an amendment I offered to stop the Department of Defense from recouping bonuses to service members based on their COVID-19 vaccination status. I've heard about this issue from my constituents, and this practice must be stopped. Lastly, this combined rule provides for 2 abortion measures, which I strongly oppose. I am deeply concerned that these measures would remove all pro-life protections at the federal and state level. Constituents in my home state of Oklahoma overwhelmingly support these protections, and as a former state legislator myself, I find this approach to be unacceptable. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to reject the combined rule. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to talk about another important piece of this embodied in the rule, and it's related to the question of alerts and the Active Shooter Alert Act. It's no secret our country is plagued by gun violence. This year alone, the Gun Violence Archive counted at least 323 mass shootings. It's hard to even process that. 323 mass shootings in the United States. We're just halfway through the year. On May 14th, 10 Black Americans were targeted in a racially motivated mass shooting at a local Tops grocery store 60 minutes from my home in Buffalo, New York. 10 days later, the deadliest shooting since Sandy Hook took place in Uvalde, Texas, where 19 kids and 2 teachers were gunned down at Robb Elementary School. And just a week ago, on July 4th in Highland Park, Illinois, 7 people at a 4th of July parade were killed by a gunman during a mass shooting incident. Hard to imagine. So many of us were at parades and activities just like that in our hometowns. 7 people dead. I've made my position, others have made their position very clear on gun reform, that meaningful common sense reform is an absolute necessity, and I'm committed to fighting for the change that will provide real change and save real lives, big changes. But in the meantime, I think this demonstrates our willingness to find common ground on solutions. And again, the Active Shooter Alert Act is bipartisan. It's something we should all be able to get behind. I'm voting yes, and I now reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would advise my friend I'm prepared to close if he is.
Sir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by thanking my friend for the time and, frankly, for a thoughtful and wide-ranging debate. It's not a surprise that a rule that covers 5 very different pieces of legislation would provoke that kind of discussion. I want to begin in the areas we agree. There's actually 3 areas in this bill that I will be voting for. Most importantly, quite frankly, is the National Defense Authorization Act. There's going to be some opposition to that. It was a give-and-take bill, but I remind my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that it actually came out of committee on a 57-to-1 vote. 57-to-1. That says a lot of wonderful things about the leadership of Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers on that committee and its ability, after considering over 600 or 700 amendments itself, to find common ground and move forward. And for my colleagues that vote no, that's fine. Again, there's always something in a bill this size you can find to disagree with, but I will remind my friends on my side of the aisle that every single Republican in the committee voted for the bill. So I think it's going to pass and pass quite easily. I also want to associate myself with my friend's support of the toxic burn pit bill. It's a bill that I have some serious problems with in the manner in which it was funded and some of the procedures by which it moved. But it's a much better bill than we've seen before. It's a step in the right direction. And there's no question my friend is correct when he talks about our obligation as a Congress to look after men and women who've put their lives on the line for us, suffered egregious harm. So I hope we can do better in the future. I hope we can even revisit some of the financing measures here, but it's important that it get done and it pass, and I will look forward to working with my friend to do that. I agree with him on the shooter bill as well, or the Amber Alert bill as well, and I'll be supporting. There's some concerns on my side of the aisle about that, and I understand those concerns, but again, I think this is a common sense measure. On the area that I will not be able to join my friend on does deal with the fundamental protection of human life and the effort of this body to pass legislation that it knows will go nowhere in the Senate simply to make a point. We ought to be working to find common ground, not to dig down the divisions that we have even more deeply. So I will oppose the rule, partly because I've opposed some of the measures in the rule, also because I certainly would like the previous question to be considered. I thought my friend, both of my friends from North and South Dakota, made some excellent points on the need to codify the number 9, or at least have a discussion about that in this body. And obviously, if we defeat the previous question, we intend to do that. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Oklahoma yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by thanking the distinguished gentleman from Oklahoma. We have the great privilege of serving together on the Rules Committee. We spend many hours together, and I almost always find myself in agreement with him. He is thoughtful. He is dedicated to this institution, committed to the important principles of our democracy and the Constitution, and I consider a privilege to be able to serve with him and to learn from him, and appreciate his thoughtfulness in this debate as well. I also want to thank my colleagues for their words of support of the rule before us today. A vote in favor of the rule today, in my view, says volumes about what we value. Support for this rule shows we value our service members who put their lives on the line for this country each and every day. When they come home, we'll be here to take care of them. A yes vote shows we value our defense preparedness and ensures our nation is ready to face the very real and serious global challenges threatening our security. It also demonstrates a willingness to do the bare minimum to address gun violence by ensuring our communities can effectively be able to alert people when an active shooter is in the area. And last but certainly not least, a vote in favor tells women in this country that we value and respect them. We support their right to manage their own health care. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle can attempt to misdirect and confuse the issues at hand all they want, but the reality is we are presenting concrete proposals to address real issues facing our nation when it comes to national defense, and I appreciate the bipartisan support for that, the NDAA, gun reform, women's rights, support for veterans. I choose to be on the right side of history on these issues. I'm voting yes, and Madam Speaker, I urge a yes vote on the rule and the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker, on that I
The
would...
gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On that, I would request a recorded vote, the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. There is a 15-minute vote. Okay. Okay, for what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on the previous question.
From Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by the following three members, Mr. Brown of Maryland, Mr. Bowman of New York, and Ms. McCormick of Florida, they all vote yes on they'll vote yes on 1224.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buddy Carter from Georgia, I inform the House that Buddy Carter will vote nay on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bentz of Oregon, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote no on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Mrs. Wodlorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Wodlorski will vote nay on the previous question. Yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Steele will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Nakima Williams and Mr. Richie Torres pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Nakima Williams and Mr. Richie Torres will vote yea on the motion to move the previous question on HRES 1224.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As member designated by Ms. Vicky Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on the previous question.
Michigan seek recognition.
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on ordering the previous question. What'd I do?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on the previous question.
what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter and Mr. Castro, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Barragan, Cardenas, Spears, and Cahaley, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Bill Pascrell, and Mr. Brian Higgins, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on the previous question.
from Florida seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto of Florida, I inform the House that he will vote yay on ordering the previous question.
Congratulations on your statue. I'm so happy for you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, Ms. Mang, and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House Mr. Katko will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yay on ordering the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on the previous question.
If you're going too fast.
Okay, come on down with me.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, Mr. Liu of California, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. Doggett of Texas, Mr. Panetta of California, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, and Ms. Newman of Illinois. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Nakima Williams and Mr. Richie Torres pursuant to HRS 6538, Active Shooter Alert Act of 2022, S3373, Sergeant, First Class, Promise to Address Comprehensive Toxic National Defense Authorization Act, Fiscal 2023, HR 8296, Women's Health Protection Act of 2022, and HR 8297, Ensuring Access to Abortion Act of 2022. Vote recommendations. Vote yes. Yay.
On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 208. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
The yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The House will come to order. Okay. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is going to be a very busy week. There are over 600 amendments made in order to the defense bill. Clearly, if we do what we just did, and we do too often, take 3 times the time allotted to vote. This took about 47 minutes, 48 minutes to vote in the first vote. We will be here for a very, very long time. No one wants to shirk their duties, but they do want to do their duties on time. And so I want to make it clear to the House that I've asked the leadership, the Speaker's office, to join with me in assuring that 5-minute votes are 5-minute votes. My colleagues, invariably that announcement brings cheers. And invariably those cheering come after 10, 15, 20 minutes have elapsed on a 5-minute vote. Not all of us, but some of us, and many of us sometimes. In consideration of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle, some of you are going to be angry because you're going to miss a 5-minute vote. Now, for those of you who are casting proxies, I ask you to cast them immediately upon the vote opening. So that we can process the proxies at the desk. Ladies and gentlemen, yelling at one another doesn't help try to bring some self-respect to this institution. But each of us has to take the personal responsibility to do our job, which is to put our card in the voting machine, to put our proxies in, to move along. So I ask all of us to respect that, because I am going to try to the extent humanly possible, to end votes at 5 minutes. And some of you are going to be upset. You're going to walk in the aisle and you're going to have, I'd be glad to yield to my friend.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding, and I would like to speed this up, and with all due respect, not to yell at anything else, but if we did eliminate proxies, we could go to 2 minutes. Now, all due respect, the proxies were put in because of the pandemic. It was put in the pandemic. You no longer have that from any procedure here. The proxies will take longer than 5 minutes. If we want to be able to...
Ladies and gentlemen.
I thought the gentleman said yelling at one another doesn't help.
Well, I'm reclaiming my... Ladies and gentlemen, I just admonished some people. This is a serious issue of how the House operates and how your time is respected. We have proxies. We're going to keep proxies. We can debate that. But the fact of the matter is, as long as we have proxies, we're going to have to take consideration of proxies. but we don't have to simply waste time by people not showing up, proxy or not. That's my whole point, so that we can respect one another's time, respect the work of this institution, respect the work of our committees. So I would urge, and I will yield again to you, I would urge us to respect one another, respect our time, and respect the constraints of voting within a time frame, whether it's 15 minutes or 5 minutes. And I'll yield again to my friend.
Thank you, gentlemen. I thank him for yielding to, and I thank him for his comments. But if we look in the chamber right now, we have a large number of people here. Not one person wearing a mask. We can get this job to, all right, 3, 4. You can continue to wear your mask and you can vote in person. And I don't see how you're going to do a 5-minute vote with proxies. And I understand the lecturing you're giving to everybody, but on this side of the aisle, we'll be here, we will vote, and we would gladly like to do it the same way every other Congress has done in the history, to be here and do the job like we expect American people to do, and we would think the proxies were gone. I yield back.
Let me conclude, Madam Speaker, by urging everybody to stay on the floor. Because what we see happening many times is somebody votes, they're registered, and then when you go to the next vote, they're 10 minutes, 15 minutes late. That is not what we ought to be doing. So we're going to hew to the time limits as closely as humanly possible within the constraints of our clerks who are working very, very hard to accommodate us. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 1224, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 86, House Resolution 1224, resolution providing for consideration of the bills H.R. 7900 to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2023 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill Senate 3373 to improve the Iraq and Afghanistan Service Grant and Child of Fallen Heroes Grant, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8296 to protect a person's ability to determine whether to continue or end a pregnancy, and to protect a health care provider's ability to provide abortion services, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8297 to prohibit the interference under color of state law with the provision of interstate abortion services and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6538 to create an active shooter alert communications network and for other purposes, and for other purposes.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Soto of Florida, I inform the House that he will vote aye on HRES 1224.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, is the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina and vote. I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote aye on House Resolution 1224.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buddy Carter from Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Buddy Carter will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Mr. Brian Higgins, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1224.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House Mr. Taylor vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, Ms. Mang, and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1224.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8,
I inform the House that Congresswoman Steele will vote no on the resolution.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan, Mr. Liu, Ms. Moore, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Panetta, Mr. Cohen, and Ms. Newman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1224.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, for the following members, Mr. Brown of Maryland, Mr. Bowman of New York, Mr. McCormick of Florida, they vote yes.
Purpose is the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
By Congressmember Barragan, Congressmember Cardenas, Congressmember Spear, and Congressmember Cahaly, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1224.
Purpose is the gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter and Mr. Castro, I inform the House that these two members will vote yes on HRES 1224.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As member designated by Mrs. Vicky Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Nakima Williams and Mr. Richie Torres, pursuant to HRES 81, inform that they will both vote yes on HRES 1224.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bentz of Oregon, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that this member will vote yea on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hahn of Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1224.
17 and the nays are 204. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
That was a joke, but I am actually taking it. Where's your brother?
Mr. Cicilline? No, Mr. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1224, I call up H.R. 6538, the Active Shooter Alert Act of 2022, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 290, H.R. 6538, a bill to create an active shooter alert communications network and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill is amended as considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided, in control by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designee. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 6538.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 6538, the Active Shooter Alert Act, is bipartisan legislation that would improve the tools available to law enforcement as they respond to the disturbingly frequent threat of active shooters faced by our communities. Far too many of our cities have experienced the threat of an active shooter situation. Since we last voted on this very bill, only a few weeks ago, Highland Park became the most recent city to face the terror of a mass shooting, following Buffalo and Uvalde and so many others. In 2021, the FBI designated 61 situations as active shooter incidents, a more than 50% increase compared to 2020, and nearly double the number of such incidents just 4 years ago. These incidents require law enforcement to make challenging decisions about how best to keep the public safe, including when and how to inform the public as the situation unfolds. FEMA, the FCC, and wireless providers already have a system in place to send time-sensitive, location-targeted alerts for weather emergencies, Amber Alerts for child abduction cases, and other public safety emergencies. This bill simply enables law enforcement to use this system for active shooter alerts, giving them an additional tool to save lives. It is bipartisan legislation and should be completely uncontroversial. Indeed, our colleagues overwhelmingly supported this legislation when we last voted on it, but the opposition of a few members prevented it from garnering the 2/3 support it needed to pass under suspension of the rules. Those members in opposition have made absurd claims about the bill, instead of examining what it actually does, but we won't take the bait. Instead, we are listening to our law enforcement and first responders who have called for this legislation. Today, we are taking action to save lives when tragedy strikes. We will continue to do much more to actually prevent these tragedies, but the least we can do is to improve the tools we give law enforcement to respond to a crisis. That is what this bill does. H.R. 6538, the Active Shooter Alert Act, directs the Attorney General to appoint a coordinator to work with federal, state, local, and tribal governments to better use our existing emergency alert system for active shooter situations. It directs the coordinator to establish an advisory panel comprised of law enforcement officers who have responded to active shooter incidents, along with other public safety and emergency response experts. The coordinator is also directed to establish best practices for using emergency alerts for active shooter incidents, to promote the adoption of those best practices, and to report to Congress on the effectiveness of these alerts. This bipartisan legislation is endorsed by a broad range of federal, state, and local law enforcement organizations. I thank Congressman Cicilline for his work in developing this important legislation. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting it once again, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, we debated this exact bill 3 weeks ago, and it failed with bipartisan opposition. That's right, even Democrats voted against it. The Active Shooter Alert Act is an unnecessary gimmick to cede more authority to the already highly politicized Biden Department of Justice. States already utilize emergency alert systems to warn the public about natural and human-made disasters, extreme weather events, active shooter situations, and other emergencies. Federal, state, and local officials already use the Integrated Public Alert Warning System, IPAWS, to send emergency alerts to mobile devices and to alert media platforms. According to a 2020 report from the Government Accountability Office, every state has at least one alerting authority, and there were more than 1,400 alerting authorities across the country. If the states are already using an alerting system to notify the public about threats, what is this bill really doing? This bill is creating a new federal job at the Biden Justice Department to encourage state and local governments to issue public alerts anytime a firearm is used anywhere. Don't take my word for it. During the markup, Congressman Jones said this bill would be most effective at reminding us that the threat of gun violence exists all around us, but it does little to actually protect us from it. That's right, this bill is about Democrat fear-mongering that guns are an ever-present threat and we cannot be safe until big government rounds up every last one of them. In fact, Congressman Jones went further, called on the committee to consider another bill that would ban assault weapons. Chairman Nadler followed by voicing his support. No wonder the Democrats want to push forward a bill that will create a reminder about this violence, gun threat violence around us. They want to create a culture of fear so they can achieve their ultimate goal. If they really wanted to improve emergency alerts for active shooters, we would be moving a bill to improve the system that's already in place that are sent to mobile devices. In a recent report, GAO stated that the local alerting officials had expressed concerns about the inability to target WEA alerts and with accuracy, which made local officials reluctant to use the system at all. For example, GAO found that in one alerting authority sent an alert to a specific geographic area to warn the recipients about a suspicious package, but the alert was received by people located 4 miles outside of the intended target area. Another concern is that these alerts are one-way communication systems, so alerting officials have no way of knowing if the messages are actually received by the public. GAO has also found that another local alerting authority sent an evacuation order through an alert, but didn't know whether the intended recipients actually even received that notice. Utilizing these alerts for active shooter incidences could have tragic consequences. This is yet another reason this legislation should not have been rushed to the floor without going through a regular committee order. We could have had hearings, we could have received expert testimony, we could have been able to fully vet this initiative. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, a member of the Judiciary Committee, the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this bill that I introduced with my colleague from Michigan, Mr. Upton, the Bipartisan Active Shooter Alert Act, and we introduced it along with 14 Democrats and 14 Republicans, fully bipartisan. This bill is a common-sense piece of public safety legislation that police have asked for over and over and over again, and we are past due in delivering to them. And it's so clear that they need it. Between 2000 and 2020, there were close to 400 active shooter events, with 40 active shooter incidents in 2020 alone. Last year, we saw 61 active shooter events. We see what this looks like in our communities. This past April, a shooter gunned down 10 people in New York City subway and then was on the run for 29 hours. On July 4th, another shooter gunned down parade goers in Highland Park, Illinois, and evaded arrest for 8 hours. And those are just two examples of most recent ones. This doesn't even include the shooters that were at large for hours and hours in Midland and Odessa in 2019, in the Atlanta, Georgia area in 2021, in Kalamazoo, Michigan in 2016, and in too many other life and death situations for our communities. Active shooter emergencies have become so common that we barely even register them anymore. We've become numb to them and starting to view them as statistics. We cannot let this become normal. And law enforcement can't and won't get used to these horrific incidents because police are the ones who have to respond to every single shooting. And we left them to turn to platforms like Twitter and Facebook to let the public know there's a shooter out there. And that's why law enforcement organizations from all across the country are asking for this bill. Enough is enough. We want to talk about supporting our law enforcement? Give them what they ask for. Stop acting like you're experts about responding to active shooting. They are. They risk their lives every day doing it. This bill creates and makes available to local law enforcement an Amber Alert-like program for active shooter events. It will provide departments with cutting-edge technology to send notifications to our smartphones and to let communities know if there's an active shooter in a certain area. In addition to this system, the bill calls for the development of best practices so that departments know how to send alerts in the most effective and safest way possible. But we already have this type of alert infrastructure available at the federal level. Let's maximize its potential to save lives and give officers the tools they need to keep their communities safe. Developing this kind of technology and infrastructure and identifying best practices would be a massive undertaking for many local departments and for some communities. And they simply don't have the resources to do it on their own. And nothing, let me repeat, nothing in this bill is mandatory for law enforcement agencies to adopt. So if a local department determines that this program isn't a good fit for their community, they simply don't have to use it. But for the officers out there who do want it, let's deliver it to them. We have to give law enforcement every tool they need to neutralize these threats and keep our communities safe. This bill helps do that in a simple, effective way. It's not complicated. It simply adds a tool to the tool belt of law enforcement all across the country, regardless of their size or location, to be used voluntarily. When there's an active shooter situation, law enforcement does all they can to keep people in the surrounding area safe. They organize to search for shooters posing the threat. They shut down streets and buildings and provide first response to victims. They go door to door to either evacuate or tell people to shelter in place. But that takes time, time that could cost lives. In these stressful life or death situations, law enforcement are too often relying on social media to warn people so that no one accidentally walks into the line of fire or a crime scene. Law enforcement deserves better than Twitter to communicate with the community they serve. And I'm proud this bill has earned the endorsement of law enforcement agencies all across the country. The Fraternal Order of Police, the National Police Foundation, the National Sheriff's Association, the Major City Chiefs Association, the National Association of Police Officers, and the National Association of District Attorneys, just to name a few. There's been resounding bipartisan support. I want to thank all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who have supported this common sense measure. I want to thank again my friend and colleague, Mr. Upton, for working on this bill, and encourage all of you to give law enforcement the tools they need to keep themselves and communities safe. Do not listen to these nonsense about trying to take people's guns or give the Biden Justice Department more. It has nothing to do with that. It's about alerting people when there's a dangerous active shooting happening in their community so we can save people's lives. Plain and simple. I thank the chairman for his leadership, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just add that the gentleman said it has nothing to do with the Biden Justice Department. Well, it certainly does. It gives $2 million to the Biden Justice Department to create a program that states can already do. The same Biden Justice Department that's most the political Justice Department we have ever seen. I yield 3 minutes to my friend and colleague from the great state of Florida, Mr. Gates.
Gentleman's recognized.
Maybe someone should have sent an active shooter alert to the police in Uvalde. Oh, wait, they had the alert. They were in a school building with an active shooter and didn't take action. You know, America is at her best when she encourages her citizens to have safe, responsible gun ownership. But under Democrats, instead, we have a government that instead wants to stigmatize and scare people about guns. Imagine you're at a concert with 5,000 people and everyone gets an alert on their phone, active shooter, because 6 blocks away there was a gunfire that went off, maybe an accident, maybe a tragedy. Would that make the circumstance safer? Of course not. It would lead to stampede, tragedy, hysteria, mistake, perhaps even more death. This bill is like yelling fire in a movie theater, except the fire is in another movie theater across the street. The bill makes no mention of distance requirements. We'll be notified of any active shootings within a mile, 5 miles, 10 miles. What is an active shooter? A drive-by in an inner city? A spousal murder in the suburbs? If you live in or near Democrat-run cities, it sounds like your phone will likely be buzzing off the hook. Some of our cities have shootings every day where multiple people are injured, and often this happens in the jurisdictions with the most intense and liberty-depriving gun control. The bill states that an active shooter is defined as an individual, quote, determined to pose an active, imminent threat to the people in a populated area. That sounds like a sizable amount of the people walking around the south side of Chicago every day. Who's making this determination? Is it in a millisecond? By the time the alerts go out, it may be far too late to do any good. This bill is useless and foolish. Working on police response times is, of course, a worthy goal for the states where the Constitution resides the police power. But alerting thousands of people to what may or may not have happened 30 minutes ago or 30 blocks away is, in fact, dangerous. And so one has to ask, what is the true purpose of this bill? Why do the Democrats want to use the power of government to bombard your cell phone with active shooter alerts 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? It's because they want you to be afraid of the Second Amendment. It's because they want you to be afraid of responsible gun ownership, and they hope that if they program you and bombard you long enough, that you'll hate your own Second Amendment rights, or that you may tattle on your neighbor who is lawfully and rightfully exercising theirs. The American people should not fall for this. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The chair will now receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has agreed to S. Conrads 42, a concurrent resolution authorizing the use of the rotunda of the Capitol on Thursday, July 14, 2022, for the lying in honor of the remains of Herschel Woodrow Woody Williams, the last surviving Medal of Honor recipient for acts performed during World War II, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me say that if there are theater across the street were on fire, I'd like to know about it. The fire spread. I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Let me thank the chair very much, and let me acknowledge both my good friend, Mr. Cicilline, and my good friend, Mr. Upton, for their thoughtfulness. Let me provide a response and relief to my good friend from Florida. First of all, I champion the heroes that run into burning buildings, law enforcement that save persons who are under attack, the outstanding heroes of natural disasters and man-made disasters. They are valuable. But I do want to answer the question that we have seen, i.e. Uvalde, a lot of good guys with guns and nothing happened. And so this active shooter legislation is common sense. Let me dispel your fears. There is modern day technology that experts run by FEMA under the DOJ will in fact be able in this active shooter legislation pinpoint where the active shooter may be. I have here a list of shootings that have gone on in Uvalde and Buffalo and Boulder, Colorado, and Atlanta, and Dayton and El Paso, Virginia Beach, the 2 Island Oaks, Pittsburgh, Parkland, Sutherland, Las Vegas, Orlando, and Oregon, and Rosenberg, and Oak Creek. I can assure you that the active shooter legislation would have been effective. Individuals had gotten the guns legally, allegedly, but no one gave to those people that a shooting was going on. In recent weeks and months and years, we have mourned the loss of life resulting from an ever-increasing number of active shooters. Communities in every corner of this country are suffering For instance, 8 people were killed roughly 30 miles apart in 3 spars. No active shooter alert. And if that had been so, someone could have been prepared that an active shooter that had a propensity to go into spars was killing people. And he ran around creating havoc. We know what happened in Uvalde, Texas. No notice that there was havoc going on in Robb Elementary School. Tell that to the parents. Highland Park, Illinois, a 4th of July parade. Abruptly, as the shooting came, if we had had that, there might have been relief. So please realize that we're here trying to save lives. And in saving lives, yes, we want a ban on the assault weapons, but we would hope that you would join us on a bipartisan bill that would simply notify people what is happening, not deny them their due process rights. H.R. 6538 is an important bill that would authorize the Department of Justice to coordinate an active shooter alert network. We'll be listening to law enforcement and those with technology to ensure that the system works. Amber Alerts for those of us in disaster territory and storm territory works. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank him so very much. I will not leave the floor without trying my best to give the names of Uvalde, McKerna, Lila, Miranda, Nevaeh, Jose, Xavier, Tess, Rogelio, Alicia, Elihana, Annabelle, Uzziah, Jace, Mate, Jayla, Irma, Eva, Amari, Alexandra, and Aletha, and those of this great community of Buffalo, Roberta, Margus, Andre, Aaron, Geraldine, Celestine, Haywood, Catherine, Pearl, and Ruth. These are people who've died, and Highland will have their list of names added to this. Support the Amber Alert that makes the difference in an active shooter so that even though there are good guys out there, you can tell the people to save their lives for the little 2-year-old that we'll hear about soon. I yield back. Support the legislation.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman and friend from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Ohio. I want to associate myself with the remarks of my friend from Florida, Mr. Gates, just a few minutes ago, with respect to his position about what this bill will do in terms of fear and its purpose of creating fear among the people. That's the reality. That's what we're dealing with. Texas has an alert system. States have an alert system. That's where this properly resides. That's where the police power resides, is in the states. In fact, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee even acknowledged this reality that, well, okay, states have this, but here's a federal program we're going to create with $2 million. You can use it if you want. This is another example of Washington creating another department, another position, spending more money that we don't have in order to have a policy objective of continuing to advance fear among the American people. Remember the COVID alerts? How many alerts do we need on our phone to create fear in the minds of the American people? Right? Allow the states to make a decision about when there's something that is meritorious, whether it's a tornado alert, whether it's an Amber Alert, but allow the local jurisdictions to make that decision, not bureaucrats in Washington. That's the reality, but I think it would probably be a more advantageous use of our time to develop a congressional stupidity alert system or a congressional harm alert system. I mean, we do it every single day. That's what this body is actually engaged in on a regular basis, harming the American people through either non-action or action. As we speak, maybe we should have an alert about the inflation running rampant around this country because of the rampant spending, as evidenced by this very bill with another $2 million for a position in the Department of Justice. Maybe we need an alert system for the literal stream of people coming across the border in Eagle Pass right now, and fentanyl pouring across into our communities, endangering the American people, empowering cartels at our peril. Maybe perhaps we need an alert system for more COVID mandates, more mask mandates, more shutdowns in our schools where our children get harmed and where they have mental health issues because of what this body does. Maybe we need an alert system for the wokeism and the vax mandates at the Department of Defense that is damaging our ability to recruit. Just now on the floor this week, we're going to be taking up the National Defense Authorization Act. We can't even attain 40% recruiting standards right now in our United States Army because of wokeism and because of vaccine mandates driving our personnel away from the Department of Defense. Maybe we need an alert system for the American people to know what's happening at the Department of Defense. Maybe we need an alert on our failures to vote, our proxy voting in this very body, and our virtual voting from boats for some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We could have so many alert systems, we could be actually educating the American people on what they're getting here in this august body, the People's House. That would be a more valuable alert system than carrying out the function of the state and local police power that is inherent in our Constitution, which this body tramples upon on a regular and daily basis. And with that, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, one of the sponsors of the bill, the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton.
And is recognized.
You know, this morning I saw the news that the North Carolina Little League State Championship was canceled. That's right. Why? An active shooter. Saw the frantic video of a mom holding her handheld video of what was going on. Frankly, it reminded me of the congressional baseball practice in Alexandria a few years ago when our Republican whip, Steve Scalise, was seriously injured and frankly lucky to still be alive. My son played on that field, walking distance from my home, and some of my staff actually walked by that morning not having a clue what was going on. This bill would change that. It would provide some resources, not an arm or a leg, but maybe what it takes for a traffic safety study to provide an alert system across the country on your cell phone when an active shooter might be close by. It would work like an Amber Alert system, just like I received when I landed at O'Hare yesterday coming back to Washington. My phone went off, as others did on my flight when it landed, looking for what may have been a child predator. A few years ago, 6 folks were shot and killed in Kalamazoo, my district, next to the campus of Western Michigan University, a campus of some 20,000 students, about midnight. No alert system was sent, and I believe that this legislation, had it been in place then, may have saved some of those folks that were killed that night. In the 90s, 2 brave Capitol Hill police officers were shot and killed just down the stairs from this chamber as they tried to kill our Republican whip, Tom DeLay. Then us, members of Congress, we had no such alert system. Today we do. In fact, just this morning, we each received 2 notices of police activity on Capitol Hill, just as we did a couple weeks ago on the day that we had this legislation up, when Independence Avenue was closed because of a suspicious package outside the door of the Cannon Building. A week ago, on the 4th of July, the nation watched in horror the mass shooting in Highland Park. From media reports, the initial sounds were thought to be fireworks. Wouldn't it have been nice to have had a system that would have alerted the entire parade route to take cover, and maybe some of those folks that were killed or wounded wouldn't have happened? Breaks our hearts. Tragically, there's going to be more days like that, probably today. Can't we take a small, bipartisan, common-sense measure to save a life or two? Yes, I believe in thoughts and prayers. I do. I also believe in taking constructive steps to protect our communities. Every single law enforcement agency supports this. It's way past time to do something. Sadly, I know that the gun owners of America oppose this, but
30 seconds.
Thank you. Sadly, I know that the gun owners of America opposes this bill, but it does nothing to threaten the legal use of any gun. It only protects humans that, in fact, may be the target. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky and the co-chair of the Second Amendment Caucus, Thomas Massey.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. Before I talk about the substance of this bill, or the lack thereof, I'd like to put it in the context of the other dozen or so unserious, unconstitutional, unnecessary, and unsafe responses to gun shootings in this country that the Democrats have offered and passed in this chamber. What have they done? Well, they passed a law to ban magazines with a capacity of more than 15 rounds, and the chairman of the Rules Committee claimed that this would stop shootings like the one at Virginia Tech. What he failed to mention is the shooter at Virginia Tech never used a magazine that had more than 15 rounds. That's an example of an unserious solution that's come from this body. What else have they done? They've changed the definition of a gun dealer. so that any law-abiding individual who sells a firearm to anybody and makes a profit of it now might be a gun dealer and therefore prosecutable in a federal crime. What else have they done that's unserious or unconstitutional? Well, they've passed a law to ban gun trafficking. The problem is that's already illegal. But who did they sweep up in this dragnet, in this new law? Well, they swept up domestic violence victims who might ask a neighbor for a firearm. Now they can be prosecuted. Not the neighbor who gives, not the Good Samaritan, not just the Good Samaritan, but also the domestic violence victim can be prosecuted as a gun trafficker under a bill that they passed here. Recognizing this flaw, I offered an amendment to fix it in the Judiciary Committee. Every Democrat but one of them had a little bit of common sense, voted against that amendment to fix their own bill. What else have they done? Well, they passed a bill that I'm going to call unconstitutional on arrival. It's already been ruled unconstitutional if you read the D.C. versus Heller decision. The Supreme Court justices said, you can't force Mr. Dick Heller to keep his gun unloaded and disassembled in his house because that violates the Second Amendment. But that's exactly what one of their laws that came through this chamber in just the past couple months does. It's called the so-called Safe Storage Act. It's already unconstitutional. But who likes this bill more than anybody? Home invaders. Oh my gosh, wouldn't it be great to know that by federal law, everybody who's got a firearm now has to have it locked up and unattainable, inaccessible in the amount of time that would take to respond to a home invader. What else have they done? A red flag bill that deprives citizens of their due process and endangers police officers. Police officers who are going to be required to respond in pre-dawn raids of people who haven't had due process, never had their day in court, haven't even reached a level of evidence that's sufficient. The red flag bill is bad. What else have they done? They passed a bill to deprive 18, 19, and 20-year-olds from purchasing semi-automatic rifles and semi-automatic shotguns. Now, they're already deprived of their constitutional right to buy a handgun, but now we're just going to sweep in all of these things. But are they going to then raise the draft age to 21? Now that we're saying, Uncle Sam will give you a gun, Uncle Sam can conscript you to the military, send you overseas to fight for a constitution that doesn't even protect you or your wife who is at home taking care of the kids if you're 18, 19, or 20 years old. They don't care. They don't care. This one is also unconstitutional on arrival. The Ninth Circuit, one of the most liberal circuits in the country, has already ruled that. And why is this so disturbing? We heard earlier today from one of my colleagues in this debate that she wants to ban assault weapons. Well, the House Democrat Twitter account tweeted that all semi-automatic rifles are weapons of war. Really? There are a lot of people in Kentucky who own Remington 750 deer rifles who are going to be shocked to find out that they purchased a weapon of war. If you saw one of these, I think you would all agree this is not a weapon of war, but it's an alarm to every American who's out there watching this debate that they are coming after your guns. Now let's get to the substance of this bill, or the lack thereof. Why are we here debating this bill? This is the second time we voted on it, the second time we debated it. Why are we here again? Because they tried to suspend the rules of this body and get it through without following the rules of this House. And they failed. So that's why we're here again, to give it the debate it deserves. So the bill is called the Active Shooter Alert Act of 2022. In the Democrat cities where they've defunded the police, I think you should call it the You're on Your Own Act of 2022. Yeah, that's right. We're going to tell you.
Has expired.
Yield the gentleman additional minute.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
They're going to tell you you're on your own. But can you turn this thing off in Chicago? How will you get any sleep? Because you got a shooting literally every night in Chicago. If they were serious about stopping crime or helping individuals, this would be called the Active Violence Alert Act. What about violence committed with the car? Violence committed with the knife? No concern for that, because the true purpose of this bill passing here today is to scare people.
is to scare people on their phones. They can't get away from their phones. It's going to be popping up saying, be afraid, somebody's got a gun. And they are going to try and condition the American public to ask to repeal the Second Amendment, either explicitly or implicitly here in this chamber. And I urge opposition to this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Well done. We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman
done,
from New
Thomas.
York is
Well done.
recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
Madam Speaker, we're hearing a lot of arguments today. My colleague on the other side talked about America at its best. Let me tell you about America at its best. Last Monday on July 4th in Highland Park, Illinois, thousands of people gathered together. Families, parents, grandparents, and children lined the road for a parade. Many of them came there year after year, generation after generation, to celebrate the birth of our country, the values of our founders, and the belief that this is a nation for us all. I saw America at its best. And at 10:14 on July 4th last week, a shooter who had climbed a roof with an AR-15 fired 83 bullets in less than a minute, killing 7 people and wounding dozens of others. Thousands of people fled that parade, the best America has to offer. Not knowing where to go, not knowing what to do. They heard there was a shooter. Was it one? Was it two? Could have been many. Should they go home or should they go somewhere else? Nobody knew. Imagine if on their phones they'd been told an active shooter at the corner of 2nd and Central. Imagine if on their phones they'd been told, go and seek safety in your home. For 8 hours, people watched, people talked, rumors swirled. And an entire community of 30,000 people was left to grieve and to fear. That's what this bill is about. That's why we're here. We're here to give the people of Highland Park, or of the many communities around our country that have experienced an active shooter or will experience an active shooter, a little bit of security. According to the FBI last year, there were 61 active shooting incidents in the country. That was last year alone, and double the year before. We are seeing more violence in our country. We have to do something about this violence. I know the people who are arguing against this bill aren't willing to do that. They're not willing to stand up and defend our communities, to keep our children safe from this kind of violence. They're not even willing to give our communities the information they need to seek safety on their own. We have to take action to stop these killings in our communities. But that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about getting people the critical, potentially life-saving information in a quick and efficient way in the event of a shooter.
It has expired.
That's what this bill is about. That's why I'm asking people to vote for it. I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
So if others have said, and this is the language that struck me when this matter was in committee, before it failed under suspension of the rules here, for good reason, this paragraph struck me. According to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, quote, imminent threat alerts include natural or human-made disasters, extreme weather, active shooters, and other threatening emergencies that are current or emerging. So the existing IPAWS system explicitly covers this issue, which again takes you back to then what this debate has materialized as. The soon-retired gentleman from Michigan on the Republican side recited an event in North Carolina where Little League teams withdrew from a tournament because they heard shots. The police in Wilson say that they had no evidence that there was an active shooter involved. So that incident had nothing to do with what we're talking about today. And yet the gentleman from Michigan offered it in support of this bill. The gentleman from Illinois, or the gentleman who just spoke about the Highland Park shooting in Illinois, by the way, according to the wisdom of the majority and some Republican senators, we passed support for red flag laws. Well, Illinois has a red flag law. That person had been implicated in all circumstances that a red flag law ought to respond to. It didn't work. We've been doing gun control since 1968. Are you satisfied with the trajectory? Does it salve your conscience to speak in a loud voice about how outraged you are and do something else that has no capacity to solve the problem because you refuse to grapple with the problem? I've said that all along. I'm going to continue to say it. It is not the prevalence of guns. Because, it's but for causation, ladies and gentlemen. We've always had guns in ample supply across this country. Always. But until the 60s, you never heard of a mass shooting. And they've increased at a rapid rate in recent years. So it's not the guns that has changed. Let's look at what may have changed. We've changed the culture. Could that be it? Could that be the reason that some reckless idiot in an automobile leaving the area of that Little League tournament was engaged in gunplay, firing off a weapon? That never would have happened at an earlier time in this country. The same political forces that tried to change the culture and succeeded is the side that wants to eliminate gun rights as the answer to a problem they've created.
The gentleman has expired.
Additional minute.
So we see it over and over and over again. Accountability would require you to point to the success of your actions. You've engaged in, Mr. Massey detailed them, bill after bill after bill after bill, slowly eroding people's gun rights away. And yet the problems that you have caused get worse every year. They get worse every year in the cities that you control. Let's grapple with the problem and let's stop the alarmism and the stigmatizing and the fear-mongering that you believe to substitute for policy. It does not. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Mr. Green is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank Mr. Nedler and all of the hands that have made this moment possible. Madam Speaker, I have been here in this House when we have given our thoughts and prayers to many persons who have died, many as a result of an active shooter circumstance. Thoughts and prayers are important. My grandfather was a preacher. He talked about thoughts and prayers, but he also talked about doing God's work. Thoughts and prayers are important, but thoughts and prayers are not enough. Thoughts and prayers, unfortunately, are not saving lives when we can make the difference. Here on earth, God's work must truly be our own. These are the words of John F. Kennedy. Thoughts and prayers are not enough. And there seems to be an argument today that we can give too much notice. Too much notice. We already have a system that can do this. Too much notice. Ask the people who lost lives, the loved ones of those who lost lives in Atlanta, Georgia, in the Atlanta, Georgia area. Ask those loved ones if there was too much notice. I went there. I saw them. I saw the hurt and the pain. I saw them pleading for additional help. Thoughts and prayers are not enough. and you can't give too much notice. Too much notice? Well, this shooter in Atlanta went to 3 different spas over a 3-hour period. 3 different spas. I do believe this is an active shooter. Killed 8 people. 8 people, 3 different spas over a 3-hour period. This is an active shooter. Didn't have too much notice. I believe that we have a duty, responsibility, and an obligation to do all that we can. When you can't do enough, you still have a responsibility to do all that we can. This is an opportunity for us to do more to save lives. And for edification purposes, since 1968, more individuals in the United States have died from gun violence than in battles during all the wars the country has fought since its inception. Since 1968, more individuals in the United States have died from gun violence than in battle during all the wars since the country's inception.
And has expired.
Too much is not enough. Too much notice is not enough, and we don't have enough. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Goldman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Back in high school, when I was a senior, pregame warm-up at Carthage, I had my hands under the center, about to take a snap, throw a pass. The manager had my helmet. I'm looking at the split end, and the manager yelled, "Louis!" And I looked up in time to have my nose splattered all over my face. That's what this warning will be. It's not going to stop violence. It's just going to say, look, we've got more violence. And let's talk about what it really is. The truth is, these cities with the most violence in America, where there's already 1,400 warning systems that will already take care of this, but apparently we need more help in the big cities controlled by Democrats. We're not going to lower their crime rate. I've spent much of my adult life in courtrooms dealing with crime. I'm familiar with what causes it, what happens. My heart has gone out repeatedly to victims. But you got to reduce crime. How can we do that? We have brought up repeatedly in committee over the years, 17 and a half years I've been here. Look, let's go to the heart of what's causing the crime. And I saw a recent report, fatherlessness definitely is affecting the crime. It definitely is affecting the violence. It's increasing the violence. We've always had guns, but we haven't had mass shootings like this, mass killings. The culture has changed. And then we see this administration is going to help deal with problems around the world by giving grants to groups that will promote atheism and humanism, as if we're not doing enough damage. Because as Adam said, this Constitution was meant for a moral and religious people. It's wholly inadequate for the governing of any other. If we want to deal with shooters, don't take away guns from law-abiding people. Look where the mass shootings are. They like to go where there's nobody law-abiding that has a gun. And then what about the border? The border has drugs pouring across, drugs that have added tens of billions a year to the drug cartels that engage in violence and are now located in cities all over America. So I would just submit, this is going to be, if it's passed and the Democrats have the majority, they've got the White House, they've got the Senate. If it passes, it's going to be in the big cities. They're not going to reduce their crime. So I would suggest they're going to be going 24/7. At least get some nice music on there so that maybe that will be soothing. Maybe some good Paul Williams songs, because it's not going to stop crime. Maybe some good music.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Mays.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In South Carolina, unfortunately, we are no stranger to mass shootings. 7 years ago in June, we had 9 black church members at Mother Emanuel who were murdered in cold blood by a single killer. In April 26th of this year, right adjacent to a Little League baseball game in the evening in a parking lot, over 30 shots were fired. And the video, the harrowing video of seeing young kids literally crawling off the baseball field in tears, parents frightened and scared to death about their children, where this shooting had taken place just next door. On Memorial Day of this year, in Charleston, there were 13 people shot that evening, including 3 law enforcement officers. And to say nothing of the hundreds of mass shootings that we have seen so far this year, including over 24 in our schools and Uvalde. More recently, Highland Park. And I will mention that my father's last duty station in the military as a U.S. Army general was at Fort Sheridan, Illinois. I spent a year of my life in Highland Park, going to Highland Park Middle School, and I'm very familiar with that community and am heartbroken by what they have been through the last few weeks. But accordingly, and every weekend in Chicago, there is mass shootings every single weekend. And the beauty of H.R. 6538 is that I agree with both sides of the aisle and what they're saying today. As someone who owns 7 firearms, a rifle, 2 shotguns, and 4 pistols, I support law-abiding citizens' right to own firearms included in the Second Amendment. And this bill, the beauty of this bill is it's not requiring or demanding or mandating anything. It's not taking away anyone's Second Amendment rights. And when I have spoken to law enforcement across not just the 1st Congressional District, but across the entire state of South Carolina, when I speak to sheriffs, when I speak to police chiefs, when I realize and understand that there is a patchwork of technology out there that some are aware of, some are not, and what this bill does. So, for example, in one county in my state, we have something called Code Red, where residents can opt in. Another county has nothing. Another municipality or locality can do a reverse 911. But there's nothing consistent, and the beauty of this bill is it doesn't infringe on anyone's Second Amendment rights. It does do a study by the Comptroller General under Section 5 to understand what states are and aren't doing and what some of the best practices are. In the Section 4, when we have the advisory panel that's created, their job, and these are law enforcement officers, these are everyday first responders, people who are in the thick of it every single day facing these mass shootings, putting together best practices so that the coordinator, as defined in Section 3, can provide this information, encourage states and localities and municipalities what the best practices are, and help provide that information to them and to the tools that they need. So the next time, it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when the next mass shooting is, they can, if they want, if they choose to, voluntarily alert those in their communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, we're prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the gentleman yielding time to me. I oppose H.R. 6538. You know, frankly, this bill is unnecessary. Nothing prevents a state today from creating an alert system for active shooter incidents. Every state has the capacity to implement a warning system if they choose to. In fact, in 2020, the GAO said there are more than 1,400 systems already in place throughout the country to make this available. We passed here just 4 or 5 years ago the Ashland Mike Amber Alert in Indian Country bill. And that cleared up a lot of holes throughout the country on these emergency alert systems. And so this really is duplicitous and is, quite frankly, not necessary. Contrary to the belief of many members of this body, the solution to every issue is not a federal program. We should allow states who have the ability to create systems for providing emergency notifications for their citizens in a manner that is best for them. And what this does is by putting a coordinator, a federal coordinator over there, it actually lays in place the infrastructure for a soon-to-be mandated system that the states will have to fund, but it'll be mandated by the federal government. That's my prognostication here, because that's what always happens. DOJ can already issue best practices and guidance related to public safety alerts. So what is this? This is a bill designed to feel good. This is a visceral bill, an emotional bill. This is not a bill designed to make us safer, make Americans safer. We already have those mechanisms and means in place. We've spent a lot of time going over bills introduced by my colleagues across the aisle regarding gun violence. Very few of them are going to have anything, provide any kind of help and assistance. There are bills that we've introduced that will not get a hearing, that I believe will actually provide help and safety for American people. This bill, however, by creating this federal alert system, and it's not a federal alert system, but it will evolve into that, is to remind us always that gun violence exists all around us, and it is to basically prejudice people against lawful gun owners. And one of the best things you can have, regardless of what my colleagues across the aisle say, is a trained, good guy with a gun. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. He's prepared to close.
We're waiting on one more. Well, let me say this, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume while we're waiting for. We have one more speaker who would like to weigh in. As has been said, this bill is redundant. States can already do it if they so choose. This bill is part of a series of legislation that the Democrats have passed that attack law-abiding citizens' Second Amendment liberties. We know what happened a few weeks ago with the red flag law that was passed by this body. Someone doesn't like you, they go to law enforcement or they go to a judge, there's a hearing, you're not allowed to be at the hearing, you're not allowed to have your lawyer at the hearing, you're not allowed to confront your accuser, you haven't been charged with the crime, but they can take your gun, take your property, take away your Second Amendment right, and then you have to go petition the court to get it back. This bill gives $2 million to the Department of Justice. I mean, I'm at the point, giving more money to that, the Justice Department, the most politicized Justice Department I've ever seen, the same Justice Department where over a dozen whistleblowers have come to our office talking about concerns they have with investigations that FBI and the Justice Department is doing, the same Justice Department that treated parents as domestic terrorists for simply showing up at school board meetings, voicing concerns about the curriculum being taught to their children. That Justice Department were given more money to do this program. Same Justice Department that, sad to say, has joined the effort by the left to intimidate the court, our highest court in the land. We're giving money to that Justice Department. And make no mistake, this Justice Department has done that. By their failure to enforce the statute to protect our Supreme Court justices when people are protesting at their home trying to impact and intimidate the court, this Justice Department refused to follow the statute, to deal with the statute that is exactly on point. We're giving money to that Justice Department. So for all those reasons, we have real concerns with this legislation, and I would urge opposition to the bill. And with that, we would yield back the balance of our time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, there is a reason that this bipartisan legislation is endorsed by the Major Cities Chiefs Association, the National Association of Police Organizations, the Fraternal Order of Police, the National Police Foundation, the National Sheriff's Association, the National District Attorneys Association, and several state and local law enforcement organizations. When tragedy strikes, and unfortunately we know that it will strike again, we want our law enforcement and first responders to have all the tools they need to keep our communities safe. We want our people to have the warnings that they need, just as with the Amber Alert system. I urge my colleagues to stand with law enforcement and to support this important legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to create an active shooter alert communications network and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, we would ask for roll call.
For what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
We would ask for a roll call vote.
Gentlemen ask for the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1224, I call up the bill S-3373 as amended and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3373, an act to improve the Iraq and Afghanistan Service Grant and the Children of Fallen Heroes Grant.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-56 is considered as adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S-3373 as amended.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may
The gentleman is
consume.
recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I stand before this chamber in support of S-3373 as amended, which is now the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our promise to address Comprehensive Toxics Act of 2022. This measure addresses a technical drafting error in the Senate amendment to my PACT Act. As you know, the PACT Act passed the House with strong bipartisan support in March of this year. Today, despite the current rancorous political debates taking place across America, this chamber has the chance to help the country heal after 20 years of war. We have an opportunity to make good on the promise we made to our service members when our country sent them into harm's way, that we would take care of them and pay for that care when they come home. For too long, veterans have faced an uphill battle to prove that the rare illnesses and cancers they were experiencing stemmed from their time in the military. For too long, Congress and the Department of Veterans Affairs have been slow to accept responsibility and cost of that care. And for too long, the United States has not made good on our promise to our veterans. But today, I make a plea for unity, that we may right this wrong and make good on our commitment to honor our pact with America's veterans. Today, we can finally recognize toxic exposure as a cost of war. In the past, we saw Vietnam War veterans living with the effects of Agent Orange, fighting VA for the care and benefits that they were due. The Blue Water Navy Vietnam Veterans Act was signed into law in 2019, but it came nearly 4 decades too late. This bill could have been passed 2 years earlier when my friend, the then Republican chairman, Dr. Phil Rowe, was leading this committee. But two senators held up that bill. During that needless delay, many veterans succumbed to their illnesses and their families were not compensated. Now is our chance to make amends for that. There is absolutely no reason for veterans and their survivors to fight VA for the care and benefits they've earned through their service. Never again should veterans be made to suffer the indignity of fighting their own government. After Blue Water, I vowed that we would never again fail to live up to our promises to our veterans. And that is why, at the beginning of the 117th Congress, I made addressing the effects of toxic exposure my top priority as chairman. Throughout our history, America has cast aside party affiliation on behalf of veterans, coming together to pass landmark legislation to properly recognize those who have served, such as in 1944 when Congress passed the GI Bill. The GI Bill was transformational for a generation of veterans. By 1956, nearly 8 million veterans had used the GI Bill's education benefits, and millions more still benefit from it today. We have an opportunity to make a generational impact today. The PACT Act will directly affect 1 out of every 5 veterans, or 3.5 million people. It will also send a strong message to future generations of veterans that America will take care of them when their service ends. The way this country has dealt with toxic exposure has been piecemeal and inadequate. President Biden recognizes this too. Shortly after he was sworn in, I met with the President about our shared priorities for veterans. Upon learning of my goal to pass comprehensive legislation to help toxic exposed veterans, the President leaned over to me and talked about his son, Bo, who served near burn pits in Iraq and Kosovo. It might be hard for most Americans to imagine what a burn pit looks like because they are illegal in the United States. Picture walking next to and breathing fumes from a burning pit the size of a football field. This pit contained everything from household trash, plastics, and human waste to jet fuel and discarded equipment burning day and night. Bo Biden lived near these burn pits and breathed the fumes that emanated from them. President Biden believes that constant exposure to these burn pits and the toxic fumes they emitted led to Bo's cancer and early death. And it was during that meeting when I knew I had a partner in President Biden. At the State of the Union, President Biden called on Congress to pass bipartisan legislation to comprehensively address the effects of toxic exposure and improve the delivery of benefits for toxic exposed veterans. And I cannot thank him enough for throwing his support behind this effort and placing those who have served our country at the center of his unity agenda. To my colleagues who previously voted no on the PACT Act in March, I want to ask you the same question I asked you then. Are you willing to support our troops and honor our nation's promise to them? Or will you allow naked partisanship to once again deny our veterans the care they deserve? Just this Congress alone, every single Democrat in this body voted to make sure each day in uniform counts toward GI Bill benefits. Every single Democrat voted to ensure a smooth transition from active duty to civilian life. And every single Democrat voted to honor our pact with toxic exposed veterans. There is no question as to where Democrats stand on prioritizing America's veterans. We are backing up our thank yous with concrete action. Frankly, all the bills that I mentioned should have passed with unanimous support. If the American people knew the context of these bills and knew the content of them, they would demand unanimous support from this chamber. But I want to take this moment now to recognize my Republican colleagues in this chamber who put keeping our promise to veterans above partisanship. I want to thank the Republican co-sponsors of this bill, Representatives Fitzpatrick and Klein. Further, I want to recognize the 34 Republicans who in March showed their support for veterans by voting yes on final passage, including Veterans Affairs Committee members General Bergman and Representative Mace. I also recognize the commitment of Representatives Bilirakis and Kinzinger, who do not serve on this committee, but demonstrated early leadership by supporting this legislation. And I'm also glad to see my colleague, Ranking Member Bast, finally stand in support of this bill today. Moreover, in June, an overwhelming bipartisan majority of 84 senators voted in favor of the PACT Act in the Senate. This proved the value of the cause and showed that it had momentum, so the trajectory of this effort is clear. But here is also a very rare situation where there is a chance for redemption. For those of my Republican colleagues who previously hesitated, sat on the sidelines, or chose politics over veterans, you get a second chance to do the right thing. There is no reason why this time this measure should not garner at least 400 votes in this chamber. And why is it that a Republican leader and Republican whip who aspire to be in the majority but do not show the fortitude to govern are continuing to oppose this bill and are asking you to do the same? Do not let them, do not let them stand in the way with unconvincing arguments about budgetary constraints when the true cost of war, the human cost of war, is abundantly clear. For example, as the House considers the defense authorization bill this week, a bill that authorizes $838.8 billion, spending which I believe could be justifiable. But I'm reminded of the stark reality of how this Congress approaches federal spending. It has become a battle of defense spending versus everything else. That everything else includes veterans, school children, the elderly, and our constituents. And I vigorously object to veterans being pitted against their fellow Americans to fight for funding. Do we really want to support veterans by limiting school lunches for children? Do we support veterans by limiting help for seniors? You can be damn sure our veterans didn't sign up to serve our country, watch their families make sacrifices, or go to war far from home so that members of this body could perpetuate a false choice that pits Americans against one another. The right choice, the choice we're going to make today, is simple. Recognize toxic exposure as a cost of war, period. Using hypocritical arguments about fiscal responsibility as a reason to oppose this bill when the truth of the moral responsibility of caring for our veterans is made crystal clear is not consistent with American values. Make no mistake, when our country goes to war, we don't nickel and dime the Department of Defense. And we shouldn't try to pinch pennies when it comes to covering the care for toxic exposed veterans. We don't hear these arguments about needing offsets when we are asked rightly to support more body armor or protection from IEDs. This Congress steps up to the plate to provide our service members with what they need to fight our wars. So why are members of this body arguing that we need to scrounge around to find money for our veterans? It is time for Congress to fully support toxic exposed veterans as they fight the rare cancers and illnesses after returning home. Now, I must express dismay also about the procedural steps we must now undertake because a single senator is preventing the Senate from quickly fixing the technical issue in this bill. This senator, already having watched the bill pass the Senate the first time with strong support, knowing the veteran sacrifice behind it and the blood, sweat, and tears shed by the veteran community to finally get this done, chose instead to object because he doesn't like the funding mechanism in this bill. Now, his position is the losing one. It was the losing one. And he has held up this bill for no other reason than sour grapes. And to what end is unclear when veterans suffer in the meantime. Therefore, we members of the House must take this route to push forward and do what we know is right. The Honoring Our Pact Act would not have been possible if it were not for the veterans who selflessly shared their stories, their pain, and their trauma, opening the eyes of their fellow Americans to the realities of being exposed to toxic substances. And throughout this process, I've met many toxic exposed veterans whose sacrifice and courage continued long after they hung up their uniform. I am forever humbled by the courage of Dr. Kate Hendricks Thomas, a Marine veteran who served near a burn pit in Fallujah and who later fought VA for 3 years to get the care she needed. I'm sorry to say she passed away this spring, but not before selflessly fighting for a comprehensive bill that would aid over 3.5 million veterans like her living with the effects of toxic exposure, a bill that she herself would not benefit from. We also honor the valor of Wesley Black, Heath Robinson, Jennifer Kepner, and so many others who are no longer with us. This bill also would not have been possible without the support of over 40 veteran service organizations. Each of these organizations understand that toxic exposed veterans are still in the heat of battle, and I thank them for their impact and advocacy for honoring our Pact Act, for the Honoring Our Pact Act. I also want to thank my staff, who worked tirelessly to listen and engage with advocates and stakeholders and who spent countless hours drafting and redrafting this bill to get it right. And I also want to thank Speaker Pelosi for always being a tireless advocate for veterans, along with Majority Leader Hoyer. Senate Majority Leader Schumer also for his work with Senators Tester and Moran and the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee to pass this bill. I want to also point out that Jon Stewart and John Thiel kept us accountable. And most importantly, to the families of veterans who tragically lost their lives as a result of being exposed to toxic substances during their time in service, I want to thank you for your sacrifices. This legislative effort will help our veterans heal, and it offers hope that our country can do the same. It sends a message to all Americans that their government will not allow their grievances to go unaddressed. It acknowledges the suffering endured by our Vietnam War veterans and demonstrates to them that we have learned from our mistakes and that their struggle and their suffering was not in vain. We are setting a new standard with the PACT Act. We're telling our veterans the burden of proof is not on you, because your sacrifice to our country, this Congress, and the American people are giving you the benefit of the doubt that you have earned. So let's pass this bill and ease the anxiety in the minds of our veterans who are living with cancer or other illnesses and terminal diseases, and let them know that their families are going to be taken care of. I believe this is what the American people want, and it's what everyone in this chamber should want. It is what our veterans deserve, and it is the right thing to do. Madam Speaker, I encourage all my colleagues to honor their pact with the veterans by voting yes on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of S. 3373 as amended, the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our promise to address comprehensive toxins, or the PACT Act. When we were debating the House version of the PACT Act 4 months ago, I couldn't have said that. I'm glad that we can today. The bill is not perfect, but expanding health care and benefits for veterans who were exposed to burn pits or other dangerous toxins while serving our country is the right thing to do. I come from a long line of veterans. My grandfather, Marine. My father, Army. My uncle, Marine. I, Marine. My son, Marine. My grandson, Marine. My granddaughter is enlisted this year in the United States Navy. I know exactly how high the stakes are and what this country sends when we are sending to countries young men and young women when they serve. I know exactly how high the stakes are when they come home. And I know exactly how often we have failed to meet them.
with what they need. That's why I helped lead the charge to provide disability benefits to Blue Water Navy Vietnam veterans a few years ago. We were decades late giving those veterans the help they need. My vow then and now was to make sure that other generations of veterans don't have to wait for benefits they earn while they were serving and where their health care is required. DOD estimates that 3.5 million veterans have been exposed to dangerous toxins in Iraq and Afghanistan over the past 20 years. Some of them are already sick and suffering from health effects of that exposure. They need help, and this bill will give it to them. This bill will also make sure that the VA can actually give it to them, unlike the earlier PACT Act could not. I am grateful for the hard work of the Senate Committee and the Veterans Affairs Committee and John Tester and Ranking Member Jerry Moran. They took a flawed House bill and made it better. There were several aspects of their work that make it today's vote on the PACT Act very different than the one prior. This is a better bill than the one that the House passed in March. It reflects bipartisan negotiations and input from VA, who is ultimately responsible for putting this into practice. It incorporates the good work of the VA is already doing to address toxic exposure, namely the scientific framework that the VA has been using since last year to expand benefits to toxic exposed veterans. It removes certain provisions from the House bill that VA told us they could not and could not get done. It adds other provisions that would make VA work more transparently to veterans and taxpayers, more flexible and more scientifically sound. All of those things were missing from the prior House version. Most importantly, the earlier version of the bill ignored the massive operation impacts this effort will have on VA's health care and benefit systems. In contrast, this bill addresses this head on. To ensure that the VA has the staff capacity it needs to better serve toxic exposed veterans, this bill would authorize 31 VA medical facility leases, make it easier for Congress to authorize additional VA medical facility leases going forward, something the committee has been trying to do for decades, make it easier for VA to recruit and retain the staff it needs to implement the bill, and give VA resources to process claims faster using modern technology. These changes and additions are critical to the bill's success, and they give me confidence to vote for this bill. Now, without fearing that it would be impossible to implement or risk breaking the VA for veterans everywhere, those who are already receiving benefits. Many of us are concerned about the CBO score for this bill and the funding mechanism it contains. The total score went from $325 billion over 10 years in the prior version to $681 billion in this version. And I don't criticize my colleagues for being concerned about that. That is an increase of $356 billion. That number gives me a lot of pause. And anyone who's trying to serve these veterans should give them pause too, because not only is it the veterans that will be paying, it's their children and grandchildren as well. But when I consider the strain on the rise in inflation that's already put in place in American families everywhere, however, only about $285 billion of the score is truly new spending. The cost of expanding care and benefits for toxic exposed diseases about $40 billion from the prior, decreases the amount by about $40 billion from the prior version of this bill to this one. The rest of the score is a result of cost of war toxic exposure fund. The fund pays for expanding health care for veterans who experience toxic exposure. That is reasonable. However, the fund is also is a budgetary plot by the Democrats to take existing health care costs that have nothing to do with toxic exposure and transfer them from discretionary to mandatory spending. That is causing CBO to score by artificially high because almost $400 billion in costs that are already funded by current law are being scored against the bill. Even worse, this plot would put even more government spending on autopilot and limit our ability to control and oversee it, which is our right under the Constitution. Now, that's wrong. Now, some of my colleagues will vote against the bill because of that, and like I said before, I don't blame them. I'm not. I'm voting for it because as a Republican leader of the VA committee and as a veteran, I know on balance that this is a good bill that will help millions of veterans, service members, survivors, and military families. That is why I will be supporting it today. I've already thanked our Senate colleagues for the work on it, but I also want to thank many members on both sides of the aisle who have introduced various standalone bills that make up the PACT Act, including Chairman Takano, for his hard work and commitment to this issue. I want to thank our staff because they also have worked to make sure that this bill would come about, and not only that it would come about, but it would be able to be implemented. And I want to recognize that many veterans service organizations who have held our feet to the fire every step of the way to get it done. I know they will stay by our sides every day ahead to make sure the VA does it right. I look forward to doing the work with them, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, Madam Speaker, I certainly welcome the support of the ranking member on this bill. May I inquire as to the time remaining in the debate?
Gentleman from California has 14 and a half minutes. And the gentleman from Illinois has 22 minutes.
At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, who is the chairwoman of the Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Luria from Virginia.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of the Honoring Our PACT Act. As we near final passage of this historic and comprehensive legislation to address toxic exposures afflicting veterans across several generations, it's been a privilege to lay a groundwork for this endeavor as chair of the Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee. Many pieces of legislation that have passed through our jurisdiction are on the way to be included in this package and becoming law. In particular, I'm honored to have introduced the Covenant Act, a cornerstone of the PACT Act. This bill is best known for providing access to care for those veterans exposed to burn pits and many others who have struggled too long to receive care for health conditions caused by burn pits and other toxic exposures. To put it simply, this bill will see that 3.5 million veterans are eligible for Priority 6 VA health care. It concedes exposure to airborne hazards and recognizes 23 new airborne hazard-related conditions as presumptively service-connected. When signed into law, I don't think I'd be wrong in saying that this is possibly the largest increase in access to veterans health care that any of us have seen in our lifetime. This legislation will assist many of our fellow service members and veterans who've suffered for too long. The PACT Act has been a long time in the coming, but today the House is prepared to send this essential veterans assistance package back to the Senate and ultimately to the President's desk. We are finally recognizing the true cost of war for all who deployed in defense of our nation. I thank Chairman Takano for his unwavering leadership through this process, as well as my fellow members on and off the committee for their important contributions to this historic legislation. Lastly, I thank the veterans, the survivors, and the veteran service organizations, VSOs, who've made their voices heard. This is for you. I wholeheartedly urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Honoring Our PACT Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to recognize the highest-ranking officer that serves in Congress today, who has served with many of the men and women who will benefit from this bill today. General Jack Berkman from Michigan. I would like to yield him 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support today of S 3373, the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our promise to address Comprehensive Toxics Act of 2022. I'd also like to associate myself with the comments of our Republican leader on Veterans Affairs, Mr. Bost, who also happens to be a fellow Marine. And he articulated very well the elements of where we were and where we are and where we're going. This is the latest version of what many of my constituents know as the PACT Act, and it has only improved since it passed the House last March. As a Vietnam veteran myself, and as the ranking member of the House Veterans Affairs Subcommittee on Health, I am more than familiar with the struggles faced by veterans, young and old, across our nation who have been exposed to toxic substances during their time of service. This legislation will finally establish a comprehensive framework for the VA to provide veterans and their survivors for generations to come with the toxic exposure-related care and benefits that they deserve. For example, this bill will instantly provide presumptive benefits for veterans and survivors who are terminally ill, homeless, over the age of 85, experiencing extreme financial hardship, or able to show another emergent need. It will also supercharge toxic exposure research, improve the way in which the VA interacts with toxic exposed veterans, and authorize 31 major medical facility leases. Whether it's from burn pits or Agent Orange, toxic exposure is perhaps the most widespread and urgent issue facing our military community. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan solution based on what the veterans themselves have been telling us for a long time. It is time to act, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 1 minute to my good friend who's the chair of the Committee on Subcommittee on Technology Modernization and on the Veterans Affairs Committee, and the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Takano, for your time. I rise today in support of the final version of the Honoring Our Pact Act, which will uphold our obligation to ensure that veterans receive the world-class health care they deserve. As a member of Congress and a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, we have a responsibility to support all veterans when they return home from protecting our freedoms and defending our democracy. As I walked the parade routes of the 4th of July and visited the Veteran Service Organization, it is not enough to simply say thank you for your service to our veterans. It is through our actions that provide proof we have our veterans back and value their service. And ultimately, veterans living with toxic exposures must not be denied the care and benefits they have earned. I encourage all my colleagues to join me in supporting this measure. And again, I thank Chairman Takano, all the members, and all my colleagues on the House Veteran Affairs Committee for their leadership to finalize this critical legislation to have our veterans back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Indiana yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
This time, I would like to yield 3 minutes to a gentleman who has served from the time of being in Congress on the VA committee, Representative Roy.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the ranking member. As a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, and as someone who represents San Antonio, an inordinate number of veterans, Joint Base San Antonio, Army Futures Command, I regret to rise in opposition to the legislation before us. I respect the enormous amount of work that has gone into it by the committee staff, by the ranking member, by the chairman, by the Senate. Obviously, it is an important issue and it's critical, and I have many friends here, particularly veterans, who support the measure, and I understand why. Every single one of us wants to make sure that we take care of this issue, and frankly, it's been way too long in getting to it, and I agree with that completely. But unfortunately, I cannot support it because the bill spends about $285 billion that we don't have. We have to address the issue in this body of spending money we don't have. And the chairman said that, well, why don't you raise it on other issues? I raise it on every single issue. I raised it on a $2 million bill about 30 minutes ago on the floor. At some point, we have to pay for the stuff that we're spending, or the very things that these veterans sacrifice for will be made completely and utterly worthless. We are destroying the republic that these men and women sacrifice for, and we are destroying it in this chamber by our incompetence and by our irresponsible refusal to actually manage the affairs of this republic appropriately. Putting this bill on autopilot to the tune of $680 billion of mandatory spending, with $280 billion unpaid for, which we could pay for right now with existing COVID funds. We could pay for right now with the elimination of the SALT deduction. We could pay for right now with any number of spending cuts and or tax increases if we wanted to have that debate on the floor of the House, but we're not doing that. And we do a disservice to the veterans who are sick because of the burn pits. We do a disservice to the veterans who laid their lives on the line and died for this country. We do a disservice to the military that we say that we support when we are not spending money that we actually have, as opposed to printing money and borrowing money. And putting it on autopilot when 60% of our spending every year is already on autopilot, when we're $30.5 trillion in debt, and then to have, we put in instead of the established scientific framework, we put 20 conditions in without scientific evidence, which will cause a backlog, which the VA even acknowledges would cause a backlog. These are real concerns that we ought to address, but fundamentally, you have to pay for that which we are spending. We are undermining the sacrifice of the very veterans that we say that we are helping with this measure by not doing it fiscally responsible. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields
Reserve.
back. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, nothing could be more important or higher priority in defense of our republic than to address the unaddressed grievances of our veterans. We are keeping our promise to our veterans, and we are saying today that doing so as a cost of war. I now yield 1 minute to my good friend and member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee and an active member of the Economic Opportunity and Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigation, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Representative Trone.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. Today I rise to urge my colleagues to pass the Honoring Our Pact Act to give our veterans the health care they earned. Over 3.5 million veterans have exposed to toxin, burn pits during deployment, causing horrific health impacts. Add insult to injury, the disability benefit claims places the burden on our vets themselves to jump through hoops. Shameful problem, a shameful problem, one we're determined to fix. This legislation, which includes my FASTER Presumptions Act, will help cut the red tape, streamline procedures for veterans who've earned it to access the health care benefits faster. Our veterans served our country with honor. We have to honor their service. I urge my colleagues to honor our pact through this bill. And I thank Chairman Takano for his leadership. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California
I reserve, Madam
reserves.
Speaker.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Iowa who has actually served in the health situations in our military, a veteran herself, and is very aware of the things that we're dealing with here. With that, I yield 3 minutes to Representative Miller Meeks.
Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Bost. I rise in support of the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson Honoring Our Pact Act. When the House first passed the Pact Act in March, I spoke on the floor and urged my colleagues to find a bipartisan solution to give toxic exposed veterans the care and support that we as a country owe them. This bill is that bipartisan solution, and I am proud to support it. As a 24-year military veteran, I have seen firsthand the effects that toxic exposure has had on my fellow service members, whether that is herbicides like Agent Orange in southeast Iowa or burn pits in the Middle East. In fact, my knowledge is so intimate that my husband, who is also a 30-year veteran, and I have a close friend, Jay, who, after his deployment to Desert Storm, that very brief conflict, in coming back to the United States, came off of the plane and collapsed, developing a heart condition called cardiomyopathy, which led this 30-year-old to have a heart transplant, aseptic necrosis of his hip with a replacement of his hip, and soon his untimely and young death. Exposure to these substances can lead to severe, life-altering diseases. However, under the current system at the VA, it can be extraordinarily costly, time-consuming, and in some cases, impossible for a sick or disabled veteran to prove that their condition is related to the toxins to which they were exposed during their military service. The bill we're voting on today ensures that this will no longer be the case. Under the framework created by the PACT Act, toxic exposed veterans will finally receive the care and benefits they deserve and have earned. And this bill ensures VA will administer those benefits in a responsible, fair way. This new version of the PACT Act includes important reforms to build on the VA's existing framework for toxic exposed veterans, and it ensures that the VA has the flexibility to respond and adapt to new scientific evidence on toxic substances. Importantly, it also ensures that veterans who are most in need, those who are terminally ill, homeless, elderly, or experiencing financial hardship, receive their benefits immediately, so they do not have to wait any longer for our government to act. I urge all my colleagues to support the PACT Act. This bill is not perfect by any means, but we should not allow perfect to be the enemy of the good. And make no mistake, this is a good bill for our nation's veterans. I am proud to support this bill, and I'm proud to stand with the men and women of our armed forces. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Illinois?
Reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 1 minute to my good friend who serves on the Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee of the Veterans Affairs Committee, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the PACT Act and my bill contained within on burn pits. Most of us here all know about Agent Orange and the horrible effects it had on our veterans in Vietnam. We also remember how long it took for Congress and the VA to respond and make sure our veterans had the care and benefits they needed. The bill we will vote on today is a landmark piece of legislation that will address the Agent Orange of the post-9/11 generation, burn pits. For anyone who doesn't already know, burn pits are used to dispose of waste on a military base, usually abroad in a combat zone, with jet fuel used to light the fuse. For years, we've used these burn pits in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. I lived near one in Iraq on 3 tours. But just as with Agent Orange, we've learned over the years that the toxins our service members have been exposed to have horrible consequences, strange cancer diagnoses, respiratory issues. They've affected millions of veterans, including in Michigan. This issue has been deeply personal to me as an Army wife and someone who lived near those burn pits while with the CIA. For years, 9/11 veterans have walked into their local VA and only
Time of the gentlewoman has expired.
Request 30 seconds.
I yield another 30 seconds.
Gentlewoman may continue.
For years, our 9/11 veterans have walked into their local VA and only to be turned away. Madam Speaker, one of the most important things I've worked on in my short 3.5 years here is this bill. It is the biggest veterans health care bill we've passed in decades. Last week, I visited our local VA in Lansing, and they know it's coming. Another 3.5 million veterans will have access to health care because of this bill. We do important things in this body all the time, but I think fewer are more important than this one we're going to vote on today. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I'm glad many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have switched their positions to now vote on this bill. Thanks very much.
Gentlewoman from Michigan yields back. The gentleman from California?
Reserves.
Reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the ranking member of the Tech Modernization Committee in the VA, Representative from Montana, Representative Rosendale.
The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Boss, for including me today. The Senate version of the PACT Act helps connect veterans who were exposed to burn pits or dangerous toxins in service to our country with the health care and benefits they have earned and were promised. This legislation also codifies a scientific framework that the VA is already using to provide benefits to toxic exposed veterans, better reflects current practice, and improves transparency. The previous House-based version, which I voted against, ignored the work the VA is already doing to improve services to toxic exposed veterans. But this bill improves and codifies the pilot program that the VA established last year to extend compensation benefits to toxic exposed veterans. This bill also includes provisions to increase transparency, provide flexibility, and keep pace with scientific advancements for toxic exposure. In addition, this legislation includes workforce enhancements and other changes to ensure the VA can improve services to toxic exposed veterans without compromising care and benefits. The prior House version of the PAC Act failed to address the operational impact on the VA of servicing the benefits of toxic exposed veterans, which would have left veterans waiting in a backlog of 1.5 million claims. This new version includes provisions that address the operational impacts head-on. Madam Speaker, this legislation is not perfect. I do not support everything that's in this piece of legislation. But as the saying goes, we cannot let the search for perfect be the enemy of the good, or, in this case, what is right and necessary. Our veterans have waited far too long to receive the help that they were promised. And it's far past time for Congress to stop screwing around, breaking our own rules while Americans' veterans suffer and literally die. Since my time in Congress began, I've been a strong advocate for Montana veterans, and I've worked tirelessly in the House Veterans Affairs Committee to ensure that all America's veterans are able to receive the quality care that they were promised and the care that they have earned. We are willing to spend far too much money to engage in conflict and far too little to care for our warriors once they come home. I intend to vote for this legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Madam Speaker, I welcome the support of the gentleman from Montana. Now, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my good friend and member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, where he's an active member of the Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee, the gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Once again, we stand at the precipice of making a monumental change in the lives of our servicemen and women and veterans. Yet, here we are, voting on the Honoring Our Pact Act for the third time because of a Senate technical issue. Enough is enough. Our veterans do not have the time for technicalities. Their lives are literally on the line. As a co-founder of the bipartisan bicameral Burn Pits Caucus, I have spent years fighting to ensure that our veterans exposed to toxins from burn pits get the care and benefits they need and deserve. My bill, the Presumptive Benefits for Warfighters Exposed to Burn Pits and Other Toxins Act, is the foundation that the Honoring Our Pact Act is built on. It removes the burden from the veterans to prove that 23 illnesses or conditions, including various cancers, that they are suffering from are due to their service near burn pits. I implore the House to pass this fix to the Senate's blue slip error, and I urge the Senate to pass the Honoring Our Pact Act immediately. Our veterans' lives are on the line.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California.
I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like at this time to recognize the gentleman from Texas, a naval veteran himself, an F-18 pilot, Representative Elsie, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Bost. Madam Speaker, I come before the House of Representatives to discuss the newest and best version of the PACT Act before us today. Putting the needs of our veterans first is something we can all agree on. On March 3rd, the House passed a version of the PACT Act that was unworkable and unaffordable. At that time, I joined my colleagues in calling for negotiations and refinements that would at best help the veterans and gain bipartisan support, and I voted no on that original bill. But the bill that we have before us today is a result of those long and difficult negotiations. This version of the bill reinforces why I opposed it during the initial passage. But when we work together and put the well-being of veterans above partisan politics, we get a workable, effective bill that will save the lives of those who have given so much to us. It is not a perfect bill, There remains language including the costs and mandatory spending that are somewhat troubling. But I am confident that we will be vigilant about carrying out our oversight of the implementation of those provisions and the spending associated with them. I also call on the monies to be moved to mandatory spending be moved back to discretionary when we take back the majority. Americans veterans who are exposed to toxins during their voluntary military service in combat to preserve America's liberty and freedoms will finally receive the health care and benefits they need. I support this legislation because it requires the VA to contact every single veteran who filed a claim for benefits that relate to toxic exposure but had the claim originally denied, allowing them to refile their claim. I support this legislation because it expands the screening of possible toxic exposure to every veteran receiving VA care. America's obligation to our veterans is best conveyed by the words of Abraham Lincoln, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and his widow, and his orphan. I urge all members to vote in favor of the amendments to H.R. 3967, and I yield back.
Reserve. Texas yields back.
Reserve.
Reserve. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, may I inquire is the time remaining?
The gentleman from California has 8 minutes. The gentleman from Illinois has 10 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this moment, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my good friend and active member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee who serves on the Economic Opportunity Subcommittee, Congressman Ruben Gallego from Arizona.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Honoring Our Pact Act. Overdue, desperately needed legislation providing care for veterans who have been exposed to toxic substances while serving their country. I'm especially grateful for the provisions in this bill that provide health care to veterans harmed by burn pits. When I was in Iraq, exposure to burn pits was an everyday, constant fact of life. Too many veterans, my friends, my clear friends from Lima Company 325 and other Marines are sick from that exposure with respiratory diseases, cancer, and other chronic conditions the young men should not be having right now. Too many veterans live in fear that their next doctor's appointment will reveal an illness that, in addition to harming their health, could drive them into bankruptcy because the VA refuses to care for them. I am one of those people that does have that fear. Every day we go without fighting for these veterans is a choice to let them down for those who have sacrificed most for our nation. We will not let them down today. I'm proud to vote for this bill on behalf of my fellow veterans, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in doing so. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my good friend from the state of Michigan, Representative Meyer.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson Honoring Our Pact Act. We have an urgent moral obligation to take care of the men and women who have served and sacrificed in uniform to defend our nation. I've seen the impact of burn pits and toxic exposure hazards firsthand, both as a U.S. Army soldier in Iraq and also as somebody who served alongside others in the veterans community and has constituents today who are suffering from those ailments. This comprehensive bipartisan package will expand VA coverage and to those 3.5 million toxic exposed veterans, provide the VA additional resources so it can better care for our veterans, and also create the framework for establishing future toxic exposure related presumptions of service connection so we don't have to go through this process time and again. I'm especially proud that a bill I introduced last year with my colleague from Michigan, Congresswoman Slotkin, that the Veteran Burn Pit Exposure Recognition Act was included in this final package. I look forward to supporting final passage of this bill, and I encourage all my colleagues to ensure its swift passage. With this bill, we'll make good on the promises we have made to our nation's service members and veterans. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time, it's a great honor and privilege to yield 1 minute to distinguished Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. As you know, she's been a tremendous supporter of veterans. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him for his leadership as chair of the Veteran Affairs Committee, and thank the bipartisan support that the bill is receiving here. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support in the landmark Honoring Our Pact Act. As you know, PACT stands for Promise to Address Comprehensive Toxics. Act, now named after Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson, and I'll talk about him in a moment. This bipartisan legislation honors our duty to deliver health care that millions of veterans need and that they have certainly earned. This is the second time the House has voted on this important bill, and we are proud that after the Senate passes this version, we will finally send it to the President to be signed into law. For their relentless leadership on this legislation, let me salute Chairman Mark Takano for his ranking member as well, who've made addressing toxic exposure a top priority in this Congress. Thank you, Mr. Takano. Congressman Raul Ruiz, whose experience as a physician and formed a key provision of this bill establishing presumption of exposure, and Congresswoman Elaine Loria, a Navy veteran, who authored a provision expanding health benefits to veterans exposed to burn pits. Also included in this legislation, and I'm so pleased about it, is legislation by Congressman Matt Cartwright, author of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, to allow veterans or their loved ones to seek damages related to injuries incurred while serving at Camp Lejeune. We had many people come from the area. The legislators from North Carolina have certainly, David Price and others, have been relentless in their pursuit of this legislation. Families would come here and tell their stories of their loved one's service at Camp Lejeune, where the water supply was causing health problems, serious health problems, not only for the service member, which would be horrible enough, but for their family members as well. This is corrected in this legislation. Very important improvement. From the deserts of Iraq to the mountains of Afghanistan, on the bases and military theaters around the world, a generation of courageous Americans have donned the stars and stripes to protect our freedom. Those heroes have put their lives on the line to fight the enemy. Yet, tragically, many have confronted another deadly threat, exposure to burn pits and toxics, which have taken a severe toll on their health. Make no mistake, burn pit exposures are pervasive. 86% of Iraq and Afghanistan veterans report being exposed to these toxic fumes. I don't even go into what's in these pits. It's so disgusting. But they are deadly. The VA has seen over 60% increase in rates of cancer tied to toxic exposure in the last 20 years. And when these veterans come home, they're forced into a convoluted claims process, which cruelly saddles them with a burden of proof. And nearly 3/4 burn pit-related claims are denied. Think of the injustice of that. Tragically, this problem is not new to our nation. Many veterans of the Vietnam War were forced to wait for 4 long decades before their exposure to Agent Orange was recognized and they could claim benefits. And this was, of course, addressed with the Blue Water Navy Vietnam Act that was passed by the Congress in 2019. Some Agent Orange provisions have been in subsequent NDAA legislation. I know this issue well. Before I was in Congress, I was participating in sit-ins with hunger strikes for Vietnam vets in the early 80s. One time we were joined by Dick Gregory, more than one time, Dick Gregory, who had experience in hunger strikes for civil rights reasons, and he was instructing the veterans on how to hydrate, et cetera, so that they could survive the hunger strikes, hopefully in time to make a difference. But it took decades, and we cannot and will not let that happen to another generation. There are potentially up to 3.5 million veterans deployed after the attacks of September 11th. 3.5 million deployed since September 11th who may have been exposed to toxic fumes and substances, and we must act now to save lives. The PACT Act is a comprehensive bill others have discussed what it does, that meets the challenge of toxic exposures for our veterans in 3 ways. First, it expands access to VA health care to post-9/11 combat veterans exposed to toxic. Second, it grants presumption of exposure for veterans with rare cancers and COPD and other debilitating diseases. And third, it creates a permanent streamlined process to ensure that future secretaries will review and approve new exposures swiftly. Why do we have these burn pits? I mean, we keep saying here on the battlefield, we leave no soldier behind, and when they come home, we leave no veteran behind. And yet they come home with hidden injuries, whether they are psychological or exposures to a burn pit that the consequences of it do not show up for a while. We have spent more than $6 trillion deploying, recruiting, training, and deploying our service members overseas during the last 20 years. But let it be clear, it's only part of the price tag. When we send our troops into conflict, we have to understand that we're responsible for the consequences. Burn pits exposure is one of them. Toxic exposure are a cost of war, and we must treat it as such. This is not a question of dollars, it's a matter of values. In all of Congress's work for veterans, it is impressive that veterans groups, our veterans, their families, the Veteran Service Organization, the VSOs, are not only at the table, they are leading the way. And Mr. Takano has been a leader at that table for years. And the overwhelming support of the VSOs, especially a group now called Burn Pits 360, was absolutely crucial to crafting this bill, steering it through the legislative process, and securing its passage in the House today. And they also, I've quoted Lincoln over and over again. Lincoln said, public sentiment is everything. With it, you can accomplish almost anything. Without it, practically nothing. Well, our veterans caused public sentiment to be aroused to such a point that here we are getting this done. And they enlisted John Stewart and John Field, 2 people who had been there with us on the 9/11 meeting, 9/11 health benefits for people exposed at the time of 9/11. And they have been real champions in the public visibility of this issue. Yes, to help mobilize support for us to pass it, but to give hope to people who have been affected to know that there's a chance that this can be accomplished. So thank you, John Stewart, and thank you, John Field. At the same time, it's great pride and patriotism that the PACT Act has strong bipartisan support, backing worthy of our heroic veterans. The Congress is also grateful to Secretary McDonough of the VA and the entire administration for their support. I thank President Biden for making this a priority in the State of the Union address, especially when he talked about his beloved son, Beau. Madam Speaker, since we passed the PACT Act, it has been named again, as I said, in honor, it has a new name, for a veteran we lost in toxic exposure. Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson was exposed to burn pits when deployed to Kosovo and Iraq, and afterward battled a rare deadly lung cancer. Sadly, he died in 2020 at just age 39, leaving behind his wife and daughter. Today, in his memory, we redouble our efforts to ensure tragic stories like his can never happen again. His is representative of so many other stories and a toll that this has taken. Again, we say this when our troops go to war on the battlefield, we leave no soldier behind. When they come home, we leave no veteran behind. Our PACT Act is an historic victory for our veterans, for their advocacy that honors that pledge now and for the future. With that, I urge a bipartisan vote on honoring our PACT Act. I hope it will be almost unanimous, and we look forward to seeing it swiftly passed by the Senate and signed into law by the President. Again, with gratitude to Mr. Takano, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield 1 minute to a gentleman who has served on this committee and has understood these issues for all of his time in Congress, the gentleman from Florida, Representative Belarakis.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Inspired by the story of my constituent Lauren Price, I first filed comprehensive burn pit legislation with my colleague, Congressman Ruiz, in 2018. Lauren developed a terminal illness due to her exposure to burn pit toxins in Iraq. Despite her illness, she was passionate about making her brothers and sisters in arms they would finally be able to access the medical care and benefits they have earned. Lauren worked tirelessly to help me craft legislation and testified at multiple congressional hearings. Since 2018, I've continued to work with my colleagues in the House and the Senate to push this critical issue forward. While Lauren tragically passed before she was able to get help, today, finally, we will pass the PACT Act to make sure no other veterans have to go through what Lauren went through. I yield back, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The gentleman from Florida yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I so welcome the support of the gentleman from Florida. He got it right the first time. He voted yes the first time. I know he's going to vote yes the second time. I'd like at this time to yield 1 minute to my good friend who serves on the Educational Labor Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Honoring Our PACT Act. I thank Chairman Takano for yielding and for his incredible leadership on this bill. We ask young men and women to serve our country in uniform. We should not also be asking them to be exposing their bodies to toxins and to live with the consequences of those toxins for the rest of their lives. Whether it is Agent Orange in Vietnam or burn bits or other toxin exposures in Iraq, Afghanistan, this has been part of our military's history. This bill helps us correct historic injustices for veterans and communities like the ones in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. I am proud today we will pass the most comprehensive legislation in decades to address the severe health problems that so many of our veterans are facing and to make it easier for them to get the relief and the care they need. Mr. Speaker, thousands of my constituents will benefit from what we are doing here today, and it is my great honor to support this bill. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to a gentleman who is very much in support of our veterans, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Buddy Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of H.R. 3967, the Honoring Our PACT Act. However, I want to make sure that my colleagues across the aisle, Mr. Speaker, know how disappointed I am in these budget gimmicks that have become a part of this final legislation. As many of you are aware, I have the honor and privilege of representing the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. We have every branch of the military in our district. And with every branch represented in my district, I take pride in my ability to serve and aid our men and women in uniform. I promised them I would vote for this bill. I'm going to vote for this bill. But I do so begrudgingly. And the reason why is because I think it's despicable, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are using our veterans in order to gain the ability to use billions of dollars, almost $700 billion, on pet projects that they want to spend on. I think that's a slap in the face of our veterans. Our veterans did not sacrifice, did not serve in order to bankrupt our country, but that's what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to do. Now, they deserve this. They need it. There's no question about that. Anyone who votes for it or against it agrees they need this, and we're going to make sure they get it. But I want to make sure that the point is made that this is despicable to use a budget gimmick like this against our veterans in order to be able to fund pet projects that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to fund.
Gentleman's
I
time
yield,
is.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Georgia yields back. The gentleman from Illinois
Reserve.
reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the even begrudging yes vote from the gentleman from Georgia, and I'll just say there's no budget gimmick here. This vote is going to unite America. It's going to heal America. And with that, I want to yield 1 minute to my good friend who serves on the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Natural Resources Committee, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Honoring Our PACT Act. Toxic exposure has devastating health consequences for our veterans, including many in my district. I talk to them every week when I am home. One is the Michigan president of the VFW, Kevin Hensley, who's a veteran of the U.S. Air Force, who was stationed near open burn pits and has been diagnosed with several severe illnesses after inhaling that toxic smoke. Despite his sacrifices and his dedication yet today, he faces challenges every day receiving care through the VA, and that is simply unacceptable. With the passage and enactment of this legislation, we can lift the barriers that have been blocking veterans from accessing the life-changing care they need. This bipartisan package will expand health care access to veterans across the country, and it will finally ensure that veterans receive the support they deserve. I thank the chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee for his leadership at advancing the PACT Act, the ranking member, and all the members of the Veterans Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Representative Davidson.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. During deployments and war, the military incinerated waste in large burn pits. Many contained hazardous materials that emitted toxic fumes. Our veterans have long suffered from the practice, but the VA has not been able to adequately recognize the effects and provide care from those who suffer from such exposures. To be clear, this is not a benefit. It is a moral obligation to care for these veterans. It's not a great bill. Congress has already squandered 2 decades trying to do the right thing here. When BP spilled oil and contaminated the Gulf, their responsibility for cleanup was not optional. Why should America's government have less responsibility for the harm caused to our veterans? It's free to join our military, but for some, service costs everything. Others return with wounds that are seen and unseen, and we must recognize the cost of war, and the bill for our veterans harmed by toxic burn pits is long overdue. Please pass this bill.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Reserve.
And reserves. And the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I wholeheartedly support the intent of the PACT Act and intend to vote for it, I'm opposed to the precedent that the funding mechanism in this bill sets. Later, I will be offering a motion to commit that would prohibit creation of the Cost of War Toxic Exposure Fund. Democrats are using the fund to move almost $400 billion of existing VA health care spending from the discretionary to the mandatory side of the ledger for purposes completely unrelated to veterans. We should not use this bill to create more entitlement spending. That's dangerous, and it is a very dangerous budget ploy. It will put more spending on autopilot. It will limit our ability to do our job constitutional of oversight of the second largest bureaucracy in the world that serves millions of veterans and survivors. And it will hurt taxpayers who are already suffering everywhere from the gas pump to the grocery store. My motion to commit is simple, and I hope my colleagues will support it. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the text to include the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to commit.
Without objection.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted that the ranking member is offering his support for this bill. I accept that support, but I do not accept his objections. This bill, I mean, yes, I do say that we are creating entitlements, but the entitlements we're creating are 3.5 million veterans eligible for health care, veterans that were exposed to toxic substances. We're conceding exposures to them. We're making it possible for them to not have to fight their government. Yes, we are creating entitlements with our 23 presumptive illnesses. It's going to mean that those veterans are entitled to benefits, and their families will be entitled to benefits. So those veterans that are suffering from terminal illnesses are not going to have to worry about their families being without resources after they pass. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all my colleagues join me in finally doing what is right and passing this very important piece of legislation, S 3373, as amended. I hope we get 400 votes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 19 months ago, when I took over as the lead Republican on the VA committee, I told my colleagues that helping toxic exposed veterans was my top priority. Today, I'm proud to say that we're delivering on that promise. It was not an easy road to get here, but the PACT Act will make a difference for veterans, their families, and their survivors. Today, I'm thinking of veterans like Lauren Price, Heath Robinson, Kate Hendricks Thomas, veterans who raised their right hand like I did. They did their duty, and they did it well. But unlike me, their lives were cut short. They were young, seemingly healthy adults who had endured a different battle on the state side. Their lives were changed in an instant when they developed rare cancers in a blink of an eye, possibly due to their repeated exposure to burning chemicals while they served overseas. Lauren left behind her husband, Jim, and 5 children. Heath left behind his wife and a young daughter. Kate left behind her husband and a young son. The bill we will vote on today is in honor of them and the hundreds of thousands of veterans just like them. Lauren, Heath, and Kate left us too soon and would want us to do everything in our power to try to prevent what happened to them from happening to their fellow brothers and sisters in arms. The PACT Act will grant their wish for generations. I will help over the 3 million, I will help over 3 million veterans, it will help over 3 million veterans get the care and benefits they are due before it's too late. We've made this mistake in the past. We don't need to make it again. We need to move forward with this bill. And we will work in a bipartisan way to make sure that is exactly what happens once it's signed into law and is implemented by the VA. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to improve the Iraq and Afghanistan Service Grant and the Children of Fallen Heroes Grant.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Bost of Illinois moves to commit the bill, Senate 3373, to the Committee on Veterans Affairs.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to commit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. For what purpose is the
I
gentleman
request
from
the
Illinois?
yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a concurrent resolution and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 98, concurrent resolution directing the Secretary of the Senate to make a correction in the enrollment of the bill, Senate 3373.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table Senate Concurrent Resolution 42 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 42, concurrent resolution honoring the last surviving Medal of Honor recipient of World War II.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 305, H.R. 7900, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2023 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of substitute recommended by the Committee on Armed Services printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-54 is considered adopted and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, each will control 30 minutes. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks to include extraneous material in H.R. 7900.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 4 minutes.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have before us today the National Defense Authorizing Act for fiscal year 2023. As most people know, we've passed the National Defense Authorizing Act every year for 62 straight years, and I urge members to do it again this year. And I want to start by thanking Ranking Member Rogers and the minority. We have once again managed to work together in a bipartisan fashion to craft this bill in committee during a roughly 16 and a half hour markup in which we entertained roughly 1,000 amendments and a whole bunch of different ideas and proposals to create this product. And I think that legislative process is enormously important. We continue it here with 1,200 amendments submitted to the Rules Committee, 650 ruled in order. I am told that is actually a new record for a piece of House legislation, a record we weren't necessarily looking to set, but it does reflect the participation in this process of this entire body of an incredibly important piece of legislation. And we can't lose track of that fact. This is the bill that enables the Congress to exercise oversight of the Pentagon. In this year's budget, we authorize $850 billion. It's usually somewhere by the time we're done around a 3,000-page bill. It's an incredibly important piece of legislation that gives us the power and the ability to exercise that important oversight authority of the Pentagon Department of Defense. We've done a lot of good work in this year's bill. I think the focus as we go forward is obviously the men and women who serve and making sure that they have the tools they need to do the jobs that we ask them to do. We can have a robust debate about what those jobs should be, but I think we can all agree that once that debate is settled and the tasks are assigned, the men and women who serve must have the tools and the support from us they need to do that job. This year it's been particularly challenging given the rate of inflation. Our bill reflects that, giving some additional support to our service members and their families to deal with housing costs and also additional bonus pay to deal with that inflation. So we support the servicemen and women through our financial support and through making sure that their needs are met. And the other big issue is making sure that the Pentagon is spending the money wisely. As many of you have heard, I've argued frequently that the amount of money is not as important as how we spend it. Over the course of the last couple of decades, we have struggled with the number of programs that have been over budget and underperforming. We have, over the course of the last 6 years, put in place critical acquisition reform and procurement reform to put the Pentagon in a better position to take advantage of innovative new technologies and, crucially, competition to make sure that we get a better product. And we're beginning to see the fruits of that success in programs like the B-21, the GBSD, whatever one thinks of those programs, they're on time and on budget and actually meeting their requirements, which is a significant change. And that's due in large part to a lot of the legislation that we've passed here. So I think we've put together an excellent product. I do want to, in particular, thank my staff and also thank the Rules Committee staff. The Rules Committee staff had to sift through those 1,200 amendments, give them the attention that they are due, and make sure that the process worked. They did an amazing job working with our staff. I want to thank my staff on the Armed Services Committee, both on the Republican side and the Democratic side, and our bipartisan staff for doing an outstanding job. And I want to recognize, actually, one of our staff members is not able to be with us today, who's normally here. Sapna Sharma gave birth to her second child yesterday. So she wishes she was here, but she's also, I think, pretty happy where she is. So I want to pass along that congratulations to Sapna. With that, I'll reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7900, the FY23 National Defense Authorization Act. H.R. 7900 represents a truly bipartisan bill. I want to thank Chairman Smith for his tremendous leadership and cooperation in helping to fashion it. Over the last year, we've seen the best of our soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and guardians. They performed in the toughest environments and done so with the greatest level of skill and professionalism. Without a doubt, these men and women are the greatest force for good the world has ever seen. Providing the authorities and resources our warfighters need to defend our nation is the greatest responsibility we have in Congress. We fulfill that responsibility with this NDAA. We put our service members first, providing a 4.6% pay increase and expanding benefits for military spouses and families. To counteract the effects of record inflation on our service members and their families, our bill provides an additional 2.4% bonus to enlisted personnel. It includes an additional $500 million for housing allowances to offset the skyrocketing rents, an additional $750 million to reduce the price of food and other necessities at our military commissaries. The investments we make in this bill are focused on ensuring our warfighters are the best equipped and trained in the world. We increase funding for readiness, reversing cuts in our military construction and housing projects, expanding training availabilities for service members, and improving the safety of the ships, aircraft, combat vehicles, and facilities where our warfighters serve. To ensure our warfighters prevail in future battlefields, we focus on modernization. That means divesting of less capable legacy systems and investing in emerging technologies that will help us stay ahead of our adversaries. This bill saves the taxpayer over $6 billion by divesting hundreds of older, less capable ships, aircraft, and other legacy systems. We use those savings and more to invest in emerging technologies such as AI, quantum computing, hypersonic weapons, and autonomous systems. These investments are so critical because China and Russia are rapidly modernizing their militaries. China is outpacing us with advancements in emerging technologies and weapon systems, and we know China isn't building these capabilities purely for defense. In recent years, we've seen China use its military to push out its borders, threaten our allies, and gain footholds on new continents. H.R. 7900 is laser-focused on preparing our military to prevail in a conflict with China. It makes critical investments in new systems capable of surviving in contested environments. It includes provisions that will further harden our supply chain and industrial base against infiltration from China, and it reaffirms our support to allies in the region, especially Taiwan. It also strengthens our European alliance as these democracies face grave threats from the unhinged crackpot recently leading Russia. Threats from adversaries like China and Russia are not the only ones we face. Terrorists continue to plot to destroy our way of life. We must continue to take the fight to them, anywhere and anytime they threaten us. With strong investments in new capabilities and readiness, this bill enables our warfighters to do just that. This bill passed out of our committee 57-1, with all Republicans voting for it. It is the definition of a bipartisan bill. It will enhance the congressional oversight of DOD, it will improve the quality of life for our service members and our families, and it will ensure the military is properly resourced and equipped to defend our nation and its allies. I urge all members to vote for this bill, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cooper, and the chairman of the subcommittee on strategic forces. Thank you.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7900, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023. Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers have put together an outstanding piece of legislation. I'd also like to thank my ranking member, Mr. Lamborn, for his tremendous cooperation through the year, and also all the members of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee for their valuable contributions to the bill. This bill strengthens our national security at a time when our country is facing new and evolving threats in almost every theater. This bill takes care of our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians, and invests in the tools that we need to protect ourselves, our allies, our partners, as well as to deter our strategic competitors. The Strategic Forces Subcommittee has within its jurisdiction some of the most technical, complex, and consequential issues involved in our national security. At the top of that list are nuclear weapons. It is absolutely essential that American nuclear forces and their command and control infrastructure remain safe, secure, and reliable. This bill makes certain that the Department of Defense and Energy are well positioned for the immense task of sustaining our legacy forces while also recapitalizing our nuclear enterprise for the next 70 years. This bill ensures that both departments are pursuing balanced approaches emphasizing deterrence, but also nonproliferation and arms control. We must remain focused on the highest priority efforts and realistic in our plans for future programs. Plutonium pit production is a prime example where greater realism is needed. Regarding space, the subcommittee this year focused on the ability of China and Russia to degrade and destroy our national security satellites. This bill presses the department to publicly release a strategy on how they will defend our on-orbit assets. It also requires the new Space Force to continue tactically responsive space efforts, authorizes additional funds to do so, and encourages increased competition within Phase 3. Please support H.R. 7900. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the Military Personnel Subcommittee, Mr. Gallagher of Wisconsin.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman, and I'm proud to join my colleagues in strong support of this bipartisan defense bill that we successfully voted out of the committee just 3 weeks ago. The chairman and the ranking member mentioned some of the most important provisions in the bill, not only the overall top-line number, which represents a $37 billion increase over President Biden's request, but also a 4.6% pay raise, a 2.4% pay bonus for enlisted personnel to counteract the effects of inflation on low-income military families, the $500 million additional housing allowance to counteract the skyrocketing cost of rent on military families, as well as an additional $750 million to reduce the cost of food and other necessities for our service members. I think it's worth understanding why this is important, not only just in light of our overall duty to take care of our men and women in uniform at a critical time, but we also have a looming recruiting crisis on our hands. I'm very concerned about the inability of any of the services to meet their recruiting goals, and we are going to have to spend a lot of time thinking about that problem and how we fix it before we proactively lower standards. Because at the end of the day, notwithstanding any advance in technology, it all comes down to the men and women that volunteer and risk their lives to defend this country. It's about the warfighter. That is where we need to stay focused. It's also why I am proud that this bill includes many reforms to the professional military education process with the intent of regaining our focus on warfighting so that our war colleges teach how to fight and win our nation's wars. This is a critical time for U.S. national security. Our enemies are on the march, and we are being asked to hold the line. And it's absolutely critical that Congress stays focused on the defense of this country and does not allow the defense of this country to be politicized in the way other issues have, which is why I so very much appreciate the work of the ranking member, of the chairman, in setting that bipartisan tone, and I'm very proud to support this bill.
Back. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, the chairman of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the 2023 National Defense Authorization Act. This measure fulfills our duty to strengthen our national security and to serve those who serve us. That is particularly true of the efforts of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee, which, pursuant to Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, has responsibility to provide and maintain a Navy. Our subcommittee has a record $32.6 billion for shipbuilding, authorizes procurement of 13 Battle Force ships, and fully funds the Navy's #1 priority, the Columbia Submarine Program. It funds high-end warfighting capabilities, including 3 destroyers, 2 Virginia-class subs, and 2 fast frigates that will fill a critical need to conduct anti-submarine warfare. This bill also blocks the early termination of the LPD production line and sets a statutory floor on amphibious warships. The bill invests a record $750 million in our submarine industrial base to grow its workforce in manufacturing supply chains across the country, which is critical to maintain production cadence. It fully funds the Maritime and Tanker Security Program and designates the Maritime Administration as the lead agency to design and construct up to 10 sea lift vessels built by American workers for use in the National Defense Reserve Fleet. It also takes an important step to furthering the Australia, UK, and US AUKUS security agreement. It authorizes entry of Australian submariners into our naval nuclear training programs to provide them with the experience necessary to command their own nuclear-powered undersea fleet of the future. For aviation protection forces, it authorizes procurement of 5 additional tactical airlifters, 2 Osprey tilt rotors, and 2 early warning aircraft. It also authorizes full funding for the B-21 Raider and sets statutory floors for the C-130 and aerial refueling tanker fleets. Mr. Speaker, this bill, which passed out of our committee with strong bipartisan support, and I want to particularly salute my ranking member, Rob Whitman, provides our nation with the capability to assure allies, deter conflict, and defend our homeland. I urge support for this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington reserves, and the gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the Cyber Subcommittee, Mr. Banks of Indiana.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I thank the ranking member for yielding and for his leadership, and I thank the chairman for his commitment to bipartisanship as well. I believe this NDAA is a true testament of that. I rise today in support of H.R. 7900, the fiscal year 2023 NDAA, because our investments in modernization and innovation are more important than ever. Our adversaries are focused on our defeat, on and off the battlefield. China is pouring money into research and development of emerging technologies, recruiting top scientists, and stealing intellectual property to gain a tactical edge. This NDAA pushes the department to accelerate innovation and strengthen its cyber posture, both of which are critical to maintaining superiority in this era of great power competition. I'm proud of the work that my subcommittee, along with the chairman of the city subcommittee, Chairman Langevin, has accomplished throughout this bill. The Cyber Innovative Technologies and Information Systems Subcommittee, our commitment to work together, I believe, is shown in the input that we have both worked across the aisle to include in this year's NDAA. We included provisions to improve opportunities for early career scientists to work with DARPA. This NDAA authorizes great work that the Defense Innovation Unit is doing to field commercial technology by doubling its funding, and it expands the critical work being done in biotechnology and batteries. We bolstered and strengthened the department's information security systems and gave Cyber Command the tools that it needs to succeed. As the ranking member of the City Subcommittee, I support this bill fully and encourage my colleagues to do the same. With that, thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Indiana yields back. The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, the chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. This bill provides the necessary support and direction for our national security. It also provides the necessary support for our service members' families, and I'm particularly pleased of the work completed by the Subcommittee on Readiness. And a big thank you to Ranking Member Waltz and Lambord for their partnership in the subcommittee, and also to the staff and all the members of the subcommittee, and particularly to Janine Womble, who was the staff director on this effort. The Readiness Subcommittee's broad scope means that we cover everything from sustainment of weapon systems and facilities, including the safety of the men and women, military construction, climate change, energy, and environmental policy. While the readiness-related provisions are extensive, I'd like to take a few minutes to highlight just a few. In line with the work over the last 2 years, we continue to address vulnerabilities in installations and energy resiliency, both in response to extreme weather events and to ensure the department can continue to accomplish its missions in the event of power disruptions. This bill works also to mitigate the military's effect of climate change and supports clean energy innovation, some of which you heard about just a moment ago. We also continue to focus on sustaining and modernizing the organic industrial base. We cannot continue the readiness risks that the neglect of our ports, depots, shipyards, and arsenal create. This is essential to ensuring that our state-of-the-art weapons systems can meet the challenges of near-peer competitors, not only the first day they arrive in the hands of the military, but in the days and years thereafter. The health and safety of our military and civilian personnel will continue to be a top priority. This means that we will continue to address the military housing, the PFAS contamination and mitigation issues, and also safety. I'm proud to represent two of the key military bases, Travis and Beale Air Force Base, and the men and women that work there. With that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Washington. Gentleman from Alabama. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 1 minute to one of our outstanding freshman members of the committee, Dr. Jackson of Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to the gentleman from Alabama for the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of one of the most important bills that comes before Congress, the NDAA. The NDAA includes important wins for all Americans, and for my district included. It provides support for service members and families at Shepherd Air Force Base while continuing to modernize Shepherd's fleet of fighter trainer aircraft. It supports work done at Pantex and Amarillo, including accelerated funding to improve critical infrastructure at the plant. This legislation also includes resources needed to compete and win in any potential conflict. It's support for our allies like Taiwan and Israel, investments in future vertical lift, increased funding to improve our fleet of V-22s, critical oversight of the military health system, the reinstatement of the Medical Officer of the Marine Corps, which reinforces our commitment to the absolute best medical care for our Marines on the battlefield, and it also provides protections for any service member who has reservations about taking the COVID-19 vaccine. As we consider amendments, I hope this bill remains focused on national security and can be passed in good faith, as we did almost unanimously in committee. Thank you to Ranking Member Rogers for his leadership on this year's NDAA, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, the subcommittee chair for the Tactical Air and Land Subcommittee.
Subcommittee chairman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you for yielding, Mr. Chairman. This bill once again demonstrates the long and proud tradition of the bipartisan work by the Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee. Our members have shared the great responsibility to keep American land and Air Force the best in the world. I especially want to recognize Ranking Member Mrs. Hartzler for her contributions to this bipartisan bill. Many of us know that this will be her final defense authorization bill in this chamber, and I want to thank her for her hard work. Her efforts have made America stronger. Mr. Speaker, this bill supports the investment of resources necessary to equip and modernize our military while continuing that necessary oversight to ensure responsible execution and accountability for Department of Defense programs. The bill includes aggressive oversight of strike fighter aircraft programs, including the most expensive, the F-35. Particular attention to and management of risk associated with the department's manned and unmanned ISR systems. Continued oversight of the Army and Marine Corps modernization strategies. And of particular importance to me and Mrs. Hartzler is the bill's support for resources required to reduce risk to our defense industrial base. I'd like to express my strong support for the pro-worker provisions included in this bill that I champion that would produce domestic manufacturing and guarantee federal contractors $15 an hour minimum wage. And finally, to the TAL subcommittee staff who've done a great job, both the majority and minority, Bill Sudi, Heath Bope, Carla Zapiri, Liz Griffith, Kelly Repair, and certainly our clerk Payson. And certainly my personal staff who've done a great job, Katie Lee, Lucy Perkins, and Kevin Seeger. And I do want to take a moment of privilege to thank the ranking member and chairman for setting the tone for this great bill. And I urge everybody to support this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 1 minute to another of our outstanding freshman members, Mr. Carl, Alabama.
Thank you, Ranking Member Rogers. I rise today in support of Bill number 7900, the NDA 2023. We've worked across the aisle on this bill, and I take great pride in it. We have successfully fought back against the President's cut in our defense budget, obviously due to inflation. For example, it gets the Navy back on track to building a large enough fleet to counter threats like China with 355 ships. This includes much needed ships that will be built in Mobile at Austral USA in Mobile, Alabama, and we are very proud of that. It also takes care of our servicemen and their families by giving a 4.6% pay raise to counter the Biden inflation. I encourage my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to support the bill because it's critical for the defense of this country. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Landrigan, who chairs the Cyber Innovative Technologies and Information Systems Subcommittee.
Subcommittee chairman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the work the Cyber Innovative Technologies and Information Systems Subcommittee has done on this legislation. It is our subcommittee's job to get cutting-edge technologies into the hands of our warfighters as quickly as possible so that they never enter a fair fight. And I am certain now more than ever that we are putting the department on the right track when it comes to confronting emerging challenges with innovative solutions. This bill strengthens the R&D ecosystem and more closely aligns the Pentagon with the successes happening throughout private industry. The bill also prioritizes research and development efforts in other key technology areas such as hypersonics, software, artificial intelligence, electronic warfare, and directed energy, among others, and it makes robust investments to accelerate quantum applications. It also makes long overdue investments in our laboratories and test and evaluation infrastructure. We know that we simply cannot develop 21st century technologies and attract the top talent with crumbling infrastructure. And we provide robust support for our teammates at innovation centers like DIU and DARPA across the department who are taking risks in pursuit of game-changing payoffs. It provides U.S. Cyber Command and the Cyber Mission Force the resources they need to keep us safe in cyberspace and ensures that our cyber operators have the training and career trajectories they need to succeed. This bill also includes a provision that I'm very proud of, the Joint Collaborative Environment, which would enable the sharing and fusing of threat information and other relevant cybersecurity indicators across the federal government and between the public and private sectors, strengthening those public and private partnerships that are so vital to protecting our country in cyberspace. It is this subcommittee that has always looked ahead to a dynamic future, seeking to fundamentally change the balance of power between the United States and our adversaries. Our warfighters are depending on our success here today. In closing, I'd like to thank Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Rogers, and Ranking Member Banks for their partnership and their leadership over the years. Serving on this committee throughout my time in Congress has been a true honor and a privilege. I'd also like to thank the subcommittee's professional staff as well as my personal staff for their hard work on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to the ranking member of the Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee, General Kelly of Mississippi.
The gentleman is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for yielding. Today, I rise in strong support of the fiscal year 2023 National Defense Authorization Act. Our military is facing unprecedented challenges in a volatile environment, and this body is charged with the duty of raising and supporting our military to ensure our safety both home and abroad. As the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations, I am incredibly proud of the items in this bill that enable our intelligence and special operations communities in keeping our adversaries at bay. Thank you, Chairman Gallego and my ISO colleagues for working in a bipartisan fashion to ensure ISO equities are represented throughout the NDAA process. In particular, the codification of the Special Operations Command 1202 authority is significant. The authority authorizes SOCOM to conduct irregular warfare operations. The expansion of this authority is critical to our ability to compete and win in a great power competition environment. I remain concerned about our force posture and counterterrorism capabilities in Afghanistan resulting from last year's withdrawal. The administration has failed to provide the congressionally mandated report from Section 1069 of last year's NDAA. We continue to ask for greater detail of the so-called over-the-horizon capabilities the administration has touted. It remains clear that this strategy was completely not thought out from the beginning. That said, I do want to mention a few noteworthy provisions in this bill. This bill includes an amendment to fund the priorities that our nation's top military leadership told us they needed, but the White House failed to support. The top line increases counters this administration's dangerous divest to invest strategy, which would leave us ill-equipped to deter or defeat China, our pacing threat, in the next 5 to 10 years. It also provides an increase in military personnel pay and benefits to combat the impacts of inflation so that our service members who dedicate their lives to our nation do not struggle to support themselves and their families. I also cannot understate the importance of this bill in securing our defense industrial base and ensuring millions of jobs for Americans. The hardworking Mississippians who work for our defense industry companies in my district and across the state to keep our nation safe, secure, and prosperous deserve our support in Congress. Colleagues, a spirit of patriotism is not enough to support our troops. We have an obligation to ensure our military is properly funded to compete and win wars against China, Russia, and any other adversary that threatens our way of life and democratic values. We have a responsibility to take care of our service members and their families in this period of record high inflation so that we retain the best talent. And we have committed to enact policies that honor our values, improve our national security, and empower our military leaders. We do all this by voting yes on this bill. Likely, I would be remiss if I did not thank my teammates on this committee and my staff for working tirelessly on this year's bill. Special shout out to my ISO buddies, Chairman Gallego, and professional staff Patrick Nevins and my defense team Rodney Hall and Lauren Emmy. I yield back and ask to support this bill, please.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, member of the committee, Ms. Escobar.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the Vice Chair of the House Armed Services Subcommittee on Military Personnel and representing Fort Bliss in my home district of El Paso, Texas, I'm proud to speak in support of this bill, which passed out of our committee with overwhelming bipartisan support. The bill supports a military basic pay raise of 4.6% and includes a targeted bonus to address the challenges of inflation. It provides additional resources to decrease out-of-pocket costs for housing and for our commissaries so they can keep their prices low. It mitigates the tragedy of suicide by supporting an increase in the number of behavioral health providers to ensure access to care to those who need it most. And given concerns about the increasing number of vacancies of military and civilian providers across the military health system, this bill provides the department from realigning or reducing military medical end strength until additional analysis on the impacts is complete. We also built on last year's historic reforms to the Uniform Code of Military Justice, ensuring our criminal litigators are getting the best training, resources, and experience possible to support our troops. We're also taking care of our military children. In 2021, more than 20,000 children of service members who had immediate need for child care were stuck on wait lists. In order to address the root causes, we're requiring the Department of Defense to complete a study on adequate pay for military child care center employees. And to better support families with special needs, the bill establishes a grant program to help them navigate school districts after every move and ensures children with disabilities receive appropriate and high-quality educational services. Together, service members and their families make countless sacrifices for our nation, which is why we must continue our commitment to them. I'm grateful to Chairwoman Jackie Spear for her leadership. I'm grateful to the ranking member and proud of the contributions our subcommittee made to this bill. Mr. Chairman, this bill would make a tremendous difference in the lives of our military families. I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to the ranking member of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, Mr. Lamborn of Colorado.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
I thank the ranking member. I rise today in support of the fiscal year 2023 National Defense Authorization Act. As the Strategic Forces Subcommittee ranking member, I'm particularly proud of the work put forward by this subcommittee, led by Chairman Jim Cooper. I'll miss working with my good friend from Tennessee. Among the many excellent provisions put forward by the Strategic Forces Subcommittee is one I am very pleased with that directs the establishment and funding of a national hypersonic initiative to bring an all-of-government approach to catching up to China and Russia in hypersonics. The Strategic Forces Subcommittee, MARC, also directed an asymmetric hypersonic defeat strategy and provides additional funds for directed energy technologies to defeat these hypersonic threats. The bill also provides funds to complete a 16th Patriot Battalion accelerates the Guam defense system and seeks to reinvigorate an East Coast missile defense site. I'm particularly proud that Chairman Cooper and I were able to find a compromise and fund the nuclear sea-launched cruise missile. I understand that our Senate counterparts, Senators King and Fisher, did so as well, and I look forward to reconciling our provisions in conference to continue research and development of this critical capability. I think that the four of us are proving that funding a safe, secure, reliable, and modern nuclear deterrent need not be a partisan exercise. We also have made valuable progress in the space domain, including requiring DoD to make publicly available a strategy to defend and protect our on-orbit satellites. I'm also glad to be directing the Space Force to establish requirements for defense and resilience of space systems as China and Russia become more aggressive. In a bill this size, Mr. Speaker, with more amendments offered than any other single bill in the history of Congress, a person can always find something to disagree with. But if you truly value and support our nation's defense, and if you truly understand the threats we face, you will look at the major advances this bill makes for our security, and you will support this bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am now pleased to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego, who is the chair of the Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee.
Subcommittee chairman is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7900, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023. I congratulate my colleagues in the House Armed Services Committee for bringing forward a bipartisan National Defense Authorization Act for the 62nd consecutive year. I especially want to thank my Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee ranking member, Trent Kelly, for his leadership and contributions to this bill. I would also like to thank subcommittee staff, Shannon, Craig, William, and Patrick, for their tireless efforts, as well as my personal office staff, Michelle and Charlie. This year's bill contains crucial investment in American allies and partners to address the threat the world faces from Vladimir Putin, including $225 million for the Baltic Security Initiative, which I started last year with my friend and co-chair of the House Baltic Caucus, Congressman Don Bacon. This bill also takes historic strides to prevent and mitigate civilian harm by creating mechanisms to increase transparency and accountability at the department. As chair of the Intelligence Special Operations Subcommittee, I am proud of this bill's critical investments in intelligence, modernization, and special operation forces. Specifically, our bill invests in agility across the defense intelligence enterprise. It protects our warfighters and builds pandemic preparedness by adding $91 million to the chemical and biological defense program's top priority of accelerating the department's biodefense capabilities. Our bill provides the resources to ensure Special Operations Command has the hardware it needs to conduct our nation's most sensitive operations. This year's bill strengthens oversight of intelligence collection, information operations, and irregular warfare to ensure our intelligence professionals and special operation forces are positioned to prevail in the complex threat environment they face every day. Colleagues, in addition to meeting the most pressing security challenges we face in the nation today, this bill supports our service members with a 4.6% pay raise, codifies the $15 minimum wage for all workers, and includes $111 million in research activities at HBCUs, and improves women's health care. This is an important bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to the ranking member of the Sea Power Subcommittee, Mr. Whitman of Virginia.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the ranking member for yielding, and I want to begin by saying that I do not agree with everything in this bill, but the committee passed a bill worthy of your support. And I want to especially commend Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers for navigating a markup that was 16 hours and 12 minutes long and included the debate of almost 900 amendments. The House Armed Services Committee agreed on a bipartisan basis to increase our national security top line by over $35 billion, accounting for the damaging impacts of inflation on our military and the rising threats that we face today. I'm particularly proud of the decisive final bipartisan vote of 57-1 that passed this bill out of committee. Unfortunately, this bipartisan national security effort is in peril. The Rules Committee has allowed a series of particularly harmful and sometimes unrelated provisions that Speaker Pelosi would like to once again tack to the backs of our service members, endangering Congress's support of their service and our national security. I specifically hope that during our floor debate, we can move to exclude these harmful riders. As to the committee mark,
we started once again with an anemic budget request from the Biden administration that in the Sea Power portfolio requested only 8 ships and proposed the retirement of 24 ships, many of these ships well before the end of their expected service life. Fortunately, with the additional top-line funding provided, we authorized 13 Battle Force ships and rebuffed the administration's request to retire 12 ships early, committing ourselves to growing the Navy instead of shrinking it. We also invested in our strategic deterrence capabilities, providing funding for the Columbia-class ballistic missile submarine and the B-21 bomber programs. In the end, this is a strong sea power statement. Before I conclude, I want to specifically thank Chairman Joe Courtney, and I want to thank him for his leadership on the Sea Power Subcommittee. He is a navalist, he's a teammate, and a dear friend that has the vision to see our national security perils and the political fortitude to respond to our most serious threats. My friends, this is good legislation and its current form is worthy of support. We must remain focused on delivering a bill that provides the resources our service members need to advance the common defense of our nation. I want to thank the ranking member. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Loria, the Vice Chair of the committee.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congress must continue to supply the finest fighting force in the world with the funding, equipment, resources, and support they need. And I'm proud to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do just that. The FY23 NDAA represents a bipartisan effort to support our active duty personnel with a 4.6% pay raise and invest in the critical capabilities that our armed forces need to defend our nation and our interests abroad. This year's NDAA also includes my request to increase defense spending by $37 billion, including at least $7.4 billion to combat inflation, more than $4 billion for ship procurement, over $1.6 billion in research and development, and over $500 million in additional security assistance for Ukraine. At a time when we face growing threats from China, this bill provides needed funding for 13 new Battle Force ships, including 2 Virginia-class submarines, 3 guided missile destroyers, 2 guided missile frigates, and 1 landing platform dock. This sends a strong message to our allies and our enemies and ensures that we have the resources to counter the threats we face from China, Iran, and Russia. Additionally, the NDAA includes several of my amendments to directly address access to mental health care, suicide prevention, and improve the quality of life for sailors during complex refueling overhauls, many of which were learned from lessons aboard the USS George Washington. While I'm proud of the bipartisan effort we've made so far, there's still more work that needs to be done. I hope that the final version of the NDAA will include my bill, the Healthcare Fairness for Military Families Act, which will eliminate the disparity that TRICARE dependents face when compared to those on private health insurance. The bipartisan progress we've made in this year's NDAA will grow our Navy, strengthen our military, and give a well-deserved pay raise to our armed forces. I will continue to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support our military and look forward to negotiating with the Senate on the final top-line number. I want to thank the Chair, the Ranking Member, for your support in these efforts, especially in growing and strengthening our Navy and our whole armed forces. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to the ranking member of the Readiness Subcommittee, Mr. Waltz of Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank as well Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers for their strong bipartisan product that is worthy of our service members. I also want to thank Chairman of Readiness, Representative Garamendi, for his thoughtful and collaborative work on this bill. Mr. Speaker, the threats are growing. Russia, Iran, North Korea, and most significantly, China's most rapid military buildup we've seen in modern history. The bipartisan top-line increase above inflation is a positive step, but our defense investments still fail to keep pace with the Chinese Communist Party and their rapid military buildup. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to keep pace. Our service members deserve better. We need to have overmatch over that military buildup. That's how we then keep the peace and maintain deterrence. As the ranking member of Readiness, I know we cannot continue to afford to use our operations and maintenance accounts to pay for other priorities. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a teachable moment for all of us. The entire world is witnessing that logistics, training, maintenance,
wins or loses wars. China's own growing aggression in the vast Indo-Pacific requires more operations and maintenance funding for our partners and allies. We have to keep our forces forward, again, in order to maintain deterrence, and I will oppose amendments that thoughtlessly take from those accounts. We cannot, as a body, continue to rob Peter to pay Paul. Overall, I believe this is a strong bill. It does hold our military accountable, but also make significant steps toward deterrence. Some key priorities: we authorize interoperable military exercises with Taiwan. We permanently prohibited purchases of goods by the Defense Department from Xinjiang province. We require universities in China that support the CCP and the military to be identified and listed. We allocate funding for incredibly important new construction projects at Florida's military bases, and we set gender-neutral fitness standards for our combat military occupational specialties in the U.S. Army, and perhaps most importantly, we passed a Wounded Warrior Bill of Rights. And finally, Mr. Speaker, as we continue to aid Ukraine, we must be accountable for those taxpayer dollars, and this bill would appoint an inspector general to oversee the aid that we are providing. Mr. Speaker, the number one job of the federal government is to keep the country safe. I urge my colleagues' support for this bill, and I yield my time.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington and recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are prepared to close at this point. Do you guys have any more speakers? Okay.
I do not.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of our time. Substantively, I just want to reiterate my initial remarks. I think this is a good bill put together. You've heard a lot of the comments from the individual subcommittee chairs. Many other members also contributed significant and important policy to this piece of legislation that gives us the opportunity to properly exercise oversight of the Pentagon, which is our job. I think this bill does an excellent job of that, and I think, as I mentioned, we have made some progress in recent years. And the one big point that I did not emphasize sufficiently at the start of my remarks is how important innovation and new technologies are right now. I don't think there's been a time in the history of warfare where things have been changing as rapidly. We've certainly seen that play out on the battlefield in Ukraine, but also in other fights that have happened in smaller conflicts in Armenia and Azerbaijan, in the Middle East. You have got to develop the new, best innovative technology. And as anyone would recognize, the Pentagon is not typically good at moving fast. It is a large bureaucracy. It takes them time to process ideas. What we have done is we have put forth a number of innovative legislation to move that along faster so that we can develop the better technologies, take advantage of drone technology, take advantage of AI, make sure that our systems are secure. I mean, that has really made a huge difference to make sure that we get the most out of the money we spend and we're in the best position to have the technologies that we need. So a number of these policies have made a huge difference. I want to use the balance of my time. We have 6 members of our committee on the Democratic side who are retiring at the end of this. Congressman Langevin, Cooper, Spear, Brown, Murphy, and Kahele. I want to thank them very much for the service. As you have heard many times, I think the cornerstone of this committee is our bipartisan approach and our commitment to regular order, to sending our bills through the normal process in committee, having markups, debates, and then doing the same on the floor in a bipartisan way that makes an enormous difference. These members have contributed to that. I want to especially recognize a couple of them because a number have served for a long time on the committee. Jim Langevin, who is the chairman of the subcommittee with the really complicated name that I have to have written down to remember. But it has to do with cyber and intelligence matters. Jim has dove into these issues. When I talk, as I did, about innovative technologies, it's his subcommittee that focuses on putting us in the best position to deal with artificial intelligence, to figure out how to use directed energy weapons and drones, to do the innovation that is crucial. And Jim's knowledge level on this is above anybody in Congress. He's done an outstanding job over, I guess it's 22 years as a member of Congress now and subcommittee chair. His leadership has been invaluable on those crucial issues. Jim Cooper, also retiring as a subcommittee chair, very responsible for getting us to properly focus on space. There's a lot of talk about the Space Force. Certainly that's part of it, but that was never really the entire point. The point was that space has become crucial in modern warfare. Literally everything we do gets shut down if we don't have robust access to our space assets. Recognize the importance of that and how much that has changed, certainly in the last 50 years, but even in the last 10. Chairman Cooper has worked with now Ranking Member Rogers, also a past chairman of that subcommittee, to make this happen. Jim's intelligence and leadership has made a huge difference in those issues. Jackie Spear is retiring as the chair of the Readiness Committee. It is impossible to overstate the work she has done to look after the men and women who serve in our forces. Most notably, of course, with her commitment to battling sexual assault and to getting the major sexual assault reform passed that we passed last year, to set up a special prosecutor who will focus on sexual assault cases. That was a 10-year effort. A lot of people ask me when they get involved in politics, they get frustrated that things aren't happening, they don't happen quickly, they get frustrated by the whole process. And I've always come up with a saying that says, look, in politics, in public policy, you have got to be patient and persistent. And nobody personifies that better than Jackie Spear. She was absolutely doggedly persistent on getting the changes necessary to help improve the way we handle sexual assault and on a wide range of other issues that have helped protect the personnel who serve in our military. And lastly, I want to specifically thank Anthony Brown, a past vice chair of the committee who has worked so hard on the diversity issues. We were able, 2 years ago now, to finally get passed and put in place a commission to change the names of the military bases in this country and facilities as well, not just base names, but those buildings and streets and a whole bunch of other things that had been named after white supremacist Confederate traitors. He did the work to get that through the entire process, all the way to the point of having to override the president's veto to get that done. And now we have a commission that is working on this issue. And certainly it's crucial that they change the names. But what the commission is doing is they've held hearings all across the country in the communities where these bases are named to talk about the history, about how did we get to this point? What is it that we're actually talking about? How these bases weren't actually named immediately after the Civil War. They were named at the turn of the 20th century when there was an effort to reestablish white supremacy, to really educate and include the community in the process and ultimately in the names that were selected. Never would have happened without Anthony's hard work. So we have some outstanding members of the committee leaving us this year. I appreciate their service. And again, I want to thank Ranking Member Rogers, the Republican staff. We have worked well together. It's not that we don't disagree. We absolutely disagree frequently. But we do so in a way that allows us to resolve those differences, which is the essence of how a representative democracy is not just supposed to work, but how it must work if it is to survive. So I appreciate the opportunity to be part of that process. Again, I urge members to support this bill. It's an outstanding product. Please vote yes. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. This is truly a bipartisan product, and I thank Chairman Smith for his leadership in that effort. I know there will be an effort later today and tomorrow to add extraneous issues to this bill that have nothing to do with the defense of our nation. Happens every year. But like previous years, we'll work through those, and in conference, we'll weed out the ones that don't need to come back to the floor. But before us today is a critical piece of legislation. It's a good piece of legislation. I urge its adoption. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part A of House Report 117-405, not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 1224, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part A of House Report 117-405, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes equally divided, and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services for their respective designees shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Schiff of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this amendment, which has passed the House 3 times, and which clarifies the authority of military commission judges to order court proceedings at Guantanamo Bay to be broadcast on the Internet. At its core, this amendment has a simple goal: transparency. By passing this amendment, we will show the American people that we believe they have the right to observe military commission proceedings, including those against the individuals who planned the 9/11 attacks. We owe transparency to the loved ones and families of the victims, but we should also provide transparency for journalists, academics, NGOs, and all concerned Americans who are understandably deeply interested in these vital proceedings. Importantly, this bill does not require particular proceedings to be in open session. That will still be for the judges to decide. But when they are open to the public, they should be accessible so that victims do not need to travel to Guantanamo to bear witness. I will continue to work to permanently close the prison at Guantanamo Bay, but in the meantime, Congress must act to ensure transparency for the American people. This bill is fully protective of classified information, and I encourage all members to support our amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. For what purpose? Gentleman from Alabama. Rice.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this legislation.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I oppose the gentleman's amendment. It allows some of the most hardened terrorists in U.S. custody a platform to publicly broadcast their message. Our military commission's process at Guantanamo Bay has already been substantially delayed. Letting hardened terrorists know there's a public audience for their hate will do far more harm than good. Federal courts have stuck to their guns against broadcasting major terrorism cases, such as the trial of Zacarias Moussaoui, and I see no reason to make an exception for terrorists at Guantanamo Bay. Even the Biden administration has fought against prior versions of this amendment. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Now yield back. I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, is there time remaining in opposition, or should I close?
The gentleman from Alabama has time remaining.
Gentleman from Alabama has time remaining. He has yielded. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge support for the bill. Again, this bill does not require proceedings to be available online, but it does ensure that judges have that authority. And I think that this is something that the victims would like, because the victims would like to be able to observe the proceedings without having to travel all the way to Guantanamo. And in the interest of those victims, I would urge support for the passage of this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this amendment undermines the military commission's process and gives hardened terrorists a public platform. Again, the Biden administration has opposed this. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. The question is on amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is agreed to.
Request
for what purpose, gentleman from Florida, Rice?
Request yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and ayes are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 117405. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Jones of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment, Amendment Number 2, which prohibits the Department of Defense from awarding contracts to companies engaged in illegal anti-union activity. Every worker in this country deserves a living wage, a safe workplace, and the opportunity to join a union if they so choose. But we know that some companies spend millions of dollars illegally fighting employee unionization efforts and get rewarded with government contracts. Companies that engage in unfair labor practices, including threats, bribery, coercion, spying, and punishing workers for their attempts at unionization, are not barred from receiving these lucrative government deals. This amendment would change that. It bars the Department of Defense from awarding any of their more than $400 billion in annual contracts to companies engaged in these illegal activities. President Biden promised to, quote, be the most pro-union president leading the most pro-union administration in American history. I hope that we can make this goal a reality. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on Amendment Number 2. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman rise for?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment completely undermines the existing contract rebarment processes at DOD. Federal contractors and subcontractors are already required to comply with the National Labor Relations Act. There are already tools to bring contractors into compliance, but this amendment takes the decision out of the hands of the contracting officer to determine whether or not a contractor is responsible. Something as small as a single paperwork violation would prohibit DOD from contracting with a company. This is an unprecedented prohibition that exists nowhere else in the federal government. It's a departure from the processes we use to prevent contracting with bad actors and would undermine our national security. If enacted, this would severely limit the department's ability to contract for goods and services needed to support the warfighter and execute critical mission sets around the globe. I urge members to oppose the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just note that unfair labor practice violations will only disqualify an employer from DOD contracts if an employer refuses to settle a violation or remains out of compliance with the terms of that settlement. When an employer settles a violation with the NLRB and remains in compliance with the terms of their settlement, they will regain eligibility for DOD contracts. So respectfully, my colleague's concern on the other side of the aisle is misplaced. But there's also a broader issue at hand. Why are we being asked to sacrifice the rights of working people to support defense capabilities? These are not mutually exclusive priorities. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my friend and colleague from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment, prohibiting employers from federal contracts for violations of the National Labor Relations Act. NLRA circumvents longstanding compliance procedures and would have a significant impact on federal contractors. The prohibition duplicates existing safeguards in the federal contracting process that already has a system in place to deny federal contracts to companies that break the law. This flawed blacklisting amendment will threaten federal contractors' due process rights because a federal contractor could be prohibited from DoD contracts before a charge has been fully adjudicated. An employer can be found to have violated the NLRA by an administrative law judge, but the employer has the right to appeal that decision to the National Labor Relations Board. Employers also have the right to appeal NLRB decisions to the U.S. Court of Appeals. It is unfair and unjust to bar employers from federal contracts because they have exhausted all remedies of relief. This amendment also provides unfair special treatment to employers with employees who are represented by a union. The amendment prohibitions can be waived if the employees of an employer are represented by a union, giving unionized federal contractors a significant advantage over non-union firms in the federal procurement process. These prohibitions will encourage frivolous NLRA complaints and provide labor unions leverage to organize non-union federal contractors. The federal procurement process works best when the bidding process is open and fair and not dependent on whether the federal contractor is unionized. This is in the best interest of taxpayers. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, and appreciate you yielding. The gentleman is correct. We all want an open, competitive, and fair contracting process. The Department of Defense, as we know, is the largest government contractor, over $400 billion a year in contracts. 60% are by the Department of Defense. This amendment would ensure that the DoD contractors are not violating labor law, things that we all agree on. They do not have the privilege of receiving taxpayer dollars if they're violating this. These taxpayer dollars should go to companies that are helping to build and strengthen our country, not tear it down. American workers are why we are the greatest country in the world. It is their strength that makes us a reality. Under this amendment, unfair labor practices are more than just an accusation. They're one to be found in violation of the NLRA. So the idea of having this, you are proven to violate it, you still have an option. You settle the problem, and then you can get on the bid list. Right now, the Department of Defense does have that issue. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this very important amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman
and I'm
from
prepared
Alabama,
to close whenever the gentleman from New York closes.
Yes. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
Gentleman from New York has 2 minutes left.
Mr. Speaker, the freedom to join a union is essential to the dignity of workers, to securing living wages and good benefits, and building an economy that works for everyone, not just the wealthy and the well-connected. Current law recognizes how essential this freedom is and how the deck is too often stacked against workers. This is the very reason the National Labor Relations Act exists and why unfair labor practices are illegal. When employers are rewarded for suppressing worker rights, we undermine the very purpose of having labor laws at all. I think we should be very clear about what's going on here. Democrats are fighting for middle-class jobs with good pay and benefits, an economy where one job is enough, where 40 hours of work is enough to live in with dignity. Republicans are not interested in protecting workers. They're interested in protecting the corporations that exploit workers for profit, corporations whose bottom line depends on keeping wages low and suppressing worker power. My Republican colleagues want to protect the government contracts of companies that violate labor law. I urge all of my colleagues to protect the rights of working people by voting yes on Amendment number 2, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York, Neal, yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge all members to oppose this effort. It could stop procurement of critical systems needed to counter China. It could delay construction of military housing projects, and it could stop work on vital programs to improve the safety of ships, aircrafts, and combat vehicles. This is a bad amendment. I urge all members to oppose it. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentleman from Florida, for what purpose?
I request that yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part A of House Report 117405. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize myself for as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
So my amendment is very simple. It gives a preference to defense contractors who will remain neutral in union organizing. I say neutral, not pro, not con. Contractors who commit to remain neutral in organizing campaigns, commit not to breaking strikes, and it gives preferences also to those who would have a union bargaining agreement. These are not requirements. These are preferences, the kind of preferences that we have for small businesses, that we have for veterans, and a number of other preferences that are given. Now, let's understand that we are talking about $422 billion in contracts that are given to businesses. And by the way, small businesses also have a preference. Out of a $778 billion Defense Act. So these are big taxpayer expenditures that we are talking about. And it seems to me, given that we want to make sure that workers are also acknowledged, that we say that it would be a good thing if we don't have companies like Amazon, for example, that get a lot of money in defense contractors and spend a lot of money trying to make sure that workers cannot bargain collectively. So let's give preferences to those who actually do acknowledge workers. And that's the only idea of this contract, of this amendment. And at this point, I would like to recognize for 1 minute Congressman Garamendi in support of this amendment.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Representative Schakowsky for this amendment. It's very important. This is about fairness in the workplace. This is about the opportunity for workers to have a say in their work life. This is about an opportunity for major companies that want to contract with the United States government, Department of Defense, to stay neutral in any organization, any unionizing opportunity that a union may be putting forward. The rights of workers who support our defense industry would be protected by this amendment. and the Department of Defense would continue to have the flexibility in the contracting programs that they have. With the billions of dollars that we're going to be spending as a result of this and previous bills, let's be fair to the workers. If they want to organize, fine. For the companies, it's time for them to be neutral and not do the kind of practices that we've seen from companies such as Amazon and a few others. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. Gentlewoman from Illinois reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment completely undermines the existing contractor debarment processes at the DOD. Federal contractors and subcontractors are already required to comply with the National Labor Relations Act. There are already tools to bring contractors into compliance, but this amendment takes the decision out of the hands of the contracting officer to determine whether a contractor is responsible. I'd like to note, if enacted, this amendment would limit the department's ability to receive quality goods and services and drive up costs unnecessarily. Federal contractors and subcontractors are already required to comply with the National Labor Relations Act, yet this amendment would go further and seek to prefer contract awards based on compliance with labor agreements in a new and unprecedented way, regardless of its negative impact on small businesses and national security. I'd like to note that this amendment is opposed by the National Federation of Independent Businesses, as well as the Workplace Policy Institute and the Associated Builders and Contractors. I urge all members to oppose the amendment, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
So it is now my pleasure to call on Representative Norcross and for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you for yielding. Once again, we're talking about our most valuable asset in this country, its workers, and the ability to treat them with fairness and giving them the ability to achieve the American dream. And that starts with their ability to go after contracts through their company. However, if their company is not playing by the rules, that they are fighting their ability to have a voice in the workplace, to vote for a union, this is where the issue begins and where the amendment addresses. Very simply, it says, play by the rules, have a neutrality agreement, and you should be given a preference for the American worker. And that's just so incredibly important given the challenges of the supply chain. At a time where we are challenged throughout the globe of getting the parts, the supplies we need to build the greatest defense in the world, we are being challenged because it's something we have control over, our workforce. And treating them well, fairly, under the rules of the government are incredibly important, and that is why this amendment is just so important. It says, to be a responsible contractor, treat your employees fairly, level the playing field, and let them have the choice. And that's why I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Mr. Speaker, this amendment has one goal: to eliminate all non-union contractors from DOD contracts. It does not represent the modern workforce. The modern workforce is not interested in jurisdictional rules. They're interested in incentives to get the job done on time and on budget. It achieves this goal by favoring employers who want to do business with the DOD that sign neutrality agreements or already have collective bargaining agreements with labor unions. These so-called neutrality agreements are anything but neutral. They stifle employee free choice and prohibit employers from communicating with their employees about the downsides of union representation. Can you imagine an employer not being able to talk with their employees? One common provision in a neutrality agreement takes away workers' right to a secret ballot election. That's guaranteed, in our elections, and allows unions to organize under the radical card check scheme that exposes workers to well-documented instances of harassment and intimidation. Even the U.S. Supreme Court describes card check as an admittedly inferior election process. Another provision in neutrality agreements places gag orders on employer speech that prohibits them from informing their employees about the impact that unionization can have on the workplace and their income. This amendment could also put workers' private information at risk. Many neutrality agreements require employers to provide union access to employees' personal information, including home address, phone numbers, and email addresses for the purpose of pressuring employees to sign union authorization cards. Workers should be able to freely choose for themselves whether they want a union through a secret ballot election. Instead, this amendment encourages employers to work with labor unions to impose union representation on workers. It's not the American way. Hardworking taxpayers deserve efficient and effective procurement policies, not rules that provide preferential treatment for special interest groups like labor unions. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama reserves, and the gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
And how much time do I have?
Gentleman from Illinois has 30 seconds remaining.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to point out that this doesn't have anything to do with stifling the rights of companies to communicate. It does prevent them from harassing workers and preventing them from doing what they need to do. I just want to point out that there are companies that include UPS, Levi Strauss, AT&T, and Verizon, and most recently Microsoft, who have these agreements. Big companies do it. They can do it. Let's protect workers and the rights of the companies as well. We can do both. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Illinois yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is, for what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
I request it yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
Mr. Kim, when he gets set up.
This is 4. Yeah. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report 117405. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Kim of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kim, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kim.
Thank you. I rise to offer my amendment that will help small businesses and highly skilled workers in the building trades access new opportunities and unlock the local economic potential of military bases across the country. This amendment is not new. We've passed it through the House before on a bipartisan basis, and I hope we'll do it again today. My amendment would incentivize the use of local workers for military construction projects by asking the Secretary of Defense to provide preference for businesses that commit to hire qualified, skilled workers from within the same state or within a 60-mile radius of the project. I represent Joint Base McGuire-Dix Lakehurst, which for decades has been an economic engine in my community, with thousands of jobs tied to operations on the base. However, too often the construction contracts at the base don't go to these local businesses, local workers, and instead go out of state. I introduced the Put Our Neighbors to Work Act and offer it as an amendment here for those skilled and qualified construction workers, electricians, painters, and other local contractors in my district who are looking for that next opportunity and who are ready and able to do this work and build DoD infrastructure right in their own community, a community they are proud to live in and work that they want to do for our country. I'm proud that another key provision of my bill was adopted in the Armed Services Committee markup, which would require more transparency to provide small businesses a fair chance to compete for subcontracting opportunities under military construction contracts. I'd like to thank Congressman Pfluger, Congressman Norcross, Congressman Garamendi for co-sponsoring this bipartisan bill, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand up for local workers and local economies by passing this amendment, which has passed the House, as I said, on a bipartisan basis the past 2 years. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. For what purpose the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment requires local preferences, state construction licenses for all facility sustainment military construction projects. Mr. Speaker, it is notable the opposition to this amendment, including the Chamber of Commerce, the National Defense Industry of America, the Association of General Contractors, Association of Building Contractors, and the American Council of Engineering, all of whom oppose, and notably, this provision last year was strongly opposed by the Biden administration. Mr. Speaker, this provision would increase time and money to an already difficult, lengthy, and often slow military construction process. These are facilities that our fighting men and women desperately need. And Mr. Speaker, it also impacts the skilled workforce. The local hiring preferences would significantly impact a military construction contractor's workforce by creating scenarios where long-term, highly skilled workers may have to be released, may have to be laid off in order to meet the local hire mandate. And then, in order to comply with the requirements, employers would have to bring in unnecessary and unskilled workers to fill these now vacant positions, creating additional costs and creating additional safety concerns. Local preference requirements falsely assume, and here's the fundamental issue, it is a false assumption that there is this automatic pool of qualified military contractors and workers wherever this military construction project may take place. Often there is in some locations, but often in our most rural locations, there is not. And there is an assumption that they are capable of performing this work. And Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is the provision would increase costs. Again, it would expand an already bloated military construction timeline. It will reduce skill employment and decrease the quality of construction in these vital projects. Mr. Speaker, I urge opposition to this amendment. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'd like to yield to my colleague from New Jersey as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. Well, this is something I know quite a bit about because I was one of those young electricians in an area hoping to get a job and then see somebody come hundreds of miles away with their company and undercut by literally cutting their wages and kicking back to their employers. Now, I'm not suggesting that happens everywhere, but there is nothing more frustrating than to have a job in your local community that goes to outsiders who travel from very far distances to replace the workers who live there. Each of us understands how much we care about our districts. Each of us understand that on a level that is proven every November. We love our district. We want to help those in our district. So this is why I find it so surprising that we wouldn't want to fight for a local hire agreement. 60-mile radius. Take any point in this country. 60 miles, you will find qualified workers. And if, God forbid, that's not available, there are waivers allowed here for the Department of Defense to do that. And that's the important part to understand is there are qualified people throughout this country who do construction work on an annual basis, who do specialized work. They are the ones who live in that community. They are the ones who pay the taxes in that community. To have somebody come in from distances outside the state, don't pay the taxes, and take that money back to their area, God bless them. But where we have the ability to fight for our constituents in our districts through local hire, this is a smart thing to do. It's not only smart for the local people, but they're good workers who've been trained well. And with that, I urge all my colleagues to vote for your districts and vote for this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kim, reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I just want to say on this front that, I've had the great opportunity to go around my state, to go around a lot of other states, to visit different military installations. Every single place I've been to, every state, including mine in New Jersey, we're so proud to host these military bases, these military installations. It is a duty of ours and something that we consider very sacred to be able to support and contribute to our national security in that kind of way. And oftentimes that requires our states and our communities to step up in different ways, to take on different actions, to be able to be accommodating and to support these bases. We are proud, though, to be able to host. And we hope that these bases are proud of their relationship to us, of being able to be part of our community. And that's all we're asking about here. This isn't about trying to have unskilled workers be able to take jobs as skilled workers. It's exactly the opposite of that. This is something that's only to require DOD to give preference to firms that will hire locally, and it's to the extent practical. And if that is not practical, there are, as said, waivers and other reasons why we can push this forward. So I just don't want this to be something that pushes in that direction. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my colleague from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Again, I rise in opposition to this amendment. Again, this is really about making sure that there are the proper workforce placed in the right areas where the work is to be done. We have heard time and time again today that the unavailability of skilled workforce in many areas is causing delays in construction jobs. The last thing we need is delays in military construction jobs because of this inconsistency in the availability of skilled workforce. It also undermines competition. Competition is a good thing. Why wouldn't we want to open it up and make sure that everybody that has the capability to do this work is able to compete? I think those things are incredibly important. And when we don't have competition, we know that that increases the cost to the United States government. Why would we want to increase cost on these projects so we do fewer projects? There's already a backlog of these military construction projects. This will only add to the backlog. It'll only make it more difficult to complete these projects. It'll add to the cost. It'll add to delays. All of these things are counter to what we need to be doing. With the backlog of these projects, we need to be assuring that there's competition, reducing cost, and reducing time frames. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman has the only time left remaining.
Mr. Speaker, military construction and sustainment is bureaucratic, it's cumbersome, it's slow, and it is not providing our service members what they need. And that needs to be the focus, period. This provision would represent a momentous shift, a sea change in the way the Department of Defense and defense contractors perform work with unknown costs to both the government and the contractors, especially small business contractors. We have to get these projects done timely, on budget, and get the facilities that we need to our service members. Mr. Speaker, I urge opposition. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentlemen, for what purposes, gentlemen?
Nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 5 would not be offered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to HRES 1224, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 17, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 30, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 50, 51, 52, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 66, 67, 68, 69, 71, 72, 73, 74, 76, 78, 80, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150. 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, and 163, printed in Part A of House Report Number 117-405, offered by Mr. Smith of Washington.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, each will control 15 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, while I will be unable to support the NDAA if it includes a provision that would derail offshore wind production, I thank the chair for crafting a bill that continues to orient our military strategy towards the Indo-Pacific, and for including 3 of my amendments. The first amendment requires an independent evaluation of the Pentagon's procurement practices to ensure that, in keeping with the law, it drives a harder bargain with the commercial sector. The Pentagon's price tag is too high, in large measure, because the bureaucracy too often pays for process, not performance. My second amendment would encourage the DoD to use innovative housing production companies to build multifamily homes for active service members. This will bring down housing and energy costs for military families, while also spurring innovative housing development models that will benefit the wider economy. My third amendment would help establish a process for alerting service members about exposure to PFAS so that they may get the care they need. Again, it is my hope that this spurs best practices for wider adoption as Americans in Massachusetts and beyond grapple with the fallout from PFAS exposure. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this en bloc amendment, and at this time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, a grassroots group of service members created a survey called the Congressional Survey of Accountability, Truth, and Freedom. The survey includes over 60 pages of testimony from nearly 600 service members describing the discriminatory treatment they have received from the Department of Defense in their attempts to receive a religious or medical exemption from COVID-19 vaccine mandates. Experienced service members are facing an unfair choice: get the shot against their personal or religious beliefs in order to continue their patriotic service in defense of our freedoms, or sacrifice their military careers and risk the benefits that help their families make ends meet. I am aware that certain branches of the military are self-reporting information on religious and medical exemptions. However, it is important that there is a detailed, congressionally mandated report that requires the Department of Defense to be as transparent as possible regarding their denials of religious and medical exemptions. My amendment will require the DoD to report every 60 days on the number of religious and medical exemptions for the COVID-19 vaccine requirement requested and denied, and the reasons for such denials. The number of members denied an exemption who then complied with the requirement and got the shot against their beliefs, and the number of members denied an exemption who did not comply and were separated from service. We need to bring to light just how many service members have been coerced to get the vaccine or forced to separate, and for what reasons. This mandate is putting our national security at risk for no good reason, and I am certain this amendment will prove that. I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Minnesota yields back. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Starmer Amendment number 83 that's in this en bloc. This amendment would simply provide oversight over the DoD's management of religious and medical exemptions for the COVID-19 vaccine requirement. At a time when we need every service member we can get, I am concerned that there are people being discharged from the military without full consideration of their religious or medical exemptions. It's past time for more transparency in the exemption process, so we can ensure that our service members' requests are being properly considered and fairly adjudicated. While I don't think our service members should be subject to COVID-19 vaccine at all, the least we can do is bring transparency to the process of those who are seeking a legitimate exemption. I thank Mr. Starber for introducing this common sense amendment and looking out for the best interest of our men and women in uniform. That I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, my colleague, Mike Burgess.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. This en bloc includes my amendment number 114 to require the Secretary of Defense to submit a report to Congress every 6 months detailing the short and long-term plan for the Pentagon's response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia invaded Ukraine in February, and yet we have not had another briefing by our military generals and the State Department and Director of National Intelligence as we did prior to that invasion. Now reported in Fox News by Jackie Heinrich on February 5th of this year, General Milley predicted that Kiev would fall in 3 days' time. That did not happen. And the Ukraine people have bravely been fighting that war, and it has now evolved into a war of attrition. But Congress has not been read into any of the administration's plans. The Speaker of the House brought a bill to the floor rapidly to provide $40 billion to the military effort in Ukraine. I, like everyone else, am horrified by what Russia is doing on the ground in Ukraine. I supported that bill. But you cannot bring another bill to the floor of this House asking for continued aid when we have not even had a report or briefing by the people advising the administration on what is happening on the ground. We have to have that information. Simply adding more money to what has already gone without a strategy to back up that assessment is a failure on the part of the House of Representatives, and one in which I will not participate. I thank the Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to another colleague from the Texas delegation, Mr. Crenshaw.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment 23 to create a grant program for psychedelic treatment for PTSD. Now, that may come as a shock to many, and I say good, because to be frank, we need new ideas because it seems we are losing the battle with veteran suicide. And for our active duty service members, the situation is even worse, as they are precluded from even trying treatments such as psychedelics that could save their lives and bring hope to their families. I aim to change that. First of all, this form of treatment actually isn't new. It's proven and it's tested. Many hear the word psychedelics and they think acid trips from the 60s. They may believe this amendment would legalize or deschedule psychedelics, but that is not what we are talking about here. What we're talking about is the proven use of psychedelics to treat PTSD. Private sector research shows that following MDMA treatments, 88% of veterans have a significant reduction in symptoms, and 67% no longer have PTSD. And this treatment also has a face. It is service members like Jonathan Lubecki, a veteran who made multiple suicide attempts until psychedelic treatment saved his life. He credits his treatment as the reason that his son Joey has a father instead of a folded flag. It is men like Marcus Capone, a SEAL Team 6 operator who credits psychedelic therapy with treating his PTSD, saving his life, and bringing his family back together. And it's my own friends, people I served with on the SEAL teams, who have told me that this cost-effective, often one-time treatment has completely transformed their life. And all I'm asking is that we give our service members the ability to access this treatment instead of forcing them to travel abroad to psychedelic clinics to save their own life. I ask my colleagues to get outside their comfort zone and vote for this amendment. Our service members deserve it. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama Reserve. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased now to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Strickland.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. I have the honor of representing Joint Base Lewis-McChord, the largest military base on the West Coast, and tens of thousands of service members and their families who call the South Puget Sound home. I'm pleased that the NDAA raises base pay by 4.6% and includes inflation bonuses. The top concern that I hear from command staff and service members and their families is a lack of housing and housing that's affordable. That's why in April, I introduced a 4-bill package, ensuring every service member has a home. I'm very pleased that this bill includes the Basic Allowance for Housing Calculation Improvement Act and the Increasing Homeownership for Service Members Act. This act directs DOD to create a more transparent and modernized way to calculate the housing allowance. The defense bill also directs DOD to consider restoring the housing allowance back to 100%. I'm also pleased that we will direct DOD to collect data on scholarship awards and ROTC program completion by gender, by race, and ethnicity. Many officers come through ROTC, but unfortunately, fewer officers of color come through ROTC compared to other commissioning sources. We must find out why. This year's NDAA invests in the lives and livelihood of service members and their families. I strongly urge adoption of this important legislation. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from Washington yields back. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleagues that have done a lot of work on this NDAA. Frankly, it's a huge bill. We're deliberating on a lot of amendments, and frankly, we're not deliberating on a whole bunch more that I wish we could debate. But I do want to rise in support of amendment number 35 offered by Representative Jacobs, which is included in this en bloc package. This amendment would require the Department of Defense to report which agencies have purchased or used American location data, phone records, internet browsing data, and so on. Our amendment does not reveal any classified information. Purchasing sensitive data about Americans from data brokers and other sellers allows the federal government to potentially circumvent Fourth Amendment warrant requirements. So who's purchasing it is of interest, if it's recruiting command to find out how to micro-target people the way that probably many of our campaigns do, that's something different than what a lot of people fear that it is. It's part of a surveillance program and frankly, warrantless data collection on American citizens. Media reports from the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and others have documented the Department of Defense's purchasing of our sensitive data. Military, intelligence, and law enforcement agencies have the greatest power to abuse this warrantless access to our sensitive, personal, and private data. This transparency measure is a first step towards addressing the erosion of the Fourth Amendment, and I am proud to have co-sponsored this amendment with Representative Jacobs. I encourage all my colleagues to protect our Fourth Amendment right to privacy, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I have no further speakers. Oh, I do? Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a moment. I have no issue in principle with more Joint Strike Fighters. We need more Joint Strike Fighters, and we need to continue to modernize our aviation fleet. My issue here is where the money for it comes from. As I was just saying in my previous comments, we have to, as a body, we have to, as a Congress and as a military, to stop robbing Peter to pay Paul, to stop robbing operations and maintenance to buy new things. Just as a few examples of the many accounts that would be decremented to pay for these F-35s, we've got $50 million from Army operations and maintenance from their maneuver units, $100 million from Navy military manpower and personnel, $56 million from Air Force maintenance, $62 million from base support, and the list continues. Colleagues, we have to build in the operations and maintenance for new things we want to buy rather than taking from the things we've already bought that literally cannot sail or fly. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, so at this time I just urge adoption of this en bloc package and yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama yields back. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, urge adoption of the en bloc amendments and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Members, pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. It is now in order to consider amendment number 8, printed in Part A of House Report 117405. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Escobar of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to ask for support for my amendment to allow service members to get their chains of command to process their complaints of harassment and prohibited discrimination in a timely manner. My amendment does not grant service members any new rights or expand existing ones, nor does it allow them to sue the Department of Defense. It simply gives them the leverage to hold their chains of command to their own timeline for processing complaints that have been filed. Our service members put their lives on the line protecting our country every day. They make the ultimate sacrifice to serve our country in ways that many cannot. When they file complaints alleging serious harassment and discrimination they've experienced while serving, they deserve to be heard and to receive timely responses. Data shows that civilian military employees file far more discrimination and harassment complaints than service members do, despite having a smaller workforce than our service members. This is because our service members lack many of the protections and privileges that their civilian counterparts have when it comes to discrimination and harassment, including this one. While this benefits all service members, my amendment would be especially significant for women and minorities serving in the armed forces. Data from one Pentagon survey showed nearly a third of Black service members and a significant percentage of Asian and Hispanic service members experience racial harassment, discrimination, or both during service. This is talent we need to work to retain, and my amendment would help with that. Our service members deserve meaningful and robust policies that ensure their complaints are processed expeditiously and with the utmost urgency. My amendment respects the separate internal administrative systems the services have for processing complaints. It simply creates a time limit to ensure they are processed within a reasonable time frame that is respectful of the service members and their experiences. Simply put, it ensures that after 180 days, if a service member's complaint remains unresolved, the service member can request a court order that would then direct the department to act on the case expeditiously. Absent this amendment, service members routinely wait months and sometimes even years for their complaints to be resolved, with no ability to urge the services to act on their complaints. This amendment brings an added level of urgency into internal administrative processes. My amendment would empower our service members and bolster confidence in the systems in place. By passing this amendment, we're thereby extending protections civilians already enjoy onto our service members whose battles should be fought on the battlefield, not within the ranks. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment creates an existential threat to the good order and discipline of the military. A service member may seek an order from U.S. District Court demanding a status update or final action within 180 days after any supervisor or office receives a complaint. This creates an unprecedented right to sue the commanders and force outcomes of administrative proceedings, some of which could be tied to active law enforcement investigations. An activist district court judge could reverse or set aside the final decision of a commander. I understand that some of my colleagues wish to do away with the UCMJ altogether. I believe this and other provisions are the first step toward that end. This provision will not benefit those who need protection the most in the armed forces and will undermine the strong bipartisan work that has taken place on sexual harassment and sexual assault. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my...
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have tremendous respect for the ranking member and the work that he's done on our great committee. I do want to emphasize that service members would not be allowed to sue the Department of Defense. And in fact, in many of these cases, what happens is the cases are resolved by policy or should be resolved by policy within about 60 days. So this actually gives the service lines added time to resolve these cases. This is for those egregious examples, and I have spoken with service members who have had to live with these egregious examples of lack of a true effort to resolve these harassment and discrimination claims. So this would be a last resort that would simply have a court urge the service line to complete the investigation of harassment or discrimination. We are currently experiencing a challenge in recruitment. We want to retain this talent, and we want to demonstrate to our service members that they matter, all of them, and that we will ensure that they have access to a free and fair process. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas, Ms. Escobar yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment demolishes the good order and discipline of the military and should be rejected. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to House Resolution, gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman is agreed. The amendment is agreed to. Gentlemen, for what purpose does the gentleman rise for?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays. Recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 12, printed in Part A of House Report 117405. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Khanna of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Chairman Smith, as well as Ranking Member Rogers, for their leadership to include various measures in the underlying bill that will aid the Department of Defense's effort to prevent and mitigate civilian harm, including establishing a Center for Excellence and Commission in Civilian Harm Mitigation. I'd like to thank the HASC staff, including Katie Quinn, Phil McNaughton, and Robert Ikuku, for their work on this. It should not be a partisan issue to mitigate civilian harm. My amendment would simply authorize the resources for the Department of Defense to implement these policies of reducing civilian casualties, which Congress already required the Department of Defense to do nearly 4 years ago. My amendment would allow the Department of Defense to spend $5 million per year to implement the requirements of Section 936 of the John McCain NDAA for fiscal year 2019. Section 936, passed by this body 4 years ago, requires the Department of Defense to establish uniform processes and standards across combatant commands for improving tracking, reporting, analysis, and response to civilian casualties from U.S. military operations. It's appropriately named after the late Senator John McCain, who believed deeply that the United States military should minimize civilian casualties. This is something that everyone in our military believes. Now, the Department of Defense has made extraordinary progress in recent years in preventing civilian harm. Secretary Austin has shown leadership in accelerating that progress. As he says, I quote, "Our efforts to mitigate and respond to civilian harm are a direct reflection of U.S. values. Some of my colleagues want to prevent harm because of their own personal experience in combat or witnessing war zones where civilians have been killed. And some are motivated because they want to prevent terrorists from exploiting civilian casualties as a recruiting tool. But to do this, we need resources. And I don't think $5 million a year is very much. It's less than not just 1%, it's less than not just 0.1%, it's less than 0.01% of the entire budget to help make sure we have the resources to track and report and minimize civilian casualties. So I am hopeful that we can get bipartisan support for this amendment, and I already want to recognize that this NDAA does a lot on minimizing civilian harm, including the establishment of the Center for Excellence. I want to thank again Chairman Smith for his leadership on that. I want to reserve the rest of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is a misuse of funds and resources on behalf of the DOD. As my colleague from California just referenced, this bill already includes funding increases for a myriad of civilian harm programs. There's already $5 million for the Center of Excellence in Civilian Harm Mitigation and $4 million for the Commission on Civilian Harm. This amendment diverts critical dollars needed to ensure the readiness of our service members to fulfill unnecessary paperwork requirements. Worst of all, it creates additional bureaucrats throughout the DoD whose job it is to second-guess the judgment of our military commanders. I urge members to oppose the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of the amendment. I would just point out that a lot of these requirements already have passed. They are in the 2018 NDAA, and just want to say that the amount of money we're talking about here is less than 0.01%, so it will not have a negative impact on the total budget. And just want to thank again, now that he's here in person, our Chairman Smith, for all of the initiatives on the NDAA. I will say that this NDAA, more than any in my 6 years in Congress, has tackled civilian casualties, and I hope that it'll continue to be a bipartisan commitment in the House to reduce them to the extent possible. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Pennsylvania, General Perry.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the good gentleman from Alabama, the ranking member, for the opportunity. And as the gentleman from California said, nobody in uniform wants civilian casualties. We work very diligently to make sure that there are not civilian casualties, but this almost assumes that we don't, that we actually don't care about civilian casualties when it couldn't be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, what this does is add more bureaucracy and takes the focus off of what service members need to do in very difficult circumstances, when oftentimes the difference between life and death, between the service member's life of his own and those of his or her troops that are following him in combat, him or her in combat, it's a moment. It's a moment to make a decision. Mr. Speaker, at that moment, when lives are on the line, when American lives are on the line, in the face of our enemies, in the face of terrorists, what the gentleman from California would have those service members do is take that moment to figure out if the decision they're making is optimal or not, or in the case where I watch service members who pulled the trigger come back, and the first thing they had to do was go to the JAG and explain why they returned fire. Mr. Speaker, those moments cost American lives. That's what this amendment's going to do, and that's why I adamantly oppose it. I ask my colleagues to oppose it, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Speaker, I just urge opposition to this. This amendment represents an unnecessary waste of taxpayer money and undermines the judgment of our military commanders. I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purposes, Gentleman Rice?
Yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 13, printed in Part A of House Report 117405. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk, lead number 13.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Lee of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized, Ms. Lee.
Thank you. I rise in support of our amendment. It's the Lee-Pocan Amendment number 13 to cut $100 billion from the fiscal 23 Defense Authorization Act. The amendment is structured so that this cut would not reduce pay or benefits for uniform and civilian personnel or their families. And I want to thank my co-sponsors, starting with my friend and co-chair of the Defense Spending Reduction Caucus, Congressman Mark Pocan. And also I want to thank Chairman Smith and Chairman McGovern for their support to permit us to bring this amendment to the floor. Mr. Speaker, this House again stands poised to pour over $800 billion into a defense establishment that is unauditable, unaccountable, and does little to answer the biggest threats to the safety and the welfare of our people. The Pentagon is the only, mind you, the only federal department that has never passed an audit. And yes, I worked to get a requirement the DoD pass an audit written into permanent law a couple of years ago with the help of my friend and colleague, Chairman Smith, and also our colleague, Dr. Burgess. And yet still, the Pentagon says it won't be able to pass an audit for almost another decade. What is this about? It's really a shame and disgrace. It's not hard to find places to cut at the Pentagon. In fact, last year, Senator Sanders commissioned a Congressional Budget Office study that detailed various scenarios for how we could save $100 billion per year without compromising American security. And that $100 billion is sorely needed for other key national priorities. If we reinvested that $100 billion, it could pay to hire 1 million elementary school teachers to relieve the current teacher shortage. It could pay to power every home in America with solar energy. Or it could provide every family in America with the $700 stimulus payment. We face an array of threats in America today, including the continuing COVID health emergency and the impacts of climate crisis. It's our duty to look for savings at the Pentagon and meet the urgent needs of the American people. So I urge my colleagues to support our amendment. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the?
Yeah, sorry about that.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would arbitrarily strip $100 billion out of this bill. That's a 12% of total defense spending it would cut. This amendment would have catastrophic effects on training and readiness. It will endanger the safety of our service members by delaying critical safety upgrades on ships, aircraft, combat vehicles, and facilities where they serve. It will set back the cleanup of and environmental remediation of PFAS and other contaminated sites, and it would put off construction of new military housing, schools, and child care facilities. It would further postpone critical modernization efforts needed to deter China and other adversaries, and the list goes on and on. I urge members to oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of our amendment to reduce the Pentagon's budget. First, let me thank Congressman Lee for your partnership on this issue, and thank you for securing our nation always by pursuing peace first. Thank you. $839.3 billion, the amount of the defense spending authorized by this bill before we include anything of up to the 650 amendments this week, is too much with too little accountability. We already spend more on defense than China, India, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Japan, and South Korea combined. It's more than double the amount of funding that the EPA, Health and Human Services, Departments of Education, Energy, Commerce, State, Housing and Urban Development, and Agriculture all receive combined. This bill also goes above and beyond what the Department of Defense asked for in its budget request submitted to Congress. And yet the Department of Defense still can't pass an audit of the funding it receives, a requirement of virtually every other agency. Let's stop rewarding the building of amphibious vehicles that sink, unready projects like the F-35 that still have hundreds and hundreds of recognized deficiencies that have not been addressed, and Ford-class aircraft carriers that have toilets that cost $400 million in chemicals to flush when clogged. Yes, we flush defense dollars down the toilet. Let's fix this. At some point, spending doesn't actually just make you safer. It's security theater and contractor profiteering. We need a more modern definition of defense, one that recognizes real national security threats like COVID, cyber attacks, and climate change. But the current defense budget doesn't do that. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of the time. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, is recognized.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any additional speakers, so I will close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. It's really past time for the Congress to start demanding that the Pentagon exercise some fiscal discipline that we impose against and across all of the federal government. Also, we individually have fiscal discipline that we must exert. We have budgets we have to live within. The Pentagon budget is running amok. This is taxpayers' dollars which should be at least audited, and the Pentagon should be held accountable. Again, this amendment would hold harmless the people who serve in the military or who work at the Pentagon and their families. The CBO has demonstrated that we can trim the Pentagon budget without compromising security, and doing so, we free up resources to invest in our country and in our people. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Woman, time is up. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman has the last.
Has the time expired?
Yes.
With that, I'll close. This amendment guts the bill. It harms our service members and their families. It severely weakens our ability to defend ourselves and our allies. It gives given Putin's atrocities in Ukraine and the increasing threats we face in China, Iran, North Korea, and other adversaries, this is the worst time to start slashing defense spending. I urge members to oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Members, pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose, gentleman from Alabama?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 14, printed in Part A of House Report 117405. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Lee of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, our amendment, the Lee Pocan number 14, reverses egregious Pentagon budget increases added during the committee markup, and this is mind-boggling. Our amendment trims back the total level of fiscal 23 NDAA to no more than the amount requested by President Biden. We have numerous glaring examples of waste, fraud, and abuse within our defense establishment, and yet some of our colleagues insist on piling more money into the Pentagon than our military leaders or our president even asks for, despite DOD routinely returning unspent balances to the Treasury. Enough is enough. Americans are demanding that Congress rebalance our priorities and invest in the biggest challenges which we face. That this $37 billion could be better spent. That's how much over the president requested, $37 billion. It could be better spent to extend the child and earned income tax credits, improve health care access, and pay for Medicare hearing benefits for seniors. $37 billion could hire 300,000 nurses to alleviate the nursing shortage, or fund free quality child care for more than 800,000 children to help caregivers get back to work. While I personally support much larger cuts, we need to draw the line somewhere. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we have another amendment that would arbitrarily slash defense spending. This time it's $37 billion added by Mr. Golden and Ms. Luria, two Democrat members of our committee, during our markup. The amendment before us now would eliminate 2.4% pay bonus for enlisted personnel, people that make less than $45,000 a year. It would erase $500 million in additional housing allowances to counteract skyrocketing rents for low-income service members, and it would delete $750 million we added to reduce the price of groceries and other necessities at military commissaries. The proponents of this amendment argue that we need to spend less on defense so we can spend more on programs to counteract homelessness, hunger, and poverty. But their amendment would strip out a bipartisan effort to ensure our service members with the lowest incomes don't face those same difficulties. It's hypocrisy at its worst. I urge all members to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, Chairman Adam Smith.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I think we need to get to a reasonable defense budget. Full disclosure, I don't support the effort to cut $100 billion from the defense budget. I think we have clearly articulated needs, but I think the President and the Department of Defense, when they put forward his budget, took that into account. And one of the things that I've always been worried about on the Armed Services Committee is if we just give them more and more money, they won't spend it as well as they should. They will not have the fiscal discipline to go in there and make sure that the money is being spent wisely, which I have said many, many times is as important and in many cases more important than how much is spent. Over the course of the last 20 years, we have not had a good record. Many programs have gone over budget and underperformed. We're getting better, but I think we need to live within our means. The President put forward his budget. We ought to respect that budget and support it. It is more than enough to defend the country. If we go back to the President's number, it is $813 billion, which is a significant, I think it's a 4% increase over last year's budget. It's not like we aren't spending money if we stick to the President's budget. I think that number should work, and I think that's the number we should stick to, and I thank the gentlewoman for offering that amendment and making the arguments she has. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Maine, Mr. Golden.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes. Gentleman from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment seeks to undo a bipartisan agreement to increase authorized funding for our military that the Armed Services Committee collectively concluded is appropriate given the realities of today's evolving national security threats. We're faced with some serious threats globally, ongoing terrorist threats, the potential for nuclear proliferation in the Middle East, tensions in the South China Sea, Russia's invasion of a democratic state in Europe, and incredible technological advancements that we can't fall behind on in AI, quantum computing, and biotechnology, increasing competition in space and cyberspace, disinformation campaigns and data surveillance that strengthen authoritarian regimes and lend themselves to attacks on democratic societies. This agreement, this amendment that I offered, invests in our Navy, critically important right now. It invests in missile defense, which is very necessary given advancing technologies and things like hypersonics, in R&D for AI and biotechnology, quantum computing, as I discussed. And importantly, it increases critical assistance to the Ukrainian military as it fights to defend democracy from Russian aggression. And as our military seeks to prepare to grapple with these new future realities, it must also do so in the face of significant supply chain disruptions resulting from COVID and from rising inflation, which my amendment also addresses. The ranking member spoke, I think, correctly about the need to protect those who serve our country, particularly those on the lower end of the scale who are having a very negative impact because of higher grocery costs, higher gas prices, higher housing costs. I'm particularly proud of the bonuses that are in this amendment to look out for them. Bottom line, this $37 billion amendment is bipartisan. It was and remains necessary for the national security of our country. I appreciate that some people might choose different sets of priorities on how best to support our military. There are, in fact, some amendments out there that would set different priorities for how this additional funding should be spent. But rolling back this defense top line overall, just for the sake of having a debate about the top line, I believe points us in the wrong direction. And given that's because of the dangers that we face today and those that we know are just around the corner, which we really can't afford to delay trying to address right now. Many people believe that we're falling behind in some of these important issues that I've been talking about. Again, the biotechnology, the quantum computing, missile defense, and other things. So we think that this is a good compromise. I appreciate the ability to work across the aisle with my colleagues on the committee. And for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I'll yield 1 minute now to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Lee, for offering this incredibly important amendment. It is simply wild that at the same time that our Republican colleagues are complaining about runaway inflation, we would increase federal spending on things the Pentagon itself has says it doesn't need. The initial defense budget request was already more than $750 billion. And with this plus-up, it will be over $800 billion. $800 billion on outdated and expensive legacy platforms while we are still failing to meet the needs of our service members and their families. San Diego, the community I'm proud to represent, is home to the largest concentration of military personnel in the country, and yet even after spending hundreds of billions of dollars on defense in recent years, we have more than 39,000 members of military families who visit the San Diego Food Bank every month. Even after spending over $800 billion, there will still be thousands of military families on wait lists for childcare in San Diego. So I reject that we need to continue to invest more than even the Pentagon is asking for on outdated systems and things we don't need. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Lee-Pocan amendment. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs yields back. Gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will close now, and just let me say a couple things. First of all, I would hope Republicans would join Democrats in a bipartisan fashion like you did just now on this outrageous amendment in supporting efforts to reduce the cost of living for people who are living on the edge, but I don't see any bipartisanship there when it comes to supporting the American people and what they need in terms of their wages, in terms of housing, in terms of health care, in terms of all of the efforts that Democrats have mounted over the years. Too bad that you won't join us in that, but you join us in join them in raising the defense budget to an excessive level over what the military and what the president requested. It's outrageous. And I'd like to note that the House has voted overwhelmingly to support Ukraine, and we certainly should support better pay and benefits for our uniform and civilian personnel and their families, which the base bill does. Ukraine and military pay are in the base bill. And if the president thinks that more should be done and more is needed, then he should do as is always done, come to the Congress for a supplemental. He came to Congress for a supplemental for Ukraine. If he believes that more is needed, then that's the proper process and the proper way to do this, not by increasing the NDAA top line. It's time to shift our spending to meet America's urgent human security priorities. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I'm so really concerned that whatever people want on that side of the aisle especially, and some on this side of the aisle as it relates to the Pentagon, people get, members get, and that's not a good place for this country to be.
From Alabama is recognized.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, I would point out this $37 billion that was added in a bipartisan fashion in the committee does not even meet all the unfunded requirements that were submitted to the committee, to the Congress by the Defense Department. Like all Americans, our service members and their families are suffering from the harmful effects of record inflation. We worked in a bipartisan manner to address that in this NDAA. This amendment would strike that language from the bill. I don't understand why anyone wants to do that and have that effect on our service members, but I urge members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman seek
recorded vote.
recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report 117405. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment would eliminate the statutory requirement for the Defense Department to provide Congress with an unfunded priorities list. This is a wish list of items that DoD would like to have, but are not necessary to carry out its duties. The practice doesn't meaningfully strengthen our national security. Instead, it worsens waste, fraud, and abuse in military spending. These wish lists are packed with billions of dollars of superfluous line items, this year totaling more than $24 billion, on top of the $773 billion requested by the White House. But don't just take my word for it. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said last year that the President's budget request for fiscal year 2022 met DoD's requirements, and yet DoD was required by law to submit these wish lists, which have not been approved by any top leadership at the Defense Department as actual priorities. Top DoD officials have in fact expressed strong skepticism about the practice. In a June 2021 hearing before the House Armed Services Committee, General Milley said of unfunded priorities, if they were critical, then they need to be higher on the priority list and in the base budget. In April, Undersecretary McCord testified before the Budget Committee that I sit on that the unfunded priorities list should not, and this is a quote, should not be confused with saying that the budget is not adequate. In fact, he went on to describe to me the problem with what happens when different people within the Defense Department who are overseeing their own units submit something and just say it's a priority when overall defense leadership has not had the opportunity to prioritize actually and to even look into whether those things are priorities or not. Former Defense Secretary Robert Gates all but banned the list, strongly discouraging his generals from submitting these lists to Congress during his tenure. And despite the skepticism of top DoD officials, the Pentagon is required by law to submit these wish lists to Congress. It wasn't always that way. Though the practice has been around for a few decades, unfunded priority lists weren't statutorily required until 2017. So all my amendment does is to make this process optional again. The mandate only exists to serve the interests of defense contractors eager to grow their profits by selling flashy equipment. In 2021, the defense industry spent more than $118 million lobbying Congress to sell their products. And meanwhile, we can't even verify that the money that we authorized to DoD is spent responsibly because, as my colleague Ms. Lee said, it has never passed a budget audit. The most recent audit found a Navy warehouse full of $126 million of aircraft parts that was not listed anywhere in the records. We don't need to encourage this irresponsible spending by requiring DoD to give us a wish list, but most importantly, we should actually pay attention to the priorities of the top leadership of the Defense Department, which the unfunded priorities list does not do. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves her time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would prohibit Congress from receiving unfunded priority lists from service chiefs and combatant commanders. These are the individuals responsible for executing U.S. military operations around the world. It's critical that Congress know what the service chiefs and the combatant commanders need to keep our service members safe and ensure success in their missions. Here's a couple of examples of FY23 unfunded priorities from General McConville, the Army Chief of Staff. $67 million to accelerate fielding of body armor for female soldiers, $65 million to acquire cold weather boots, gloves, and sleeping bags for troops deployed to cold weather environments. Neither of these critical needs were funded in the Biden proposal. We funded them in this bill only because they were included on General McConville's unfunded priority list. We likely wouldn't have known about them otherwise. Now, that's just a couple of examples why this amendment is misguided. There are hundreds more just like it. I urge members to oppose this amendment. I want to remind members that the President proposes a budget number that the service chiefs and combatant commanders have to salute and say, yes, sir, hopefully one day, yes, ma'am. That's our number, and we're going to make it work. Regardless of what they need, we have to have that unfunded requirements list so that we can know what they actually need and we can then act, because the fact is the President proposes budgets, we write budgets. I yield. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, Mr. Chairman or Speaker, Mr. Rogers well said why we should pass this amendment. We have been played a bad game here. If it's so important, if General McConville thinks it's so important, why didn't he fight vigorously for it in the base budget? Yes, the President does propose, but that proposal is a proposal that comes from the department, from all of the various parts of the department, and it is put together at the White House. The President doesn't just dream this up himself. It is, in fact, the priorities of the department, disciplined priorities. The unfunded list is a game that we're being played upon. We are the pawns in the game that they have. It was very well stated in the previous opposition to this amendment. Let's have some discipline here. The unfunded priorities list is a way in which the department's various parts play us against each other and play the President. So let's eliminate all of that. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute to the distinguished chairman and thank him for his service on this committee.
Thank you. I want to thank the
Gentleman's recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. I think it's incredibly important, and Mr. Garamendi outlined it quite well. There was a process to go through at DOD to determine what the budget should be. Once that process is done, we should respect that process, not allow everybody in the institution to say, well, you know, I'd like to have more money. I can assure you that there would be unfunded requirements in every single aspect of government. You have to make choices. That's what DOD does. That's what the budgeting process does. What the unfunded requirements list does is it simply perpetuates the notion that you can never spend enough money. And I submit that that attitude towards the defense budget, that whatever it is, it has to be higher, has a lot to do with all of the inefficiencies, the lack of an audit, the number of programs that have gone over budget and underperformed, the number of programs that have never worked out the way we envisioned them. If there was fiscal discipline in place, we would get to a better result. Allowing people to always ask for more, no matter what, undermines fiscal discipline. I also submit it undermines the effectiveness of the Department of Defense. I strongly support this amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlewoman from Washington's time has expired. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would rob Congress of critical information we need to keep our service members safe. I urge members to oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Members, pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentlemen, for what purpose? The gentleman from Alabama seek recognition.
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 16, printed in Part A of House Report 117405. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Smith of Washington.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
This amendment has to do with the retirement of non-littoral combat ships. The Department of the Navy, the Department of Defense wants to retire those 9 ships. An amendment was added in our committee that does not allow them to retire 5 of those ships. My amendment would strip that and would allow the Department of the Navy to retire the ships they want to retire. We just heard a lengthy speech about the wisdom of our various service secretaries and how they know what they need. Well, the Service Secretary and the Department of Defense knows that they no longer need these 9 littoral combat ships. We should not be blocking their effort to save money and retire them. Now, the biggest reason we have a problem with this is these ships are not that old. They're not. But they have also not turned out to perform the way they were expected. In particular, they were supposed to have anti-submarine capability. They were supposed to have demining capability. They have neither of those. They have also turned out to have significant maintenance problems and costs associated with simply operating them. The Navy has determined that it is better to invest in newer, more modern, more capable platforms, and we are blocking their ability to do that. The littoral combat ship has not lived up to its expectations. Now, let me be clear. It's an extraordinarily difficult time to figure out how do you build the right systems. But throwing good money after bad doesn't make sense. And that's the primary argument for not allowing the Navy to do this. Well, they just build them. Almost whether they work or not, why would we retire them after 3 or 4 years? Because they are not working as expected, and they are not cost effective. I urge we adopt this amendment to allow the Department of Defense to do what they want to do. Retire these ships and build a better, stronger, more capable Navy. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask to speak for a minute and a half.
Does the gentleman claim time in opposition?
Yes, claim time in opposition and seek to speak for a minute and a half.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
That's true. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd have to speak in opposition to the amendment. The bottom line is the LCS does have capability. It has a mine hunting capability. It has a fast attack capability. That's capability that we would give up in time where we need that capability. And if you're going to do away with that capability, the question is with the savings that you accrue, which is about $500 million, what are you going to do with those dollars to create comparable capability today? The answer is you can't do it. It takes 6 years to build a destroyer to replace the capability that the LCS has today. And if you take that $500 million and you put it in savings, the question is where would you spend it today? Well, we see some of the places where the Navy would like to spend it. They would like to spend almost $500 million in fixing a building in Hawaii, one of the Pacific Fleet Command buildings. They'd also look at OSD would rather put $3 billion into climate change. Or, for that matter, invest $2 billion into a $15 an hour minimum wage. I would argue that getting rid of ships that have a capability that does have an impact to counter the Chinese is what needs to be done today, rather than waiting 6 years to build a ship that in some way, shape, or form could counter that. In turn, trying to spend these dollars to repair a building, for climate change, or for minimum wage increases. Folks, China's at our doorstep today. That is the threat we face today. My opposition to this is about why are we giving away capability that we need in the face of Chinese capability that is at our doorstep. With that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maine, Mr. Golden.
The gentleman from Maine is recognized for 2 minutes, Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In talking about one of the previous amendments, I pointed out this was part of a bipartisan agreement to increase the top line by $37 billion. Compromise, it really requires people to set different priorities, come to the table, and find an agreement. Many of us on the committee, on both sides of the aisle, really believe strongly, as does the Navy, that we need a larger, more capable fleet force. We have different priorities, and we talk about them a lot. For me, I think we need more Flight 3 destroyers out there. The Navy agrees with me about that. Mr. Gallagher over here, a big proponent of getting new frigate ships out there. They're faster, great capability. I know Mr. Whitman works very closely with Mr. Courtney on submarines and many other things. He made a good point. Giving up these capabilities without replacing them with other capabilities is a problem, but I also agree with the chairman that this is not a top priority program for the Navy. I do have concerns that after just a short period of time, they're seeking to shutter this program. It shows to me a problem with the Navy in some of their new programs. We've seen this with other things like the DDG-1000. I think Congress and our committee really need to crack down on this and do a better job with oversight over the Navy to make sure these programs are going to pan out to be worthy investments. It is a shame to see these ships retired after so few years. I know that there are allied nations out there that would like to make use of them. A senator from Maine, from my state, talks about perhaps repurposing these towards drug interdiction in the southwestern hemisphere. Again, we just can't be scrapping these things. It's a lost investment and a terrible waste of taxpayer dollars. That being said, I like the chairman's amendment in that it is seeking to make other important investments with the money. Investing in these munitions plants in the United States, putting more money towards the readiness of our Navy force is an identified problem that we've agreed to in a bipartisan way, very necessary. We have, I think, pretty significant workforce readiness problems in the Navy to man those ships. So, a good repurposing of the funds. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington Reserve, gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield a minute and a half to my colleague, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you, gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for a minute and a half.
I thank the gentleman from Virginia. I rise in opposition to the amendment. A few things that don't make sense to me. One, on a bipartisan basis in committee, we included report language in this year's bill that tasks the Navy with reporting to us on how they can make the LCS more combat capable in the Indo-Pacific, doing things from gearbox repairs, sustainment options, lethality upgrades. You can put an NSM on these ships, make it into a very capable platform. Why would we not allow them to come back with that plan as opposed to proactively cutting Navy force structure? Furthermore, my colleagues will argue that the Navy doesn't want these ships. Well, the Navy is cutting these ships as part of a divest to invest strategy because it has to budget against a FYDP that's far lower than what Congress is set to resource. So with a higher top line, the Navy can afford additional force structure. And it's our job to exercise our constitutional oversight responsibility and add both the budget and force structure the Navy needs. Furthermore, the Navy's shipbuilding plan, such as it exists, that was presented to us, was a joke. Okay, the Navy's proposing to bottom out the size of the fleet to 280 ships in 2027, the worst possible moment, when the window of maximum danger peaks in the Pacific. We should not blindly accept that plan. We've been playing this Lucy and Charlie Brown football game with the Navy since I came into Congress 6 years ago. I've run out of time. I yield back to the gentleman from Virginia.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I'm prepared to close. I understand the gentleman over there has the right to ultimately close the debate, so I will reserve unless he is prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire how much time we have remaining.
The gentleman from Virginia has 2 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Washington has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, 1 minute and 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for a minute and a half.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. The Freedom-class littoral combat ship fills an important role in need in the Navy's fleet. We have invested billions in this program, and decommissioning 9 ships at the beginning of their service life is complete financial malpractice. It takes away from important assets that can be used around the globe. This amendment would have a direct negative impact on our national security. The Chinese Communist Party plans to expand their fleet, which will reach 460 vessels by 2030. Meanwhile, in the same time period, the U.S. fleet will shrink to less than 300. These ships aren't perfect, as was mentioned earlier. No new class of ship is. But scrapping these ships at less than half their average life cycle is like throwing away a dime to save a nickel. Admiral Gumbleton himself said that the fix for these isn't an exorbitant amount of money. So why is it worth scrapping them entirely, throwing away billions of hard-earned taxpayer dollars? The push to decommission these ships is a multi-million-dollar misstep. These ships are out in the fleet, and they are executing missions in littoral waters, making our country safer, from helping the Coast Guard with drug interdiction in SOUTHCOM to maritime security operations in CENTCOM. A vote in favor of this amendment is a vote against national security, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time, and in that time I'll attempt to make 3 quick points. Number one, in response to Mr. Gallagher, as he well knows, the LCS has literally no role in the counter-China fight. It has no capability that will help us in dealing with China. Okay? So whatever you're concerned about China, LCS ain't going to deal with it. It may have capabilities elsewhere. It wouldn't survive for 2 seconds in a fight against China, and we all know that, which leads to my second point. The number of ships isn't the point. The capability of our overall systems. This amendment takes the money out of this, puts it into more munitions, which we desperately need, and puts money into more operation and maintenance within the Department of the Navy, which Congressman Waltz has correctly pointed out we also desperately need. This money is put someplace that is vastly better. And lastly, I'll come back to that first argument. The Department of the Navy has determined this is not where they should spend their money. But understand, we're hearing all these arguments of China, 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 China. That's the point. Build the capabilities. Build the systems that can deal with the fight we face in China. And the one thing you have to understand, the LCS is 100% not it. We can spend this money better. This amendment does that. I urge support.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respect the chairman, but he is wrong. This ship does have capability against China. It is a capability that is operable today. If you get rid of this ship, you have nothing. And the replacement for this ship is 6 years out. You can't fight something with nothing. Getting rid of this ship is the wrong thing to do. It has its challenges. Let's fix those challenges. Let's get this ship operational. Let's get it out there. We know that it can do the job in a variety of different ways. And even if it's not in the Indo-Pacific in a direct role, it's in other ways that will free up ships to be in the Indo-Pacific to do their role. This is the wrong effort to retire these ships, all 9 of these ships. Let's make sure we stand by the agreement that we came to in the committee and go to the keeping the 5 ships.
1224, the previous question is ordered. On the amendment offered by the gentleman from Washington, the question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 18, printed in Part A, House Report 117405. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Foster of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as such time as I may consume. I rise in support of my amendment to reverse the FY 2018 NDAA provision restricting U.S. funds to the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization's Preparatory Commission, also known as the CTBTO's PrepCom. As the only physicist in Congress, I feel a special responsibility to speak out on the importance of strengthening our global nuclear security architecture and maintaining U.S. leadership in this area. The Preparatory Commission is tasked with monitoring countries' compliance with the comprehensive ban on nuclear explosive testing, including on-site inspections. Before the PrepCon funding ban went into place, the U.S. experts regularly provided training to the PrepCon's international team of inspectors, worked with our international partners to continually refine the state-of-the-art methods used in these inspections. When the funding ban was enacted, it removed our ability to continue this work, which resulted in Russia, China, and even Iran stepping in to fill the gap. Their efforts may be more focused on dumbing down the capability of PrepCon's verification regime instead of strengthening it under U.S. leadership. President Trump recognized the importance of nonproliferation and of oversight into our adversaries' nuclear testing. He worked for years attempting to negotiate the dismantlement of North Korea's nuclear weapons testing and development program. And although it failed in the end, it was not a dumb thing to attempt. If a final deal had been reached, on-site inspections by a trusted international team of technically competent inspectors would have been a key factor, and that is what PrepCon is, and what it should be under renewed U.S. leadership. As our nation fights against the unprovoked Russian aggression in Ukraine and China and Iran's increasing belligerence, repealing this funding ban and getting the PrepCom out from under our adversaries' control and back into U.S. control has never been more important. As a nation, we must continue our efforts to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons and continue long-standing commitments to our allies. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like, at this time, to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the member for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would require American taxpayers to provide money to an organization for a treaty the United States is not even a party to. This is completely unnecessary. It has been the bipartisan policy of the United States since the 90s to not conduct a nuclear weapons test. If brought into force, the CTBT would codify this norm already adhered to by the United States. However, the treaty was already rejected by the U.S. Senate, as its adoption would undermine the future strength of our deterrent, would not halt proliferation, is not verifiable, and doesn't even define the term nuclear explosion. So the Senate, on a bipartisan basis, has already rejected this treaty. This amendment does not make the world safer. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment to prevent sending millions of American taxpayer dollars to an international organization that has the purpose of bringing into force a treaty that has already been rejected by the United States Senate. And I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cooper.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Foster, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of the Foster Amendment. Why? To the average member, this may sound complicated, but it's all about nuclear testing. We need to stop North Korea and other nations from doing nuclear testing. And if they do, we need a trusted international source to monitor exactly what they are doing. It does not help us in America to be blind. And it does not help the House of Representatives to blindly follow what the Senate does, particularly Senate inaction, because the other body is notoriously unable to conduct its work. The important fact that members need to know is all of the heads of our national labs say that we do not need to test. They certify annually, the heads of Sandia and Los Alamos and Lawrence Livermore and Oak Ridge. We do not need to test. And we need to stop other nations who are trying to test. This amendment helps us stop those other nations. This amendment helps us stop North Korea. This amendment helps us stop other rogue nations and major powers like China and Russia from testing. Let's support the Foster Amendment, and let's keep America strong. This is a very important principle for us to stand up for. I thank Mr. Foster for offering this important amendment.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields. The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield a minute and a half to my friend and colleague from Pennsylvania, General Perry.
I thank
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank the ranking member for the opportunity. I think most important about this is it's already been said that we're not signatories to this treaty. And with all due respect to the gentleman regarding the House didn't follow the Senate and we should do our own thing, I agree with that. But the Senate is the one that ratifies treaties, not the House. But the bigger issue is that requiring rogue nations who are criminal actors who don't honor their commitments, like North Korea, like Russia, and like China, to not do something on a piece of paper is not going to stop them. They don't honor anything that they sign anyhow, and we'd be fools to think that they would. All this does, Mr. Speaker, among other things, all it does is tie America's hands behind its back. And yes, we do certify currently, but we don't know what the future holds. We don't know what technology is going to be. And we should not tie America's national defense and national security behind her hands for the sake of people and countries that refuse to honor the commitments that they sign. And we certainly shouldn't encumber hard-working, tax-paying citizens and their money to some international organization who does not have the best interests of the United States, the sovereignty of the United States in mind, some global organization that somehow is going to tell us because North Korea signed a treaty, because Russia signed a treaty, because China signed a treaty, that they're not going to violate it. Ladies and gentlemen, when they violate it, it might be too late. We don't have time or the luxury of hoping that they will do the right thing. We absolutely must reject this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield the balance of the time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I think I will yield myself at such time as I may consume. And I'd just like for the members on the other side to ask themselves, assume that President Trump had succeeded at his negotiations with North Koreans. That would have required a technically competent team of international inspectors there the day after the agreement to make sure that there was not testing and other weapons-related activities. This is why you keep the PrepCom alive and working and under U.S. leadership. It makes the U.S. stronger and safer and more able to deliver on the treaties that I think all of us hope may someday be passed to actually reduce and eventually eliminate nuclear weapons. And so until that time, we have to have a competent team in place. They unfortunately have to be international if they're going to be trusted by all sides on this. And that's why it's important to keep the PrepCom as strong as we can, and it has to be under our leadership. At this point, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would repeal what has been bipartisan consensus since 2018. The United States should not provide funding for a bloated international organization to help bring into force a treaty that the Senate has already rejected. In practical terms, this amendment would allow tens of millions of U.S. taxpayer dollars to be spent on conferences and junkets in the capitals of Europe to help resurrect a treaty that the U.S. Senate has already rejected. Let's be clear, this amendment has nothing to do with U.S. nuclear testing. Since the early 1980s, every administration, both Republican and Democrat, has stated that we do not need to conduct underground nuclear testing. Nothing has changed, and this bill provides billions of dollars to ensure that it doesn't. My suggestion to the sponsors of this amendment is that you really want to change the policy, go run for the Senate. There you can attempt to resurrect the rotting corpse, which is the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
As for the yeas
For
and
what
nays.
purpose does the gentleman from Alabama arise?
I request the yeas and nays.
To Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. We'll give him a chance to get there.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 19, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek a recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Offered by Mr. Garamendi of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm delighted by the last discussion, and I hope that whatever eloquency I might have would be useful in this regard, because we are now debating some of the most important and profound issues that will ever come before this Congress, as it has in the past Congresses and in the future Congresses, and that is the role of nuclear weapons in our lives. Gentlemen and ladies, we're involved in a new nuclear arms race, and this one is extremely expensive, but much more important, it is extremely dangerous, because this arms race is designed to provide weapons, delivery systems that are not observable, and observation systems that are totally unreliable in a conflict, basically the satellite systems. And so this amendment deals with one part of the triad, that is the ground-based missiles, some 400 or so that are in silos in the northern Midwest. Those are the Minuteman III missiles. They are armed, they are ready, and the President, should there be an incident that would cause him to make a decision about launching those missiles, he has something less than 15 minutes, probably less than 12 minutes, to make a decision to literally end life on this planet as we know. Those are the use it or lose it missiles, the Minuteman III. We have a proposal underway, a no-bid contract worth about $125 billion over the next decade or so to replace the current Minuteman III missiles and quite possibly the nuclear weapons that are on those missiles. We don't need to do that now. The Minuteman III missiles are viable for the next decade, almost the next 2 decades, if they are maintained. The Air Force made a decision some years ago, about 7 years ago, to decide not to maintain them, but rather to build a new missile system that was then called the GBSD, Ground-Based Secure System. It's now called the Sentinel, at a cost of about $125 billion in the next decade. This amendment simply pauses the development of that missile system, calls for the refurbishment and maintenance of the current Minuteman III missiles for the next decade, and at that time, a decision to be made by this Congress and future Congresses about what to do. It's simple. We've had a lot of talk in the last hour or two about unfunded priorities, or we ought to fund this, we ought to fund that. I would suggest to you that we probably have somewhere in the range of $12 to $20 billion in the next couple of years and $120 billion in the next decade that we could easily spend on unfunded priorities or funded priorities. And so I would ask, with that, I will pause, as I would hope the ICBM would pause. And I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would prohibit funding for the W-87-1 nuclear warhead and attempt to life extend the Minuteman ICBM. In practical terms, this amendment is a backdoor attempt to kill the U.S. ICBM program. We've heard time and again from U.S. Air Force, STRATCOM, and GAO that the Minuteman ICBM cannot be life extended. The parts simply don't exist, and we need this new capability. This would also fly in the face of the decision made by President Biden in his nuclear posture review to continue with retiring the Minuteman III and replacing it with the Sentinel ICBM. This was the same decision President Trump and President Obama came to when they were reviewing this data. Adopting this amendment would also send a terrible signal to our allies. Allies around the world rely on the protection provided by the U.S. nuclear umbrella, which reduces the incentive for those nations to pursue nuclear programs of their own. Extending the nuclear guarantee underwrites the security of over 30 formal treaty allies, including NATO, Japan, Australia, and South Korea. This amendment is akin to unilateral disarmament and would be a huge win for Russia and China. I urge members to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
May I inquire as to my remaining time?
A minute and a half.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
At this time, I'd like to yield a minute and a half to my friend and colleague from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. It's premised on an extremely false assertion that the Minuteman ICBMs can be safely extended, and this is simply not true. The commander of U.S. Strategic Command, Admiral Richard, has said, quote, "Let me be very clear, you cannot extend the Minuteman III any longer," unquote. Between disappearing sources for parts and the overall decay of the 60-year-old Minuteman system, there's no room for error and for delay in extending anymore. The engineering designs for the Minuteman either don't exist or are 6 generations behind technologically from where we are today. In recent reliability flight tests, the Minuteman III has not proven to be reliable. In 2021, the Air Force aborted a flight test before it even initiated because the missile unexpectedly turned itself off. In 2018, the Air Force destroyed an unarmed Minuteman III in the middle of the flight test over the Pacific because of a problem. And in 2011, the Air Force destroyed an unarmed Minuteman III just after test launch due to a malfunction. This is what you'd expect from an old and extremely unreliable system, and it's getting that way, worse that way every year. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment that would recklessly bet on an old system at the expense of a modern system that we urgently need for our continued deterrence, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield a minute and a half to my colleague from the Armed Services Committee, General Bacon of Nebraska.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in strong opposition to this amendment and the extreme damage it would do to our national security. Need I mention that a nuclear armed power just invaded its neighbor, a country that has modernized its ICBM force. Defunding the modernization of the land-based leg of our nuclear triad in this global environment should be unthinkable. Here's the facts. First, China is our pacing threat. It's on track to double its nuclear stockpile in the next decade, matching our ICBM force. At that rate, it may acquire the ability to strike all 400 U.S. ICBM sites in one wave. Meanwhile, Russia is rattling its already modernized nuclear saber to coerce the U.S. and our allies. Defunding the ICBM modernization, defunding it at a time like this sends a terrible message to our adversaries and to our allies. To our allies, can they trust us with the nuclear umbrella when we've allowed an ICBM go 50 years old? Secondly, our military leaders have stated there is zero margin left to delay modernization of this ground-based leg of our triad. The Minuteman III was built in the 70s, had a design lifespan of 10 years. Our airmen have worked miracles to sustain these weapons, but they've become far more expensive to maintain than to replace. The price tag to replacement is high, but it pales in comparison to a catastrophic consequence of failing in deterrence. Finally, the ground-based leg of our triad has never been more important. New technology is likely to end the invulnerability of our stealthy nuclear submarines, while advanced air defenses and air-to-air missiles threaten our bombers' ability to strike. ICBMs are always on alert. They're ready to strike anywhere, anytime. This force, with that, I yield. I recommend that we vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Is the gentleman from Alabama prepared to close?
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I have no further speakers, so I'm prepared to close after you get through. Okay.
After
gentleman
you,
from
sir.
California is recognized.
I reserve so that I have the opportunity to close.
The gentleman from Alabama has the right to close.
Pity. With that, let's deal with two things here. First, with regard to the ability of the Minuteman III to be serviceable for the next 17 years. In fact, it has to be for the GBSD or the Sentinel to be put in place. All of the Sentinels will not arrive on day one. They will arrive year by year, Sentinel by Sentinel, over the next 17 years. The Minuteman IIIs will be maintained for that period of time. So that's not true that they cannot be maintained. They, in fact, will be. Secondly, we're talking about deterrence, or are we talking about dominance? Do we have to have more to deter, or do we have a good deterrence in the next decade with the Minuteman III and the submarines and the aircraft and the bombers, both of many different designs? The fact of the matter is we have sufficient deterrence. The question is, do we want to dominate simply with numbers? We don't need to do that to deter, and we do have other priorities that we need to spend money on, much of which was discussed here. So the issue for us, it seems to me, is should we delay for a decade the development and placement of the Minuteman III replacement, that is the Sentinel? The answer is we have other things to do. We have other priorities. And we will be quite safe enough, we'll quite have enough deterrence. With regard to the 87-1, that is being delayed because it cannot be developed in the near term. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll say this for my good friend from California. He's persistent. I hope this year he's not going to be successful like he hadn't been in the past. This amendment guts a decade and a half of consensus on nuclear modernization. It would appease foreign dictators and undermine our alliances. It's opposed by the Pentagon. I urge members to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3C of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 20, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan.
First, I'd like to thank Chairman Smith as well as Chair McGovern and their staff and team for working with me on this critically important amendment and for their leadership really throughout this NDAA process. I'd also like to thank Congresswoman Jacobs for co-sponsoring this amendment with us in support of, again, this really important policy change. With Russia's war in Ukraine and serious tensions along NATO's eastern border and in the southern China Sea, today's world is being redefined, Mr. Chair, by escalating tensions between major nuclear powers. We don't have to look back far in history to see that there is danger here. The Cold War was full of near misses and numerous crises that could have gotten out of control and ended in nuclear war. We are now entering a period of dangerous nuclear competition. As such, we must remember one of the key lessons in the Cold War that taught us that nuclear weapons, that we must, when it comes to nuclear, we must preserve the ability to promptly step back and clearly signal de-escalation when necessary. Unfortunately, the current draft of the NDAA includes a provision that prohibits our country from doing just that. Specifically, this dangerous provision makes it impossible for our country to reduce the stockpile of ICBMs for any reason with no exceptions. The policy was created, Mr. Chair, and implemented by lawmakers in promotion of companies who profit in the production of these weapons, not in the best interests of our national security priorities. The short-sightedness policy places serious and concerning restraints on the President, on Congress, and the Department of Defense's ability to consider and modify the role of ICBMs in our national defense. Preserving our ability to reduce our nuclear stockpiles proves key to reducing tensions and achieving peaceful solutions and planet-saving arms control agreements during the Cold War. Just as we have the ability to increase our nuclear defense in times of crisis, we must have the ability to reduce our nuclear forces when it is in our national interest. To be clear, this amendment does not change the size of our nuclear forces. It merely allows for reasonable consideration and debate in the future. As a mother of two, Mr. Chair, as a mother of two who dreams of a world where my boys and many of the children around the world can lead lives free from the threat and fear of nuclear war, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would repeal what was unanimously inserted into the NDA during this year's markup. The underlying bill currently contains a floor of 400 deployed ICBMs. This is the minimum Stratcom says it needs to deter both Russia and China. That's how we got that number, by trusting our military commanders. China is building and filling ICBM fields at an unprecedented rate. Russia is deploying a new heavy Sarmat ICBM. Yet, we are taking time to debate whether the U.S. should maintain at least 400 ICBMs. The debate is simple. If you support going lower than the number of ICBMs that Stratcom says it needs to deter Russia and China, then you should support the Tlaib Amendment. If you think that 400 is the right number and you trust our military commanders in their assessment, then you should oppose the Tlaib Amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just make it very clear that this amendment does not change the size of our nuclear forces. This amendment gives our government more options to avoid a world ending towards nuclear war. It's that simple. Nuclear confrontation, Mr. Chair, means the destruction of everything we hold dear, and it risks the end of the world. We need more options for those in power now to make those decisions and have that flexibility. So again, I urge my colleagues to understand what is at stake and remind my colleagues again that this is important to be able to give Congress, the President of the United States, as well as the Department of Defense, the ability to de-escalate when necessary. And I reserve the balance of my time, sir.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this time I'd like to yield a minute and a half to my colleague from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the ranking member. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This could allow for the reduction of fielded or deployed ground-based nuclear missiles. As Russia continues its invasion of Ukraine and China engages in an ongoing massive nuclear buildup, this is arguably the worst time to consider a weakening of our deterrence. Keeping Section 1636 in the bill maintains our deterrence in the face of escalating nuclear threats to our country, our allies, and our partners. This amendment is even out of line with the Biden administration's nuclear posture review and its emphasis on deterring nuclear attack. This would mark the beginning of a slippery slope towards unilaterally reducing our nuclear arsenal and weakening the state of our nuclear deterrent. Congress and the Biden administration alike have rejected this concept. When it comes to our ground-based systems in particular, our deterrence is enhanced because Russia and China must consider these responsive capabilities we have as they posture their nuclear forces. Having our ground-based systems at the ready thus deters nuclear escalation and is stabilizing. I urge all members to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Yields. The gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Chair, can I inquire the time?
1 minute remaining.
Mr. Chair, can I please yield 45 seconds to my good colleague, Mr. Gerrymander?
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Nobody has really said that we need 400. It's never been said we need 400. Maybe we need 399. Maybe we need even less than that. The fact of the matter is that we have adequate deterrence without any of these particular very, very dangerous missiles because they have to be used immediately on threat. 12 minutes. The president has to make a decision. Otherwise, so here's the point. We have more than enough deterrence. Now, if we want to have more than they have, that doesn't increase the deterrence. That just increases the cost and the number. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is important to understand that this amendment merely allows for reasonable consideration and a debate in the future in regards to our ICBMs. That's all we're asking here. And again, I think it's very important, again, for our future in allowing that debate and public transparency about that need. And so again, de-escalation in time of crisis is important. And I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield a minute and a half to an outstanding member of the Armed Services Committee, Admiral Jackson of Texas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to Ranking Member Rogers for your time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment as it would irresponsibly cripple our nuclear deterrent. As China, Russia, and Iran are rapidly advancing their military capabilities, the House Armed Services Committee has worked tirelessly to ensure that the U.S. military can compete and win in a future conflict. We included an important prohibition on the reduction of ICBMs in this year's NDAA because military leadership has repeatedly told us that 400 is the bare minimum number of deployed ICBMs needed to deter both Russia and China. This number wasn't pulled out of thin air. It was provided to us by STRATCOM. However, the reality is that even the current fleet of 400 ICBMs is not enough. That is why this year's NDAA takes active steps to invest in modernization of our nuclear weapons, our skilled workforce, and the infrastructure at our facilities like Pantex and Amarillo. We need to listen to our military leadership and provide these strategic investments to modernize our triad. This amendment runs counter to our national security objectives. For these reasons, I urge everyone to oppose this far-left amendment, and to unilaterally disarm the United States with this would be a travesty. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would repeal the statutory requirement to maintain at least 400 ICBMs. That would completely undermine our strategic deterrent. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Michigan. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 25, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405. For what purpose does the gentlelady from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Norton of the District of Columbia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from the District of Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
This amendment would give the District of Columbia mayor control over the D.C. National Guard. Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney and Congressman Anthony Brown are co-leads of this amendment. The governors of the states and territories control their National Guards, while the president controls the D.C. National Guard. This amendment would give the D.C. mayor the same control over the D.C. National Guard that the governors of the states and territories have over their National Guards. the President would have the same authority to federalize the D.C. National Guard that the President has to federalize the National Guards of the states and territories. The attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, and the events at Lafayette Square on June 1, 2020, are a prime example of why the D.C. mayor should control the D.C. National Guard. During January 6, the Trump administration delayed deploying the D.C. National Guard to the Capitol for several hours, likely costing lives and prolonging the attack. At Lafayette Square, the Trump administration used the D.C. National Guard to forcibly remove peaceful protesters for a president photo op. National Guards are generally deployed for natural disasters and civil disturbances. The D.C. mayor, who knows D.C. better than any federal official, should be able to deploy the D.C. National Guard to protect D.C. residents. In the event of a large-scale attack on a federal facility in D.C., the D.C. mayor would almost certainly deploy the D.C. National Guard to protect the facility. However, in the unlikely event that the D.C. mayor did not do so, the President would have the authority to federalize and deploy the D.C. National Guard to do so. This is no different from the division of authority today between a governor and the President in the event of a large-scale attack on a federal facility in a state or territory. Moreover, presidential control over the D.C. National Guard creates a loophole in the Posse Comitatus Act, which limits the military's involvement in civil law enforcement. The Department of Justice's Office of Legal Counsel has opined that when the D.C. National Guard is operating for non-federal purposes, even though it is an exclusively federal entity, it may be used for civilian law enforcement without violating Posse Comitatus. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which would be a historic advance in D.C. self-government and improve public safety in the nation's capital. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from the District of Columbia reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I rise to claim my time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The amendment would inject the D.C. mayor into the Title 32 chain of command. As a result, the president would be required to ask for the consent of the mayor to employ the D.C. Guard for federal missions. Not only would this set a harmful precedent for command and control of the National Guard units below the level of a governor, it would create a series of dilemmas in the event that the D.C. mayor and the president disagreed on the employment of the Guard. For example, if the mayor declined to give consent, the president would have to order members of the D.C. Guard to active duty, request the consent of a governor to deploy members of their Guard units to D.C., or deploy active duty service members to D.C. All of these options would come with their own distinct trade-offs and potential for delay in the event of a crisis. Giving the D.C. mayor authority over the National Guard would only delay response time and create new areas of friction that we don't need. It's not hard to see why members of the Armed Services Committee rejected this amendment on a bipartisan basis during markup last month. So I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from the District of Columbia is recognized.
The gentleman fails to understand that the deployment of the D.C. National Guard would have to take place no matter who controls the National Guard, whether the president or the mayor. If the mayor controls the National Guard, she'd have to deploy it. She'd have to make sure the National Guard is ready to proceed. So the gentleman's objection would have no merit. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to Mr. Clyde, the gentleman from Georgia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to my colleague from Wisconsin for yielding. I rise in very strong opposition to Amendment Number 25, which would place the mayor of the District of Columbia in charge of the D.C. National Guard. I can't believe this even has to be said, but the D.C. mayor is not the governor of a state, and the District of Columbia, which houses our federal government, is not and should never become a state. Under current law, the President of the United States, our nation's commander-in-chief, is the authority over the D.C. National Guard and also appoints its commissioned officers. The President has held that authority for more than 2 centuries, since the inception of the D.C. National Guard under President Thomas Jefferson in 1802. The President has delegated the authority to deploy the D.C. National Guard to the Secretary of Defense, who has further delegated that authority to the Secretary of the Army. These are federal officials accountable to the President of the United States. But under this amendment, the D.C. mayor, not the President, would be in charge of the D.C. National Guard, including deployments and appointing its commissioned officers. So the President would be stripped of his role entirely. Think about it. Taking the authority from the President and giving it to a mayor. Never. That is completely unacceptable. The D.C. mayor must not have equal authorities, as governors of states and territories have, over their National Guards, because the D.C. mayor is not a governor, and the District of Columbia is a federal district, not a state or a territory. In addition, the current mayor has previously attempted to use the D.C. National Guard for political purposes, calling for their withdrawal from the district during the summer riots of 2020, and seeking to significantly limit the D.C. National Guard's role to traffic control duties only prior to the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. This further demonstrates that the D.C. mayor should play no role in the deployment of the D.C. National Guard troops. Again, the District of Columbia is a federal district and is not a state, and the Constitution directs that it should never be a state. The District of Columbia is a federal district with substantial federal concerns and facilities. The President of the United States should control the D.C. National Guard, not an office whose resident has already demonstrated a lack of judgment when it comes to the use of the D.C. National Guard. And simply the filing of this amendment is another example of why it is time to roll back home rule and return management of the city to Congress, as stipulated by the Constitution. Article 1, Section 8 starts with, "The Congress shall have power," and in Clause 17 it states, and I quote, "to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over the district." That's our Constitution. That's what we abide by. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back to my colleague from Wisconsin.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized. Time. Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I remind the gentleman that this House has twice passed the D.C. statehood bill, and that the bill that I have put before you would give the President the same authority to federalize the D.C. National Guard that the President has to federalize the National Guards of the states and territories. So it would pose no issue for deployment of the National Guard in our reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Well, I'm prepared to close if the gentlelady is, but that is close. All right. Well, a few comments. I mean, the fact that the House, in partisan fashion, has passed the D.C. statehood bill, I think has no bearing on this because, of course, according to the Constitution, there's another chamber that would have to weigh in order for a bill to become a law. And until such a time as that becomes a reality, this amendment makes no sense and puts that very big cart before the horse. And as my colleague from Georgia so eloquently reminded us, we should be in the business of adhering to the Constitution, not seeking to create end runs around it. Furthermore, the gentlelady's earlier objection that we already have a process for consultation and therefore my objections are unwarranted ignores the basic fact that with this amendment, we're setting a new precedent. As the gentleman from Georgia clearly laid out, we are lowering the bar below the level of governor and effectively giving a mayor the authorities that a governor has right now. That's not the same consultation process that exists at present. That is a new glitch in the matrix, one that should be avoided right now. So I maintain my strong opposition to this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from the District of Columbia is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, nothing more than what we saw on January 6th educates us to why it is important for the mayor of the District of Columbia to have control of the National Guard. That period during which the National Guard was held up because the mayor had no control accounted for much of the problems that we are still fighting that came out of January 6th, and I I yield the rest of my time.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from the District of Columbia. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I request
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 29, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Sanchez of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment, which would require that the Department of Defense and the VA take steps to investigate and mitigate the spread of disinformation within their ranks. Bad actors are taking advantage of new technologies to effectively manipulate the public, spreading false information faster and further than ever before. Extremists are trying to blur the line between fact and fiction, which undermines confidence in reliable sources of information. The result is more polarization and less trust in our government. This ultimately makes it easier for violent groups to recruit individuals, including service members and veterans, to their causes. We saw the devastating effects of disinformation in this very chamber on January 6th of 2021. I will never forget sitting on the floor of my office in the dark, a baseball bat in my hand, hoping that I would live to see my son grow up. Insurrectionists motivated by disinformation stormed the heart of American democracy. Over 80 of those charged in relation to January 6th had some form of military service. America's military is not immune to the rising tide of extremism, nor is it immune to disinformation and conspiracy theories. Experts have shown that extremist groups target active military and veterans for recruitment, and we must act before it is too late. We must remain vigilant to the weaponization of disinformation that aims to polarize our society, create division, and damage trust in our institutions. If left unchecked, the reckless spread of disinformation poses an existential threat to our democracy. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment and the underlying package. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I'm opposed to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment offers vague language about the DOD, about how the DOD and VA should plan to address the spread of so-called disinformation in DOD and veteran communities. It defines malign disinformation to include anything harmful to the good order and discipline or related to vaccinations. Supporters of this amendment should think long and hard about what behavior they envision being investigated and criminalized in this report. Implying that all who question or all who disagree with COVID vaccinations are somehow the victims of disinformation is also an absurd view of reality. I find it insulting to our service members and veterans. This body should not support any language that endorses mass censorship campaigns based on political beliefs or loose concepts. I urge members to oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my colleague on the Ways and Means Committee, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to support Ms. Sanchez's amendment on malign disinformation spread within the Department of Defense and the VA. Within the military, a 2019 Military Times survey found that 36% of active duty service members have personally witnessed white nationalism or ideology-driven racism within recent months, a 12% year-over-year increase. This is not about vaccinations. This is about extremism and specifically about racism. Witnessing extremist views is more common among enlisted members than among officers, and a majority of minority service members, 53%, reported some experience with extremist ideology in the military. We know this ideology is fomented through mis- and disinformation. Our enlisted people need to be ready to work as a unit with very diverse peers. And our military needs to be able to engage globally at all times. That means they need to have a view of the world based in reality, not disinformation. Even more paramount when we know that Russia intentionally engages in disinformation to sabotage our country and our troops. We can't let our troops be susceptible. I can't think of a more important effort to help our troop readiness. I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back to the gentlewoman from California.
Reserves the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Alabama has the right to close.
Oh.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is simple. It simply asks for a report evaluating the spread of disinformation within the military ranks and how that can be mitigated. Respecting our troops and our veterans means protecting them from exploitation and from manipulation by bad actors such as Russian trolls. Disinformation and propaganda do not only create divisions in our society, they exploit vulnerabilities that already exist. And this is a direct threat to our national security because it undermines trust and confidence within the ranks. We must do more to reach out to all members of society, especially those who are most vulnerable to propaganda. Defending our democracy and bolstering our societal resilience requires it. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment and the underlying package. And those who choose, in the face of what we have seen that disinformation and misinformation can cause, those who choose to willfully ignore it and not prepare for it are contributing to the potential violence. I thank the Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is Orwellian and insulting to service members. I urge all members to oppose it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker,
the gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 31, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
We have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 31, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Schneider of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I allot myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in September of 2020, FBI Director Christopher Wray, testifying to Congress, stated that the greatest threat to the homeland were lone actors radicalized online. He went on to talk about domestic violent extremists, homegrown violent extremists, racially motivated violent extremists. The fact of the matter is that in our nation, we're seeing an increase in extremism and the threat of domestic violent extremism across the country. From Charlottesville to the shooting of the Tree of Life Synagogue, we are seeing this increase in our communities. No community is free from it. and no segment of our society is immune from the threat. In May of this year, in an unclassified presentation by the Defense Counterintelligence and Security Agency titled "The Insider Threat and Extremist Activity Within the DoD," the Defense Counterintelligence and Security Agency laid out in a very clear presentation defining what is domestic violent extremism, laying out the stages of development, highlighted 7 cases of extremism in active duty and former military service members, and went on to describe for commanders steps they could take in prevention and reporting: alertness, early intervention, communication. This amendment, my amendment, would require the Department of Defense, the FBI, and the Department of Homeland Security to report on extremism or threats of extremism within our military or within our uniformed services. Threats of neo-Nazi, white supremacist activity, or any other extremist activity that could be a threat, as not just within the services, but including service members separated from the service or federal law enforcement, whether it's due to white supremacist or neo-Nazi incidents. And then the amendment requires the agencies to develop a plan to prevent those incidents in the future. Such behavior, such extremism, is a threat to us in all segments of society. There is no reason to believe that our military is any different. These are exceptions. They are rare, but we must do everything we can to identify them and to thwart them before risks become reality. I yield back. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this amendment attempts to create a problem where none exists by requiring investigations into law enforcement and the armed services for alleged rampant white supremacists or white national sympathies. Proponents suggest that there are instances in which members of the armed services have shown sympathies toward white supremacist or white nationalist groups. However, as these same proponents know all too well, the various branches of the military have addressed the Democrat-offered examples of extremism. This amendment denigrates our men and women in the service. It's Orwellian in nature, and I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment in no way denigrates the many fine, overwhelmingly number, vast majority of fine people who serve in our military and uniformed services. But the fact is, we have had incidents, and this is again from that report I mentioned earlier, a mass casualty attack, a uniformed officer killing fellow soldiers, threats against religious communities, threats against media and government, communications and bomb-making instructions, material support to terrorists. These are not made-up examples. They are real examples. They are exceptional. They are exceedingly rare. But it is incredibly important, critically important, that we identify these threats before they become incidents, before lives are lost. We need to make sure we're getting this information and taking the appropriate action. It's something we can do together. I hope we can do it in a bipartisan way. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. In fact, every member of the military who showed an interest or actual participation in a white supremacist or white nationalist group has faced discipline. The relevant branch either demoted the individual, discharged them, or otherwise disciplined the sympathizer. Further, the armed services have taken steps to address these concerns going all the way back to the 1980s. At a time when it is difficult to recruit military and law enforcement, Democrats should not be maligning their integrity by implying they're overrun with white supremacists and neo-Nazis. In fact, we've lost recently tens of thousands forced out of service, military service, due to the vaccine mandate. We are way below in our recruiting levels. This type of malignancy, this type of imputation of bad conduct in a generic form, in a generalized form, because that's what this amendment does, actually will make it harder to recruit. I urge the defeat of this amendment, and I reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I'm ready to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege of representing Naval Station Great Lakes. Every single recruit to the Navy, whether they enlist in California, in the Carolinas, or even from overseas, comes to Naval Station Great Lakes for basic training. I've had the privilege of speaking to them at their graduation from boot camp. I see the exceptional character of all the people who go through. The men and women who put on uniform to defend our nation are the best our nation has to offer. I'm exceedingly proud of them. The presence of even one person embracing extremism, embracing racism, embracing hatred, denigrates our entire military forces. Our forces represent us as a nation, and again, they're the best we have to offer. This amendment doesn't denigrate, but celebrates our armed forces by asking our armed forces and uniformed services to report to Congress. It looks to us as representatives to do our job in oversight, making sure they have the resources they need to ensure that everyone in our military represents the best values we have as Americans. This is not a denigration, it's a celebration, and it's an important amendment. I urge all my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, when you begin to study in a broad basis, very broad implications take place. The urging that an analysis be done regarding white supremacist and neo-Nazi activity in our uniformed services and federal law enforcement agencies imputes and implies that it's present in a widespread fashion. That then denigrates those offices. There is, if we're going to say we think that they're the best that this country has to offer, let's treat them like they're the best this country has to offer. When there's been problems, these services have addressed it. We don't need this superfluous, denigrating study. And I close and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 32, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment 32, printed in Part A of House Report Number 117-405, offered by Ms. Rice of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Rice, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from New York.
Support of my amendment, which will ensure the Department of Homeland Security and Federal Bureau of Investigation are able to comply with statutory requirements to report to Congress on the domestic terror threat. In response to the ongoing threat of domestic violent extremism, Section 5602 of the fiscal year 2020 NDAA, which passed this House in 2019 and was signed into law by President Trump, mandated that DHS and FBI issue an annual report to Congress with a strategic intelligence assessment of domestic terrorism in the United States. This report is required to include information on domestic extremist incidents, investigations, and prosecutions, as well as an assessment of how law enforcement intelligence, personnel, and resources are deployed to meet the domestic terror threat. This is essential information for Congress as we continue our work to understand and counter domestic terror and the threat it poses to our democracy and the rule of law. Unfortunately, DHS and FBI have struggled to comply with this mandate in a timely and sufficient manner. The first Strategic Intelligence Assessment and Data on Domestic Terrorism report was 10 months late, and it included incomplete and insufficient information that failed to meet the content requirements laid out in the law. A second annual report has not yet been released, though it is well past its due date. My amendment is very simple. It gives DHS and FBI the opportunity to report to Congress on what processes or resources they need to comply with this reporting requirement. If they need more resources, better data, or anything else, we in Congress can give it to them. But these reports are too important to our work for us not to receive them in a timely and complete manner. I urge support for this common sense amendment to ensure that we give our agencies the tools they need to give us the best intelligence and information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from New York reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, taking cues from President Biden and Attorney General Garland, this amendment is just another attempt by Democrats to shamelessly politicize domestic terrorism. In a memorandum dated October 4th, 2021, Attorney General Garland directed the FBI and all U.S. attorneys' offices to address the, quote, disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence, close quote, at school board meetings. Although the Attorney General's memorandum did not specifically mention domestic terrorism, the Justice Department's press release accompanying the memorandum noted the involvement of the National Security Division. A whistleblower alerted the Judiciary Committee that the FBI's Counterterrorism Division has been responsible for implementing the Attorney General's directive and that the FBI had created a unique threat tag to track investigations against parents. And we know from other whistleblowers that the FBI has opened dozens of investigations into parents as a result of Attorney General Garland's memorandum, including one into a mother who was merely part of a group called Moms for Liberty. The Attorney General's memorandum was the product of a letter from the National School Board Association to President Biden. That letter triggered the Attorney General's memorandum, which equated parents with domestic terrorists and urged the Biden administration to use federal authorities, including the Patriot Act, to target parents who happen to show up at school boards. That's how loosey-goosey the term domestic terrorism is. It's not defined clearly anywhere. It's fluid. We know from publicly available information that the Biden White House knew the NSBA would encourage use of the Patriot Act and never pushed back. Instead, President Biden called up the head of the NSBA and invited her to the Oval Office. That's just one reason to oppose this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I'm ready to close, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized to close.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the Justice Department is not alone in abusing domestic terrorism powers. On February 7, 2022, DHS issued a National Terrorism Advisory Bulletin warning that the United States remains in a heightened threat and citing so-called mis, dis, and malinformation as a source of the increased threat environment. Does that sound like they've got that nailed down and how it's defined? According to DHS, the purpose of allegedly misleading narratives and conspiracy theories is to increase societal friction and undermine public trust in governmental institutions. It cited two examples, quote, online proliferation of false or misleading narratives regarding unsubstantiated widespread election fraud and COVID-19, close quote. That used to be called free speech. Although DHS has admitted that conditions underlying the heightened threat landscape have not significantly changed over the last year, it cited the proliferation of false or misleading narratives which sow discord or undermine public trust in U.S. government institutions as one factor why threat environment remains elevated. The bulletin itself is further evidence of how the Biden administration has used existing counterterrorism resources as a tool to target and silence citizens who disagree with government actions. If you have a heterodox point of view from the Biden left stream orthodoxy, they consider you a domestic terrorist. We should not be further enabling these actions. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentlelady from New York is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on my amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 33, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Aguilar of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer this amendment. In the fiscal year 2020 NDAA, I first requested a study from the Department of Defense on how the department can best screen and prevent extremists from enlisting in our military using existing FBI and DOJ resources. The resulting report, published in October of 2020, found that white nationalists and domestic extremists target service members as prized recruits, their words, for their groups, and shared accounts of service members with active ties to these organizations. The report also included a list of 7 recommendations on steps the department can take to prevent domestic extremists from enlisting in the military. Under the leadership of Secretary Austin, the department has taken additional steps to combat extremism in the military. This included a 60-day stand-down and the creation of the Countering Extremist Activity Working Group to better understand the threat and offer 6 additional recommendations. My amendment supports the department's efforts to counter domestic extremism. It simply requests a formal update from the department on the steps it has taken to complete the recommendations from the October 2020 report. And it directs the department to complete the recommendations from the December 2021 report within 6 months of enactment of this bill. This bill does not impose new requirements on the department, but ensures congressional oversight of tackling the critical issue for our national security. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment lays the groundwork for massive new monitoring programs in the name of preventing extremism. The amendment would implement verbatim the recommendations of DoD bureaucrats and political appointees who wrote the 2 reports. These reports, which are shoddy and devoid of actual data, recommend massive expansions of so-called vetting of the DoD civilians and service members. These recommendations, if implemented, lay the groundwork for new social media and online activity monitoring, new screening questions about group and political affiliations, and so-called behavioral analysis. The amendment is so poorly drafted that it may require DoD to share information about extremist activity in the DoD with foreign countries. It doesn't prohibit the sharing of service member information or include any mention of privacy protections. We can't even say for sure what the amendment will do. It asks DoD to pick 6 recommendations from a list of 27 policy ideas. There is a reason we don't implement departmental reports as law without due consideration. The options range from updating a PowerPoint to collecting service members' social media data to extremism databases. This amendment is an abdication of legislative responsibility and will likely lead to massive civil liberties infringements at the DoD. I strongly urge its rejection and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized to close.
Mr. Chairman, this bill does not impose new regulations. These are existing tools that the FBI and the DoD already uses. What this bill seeks to do, this is about protecting the integrity of our armed forces and making sure that extremists don't become enlisted individuals. This is about protecting the service. I appreciate the ranking member's comments, but this is about ensuring accountability. This is about ensuring congressional oversight, ensuring that we protect and prepare the individuals who were entrusted to serve this country. As a co-equal branch, it's important for Congress to remain informed on the department's actions, and this is not a unique step to conduct this type of oversight. I'd urge an aye vote.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment undermines important crime statistics designed to I oppose the amendment. Now yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 48, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mrs. Torres of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Torres, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment to have transparency and accountability over American taxpayer money sent abroad. I am proud to be supported by Chair Castro, Chair Series, and the House Foreign Affairs Committee, as well as Representatives Escobar, Vargas, Jacobs, Milanowski, and Levin. Support from members on both the Armed Services and the Foreign Affairs Committees is a reminder that our national security relies on both the state and defense departments. This amendment provides additional oversight over Section 333, funding in the Northern Triangle region of Central America. Section 333 gives the Department of Defense authority to conduct or support programs providing training and equipment to the national security forces of foreign countries. Unfortunately, we have seen numerous instances of abuse and misuse of defense equipment provided to foreign governments, particularly in Central America. This includes using U.S.-provided equipment to repress local people and perpetuate human rights violations, and in some instances, U.S. materials have been used against our own U.S. personnel in the area. Let me be clear. U.S.-funded equipment in the Northern Triangle region of Central America has been used by foreign government units against our U.S. personnel working in the region. Sadly, we can't brush off these disturbing instances as being far in the past. These problems continue to happen. This year, we have seen civil society actors, journalists, and independent prosecutors and judges under attack in both El Salvador and Guatemala. In just the last few months, the president of El Salvador declared a state of exception that bypasses citizens' rights and exempts security funding from regular oversight. And in Guatemala, we have seen a concerted effort to stamp out the independent judiciary with those who dare to speak truth to power, threaten, put in jail, or forced to flee in fear of their lives. The Northern Triangle region is at a pivotal moment, and in the United States, we must support efforts to build stable and prosperous communities to contribute to a more stable hemisphere and address the root causes of migration. To that end, this amendment would require public disclosure of our Section 333 aid to the Northern Triangle region to create greater transparency of how and when we support these governments. This amendment, Mr. Speaker, would also require the Secretary of State, in coordination with the Secretary of Defense, to certify to Congress that the governments of Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras are credibly investigating and prosecuting their members of the military implicated in human rights violations before sending additional Section 333 funding to those organizations. To my Republican colleagues, I want to clarify that this amendment does not end Section 333 assistance, but it does not tell the department who it can partner with. It simply says the governments need to be taking steps to investigate members of their military who have been credibly accused of human rights violations, and Congress needs insight into these efforts. The American taxpayer and the communities of the Northern Triangle deserve dignity and accountability. Many here know my strategy for Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. Number one, to hold the corrupt, undemocratic actors who are working against our interests accountable. Help those fighting for accountability, fairness, and democracy in the region, and to ensure that our assistance reaches the people it is intended to help. This amendment will help us do just that, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and with that, I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes unnecessary changes to Section 333 security cooperation reporting requirements and places needless certification on programs within the Northern Triangle. The additional reporting requirements are overly burdensome. Furthermore, requiring additional certification for Northern Triangle countries is entirely misplaced and not something done for any other group of countries for security cooperation programs. It's critically important to maintain, not turn our backs on, partners in the Southcom region. Turning our backs on partners only creates a vacuum for China and Russia to create a greater foothold in the region. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This certification process does not end Section 333 funding to the Northern Triangle. It simply brings accountability and transparency on how U.S. equipment is being used in the region. And with that, I request a yes vote, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, at this time, yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you for yielding. This amendment would negatively impact our ability to address the profound security conditions in Central America's Northern Triangle countries. As we know, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras are leading source countries of illegal immigration to the United States. Under this administration, the migration crisis at the U.S.'s southern border has reached the highest levels in recorded history. U.S. Customs and Border Protections are overworked, underfunded, and demoralized. They also lack the tools and resources to address America's growing fentanyl crisis, now the leading cause of death for Americans 18 through 45. Border agents are outmaneuvered by well-resourced criminal groups and human traffickers who exploit the security conditions in the region. In addition to needing collective border enforcement to address this crisis, we also need a comprehensive approach to the root causes of migration. This amendment would diminish the Department of Defense's ability to contribute to those efforts. This amendment would also undermine what it seeks to achieve, by impeding existing defense cooperation programs grounded in promoting and improving human rights standards. It is also duplicative. It's wasteful, as extensive vetting on recipient forces is already extensively conducted. In addition, much like the cuts in 2018, any additional suspensions of assistance to the Northern Triangle will worsen the security situation. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady from California yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment weakens our partnerships in the Southcom region and helps China continue their malign efforts. I urge it to be rejected and a no vote. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 7900 is postponed. Read the whole thing?
Yep, all the way.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Number one, motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7174 and H.R. 5274. Number two, passage of H.R. 6538. Number three, the motion to commit Senate 3373. Number four, the passage of Senate 3373, if ordered. And number five, the following amendments to H.R. 7900. Amendments 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 25, 29, 31, and 32. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7174 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 287, H.R. 7174, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to reauthorize the National Computer Forensics Institute of the United States Secret Service and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by these following members, McCormick of Florida and Brown of Maryland, they vote yes on H.R. 2174.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Wodlorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Wodlorski will vote yea on H.R. 7174. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yea on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yea on H.R. 7174.
Some long hours.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Vicky Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler is going to vote yes on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto, Ms. Jayapal, Mr. Castro, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Liu of California, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote aye on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yes on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Bentz will vote aye on H.R. 7178.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cardenas, Spear, Cahaley, and Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas, Mr. Panetta of California, and Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on H.R. 7174.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I'm from the House. Mr. Katko will vote yea in H.R. 7174.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, and Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7174. He was giving me a look. I'm going to give you a big hug when you're done.
All right. What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz and Mr. Chris from Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Congresswoman Joyce Beatty and Congresswoman Nikema Williams, I inform the House that members will vote yes on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yea on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7174.
Purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia again seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, Ms. Newman of Illinois, and Mr. Cohen of Tennessee. I inform the House these three members will vote yes on H.R. 7174.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthal of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthal will be voting yea on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from West Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote yea on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7174.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice, South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Tom Rice will vote yea on H.R. 7174.
This vote. The yeas are 410, the nays are 16, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Okay, no. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise with my colleagues from Illinois to honor the lives and to bless the memories of 7 precious people murdered in a heinous act of evil on July 4th in Highland Park at our Independence Day parade. As I speak now, the residents of Highland Park are also gathering to honor the victims. Catherine Goldstein, Irina McCarthy, Kevin McCarthy, Stephen Strauss, Jackie Sundheim, Nicholas Toledo Zaragoza, and Eduardo Ubaldo. There are no words to describe the heartbreak of our community, the grief, but also the anger. These beautiful people were the center of the universe for their families and pillar of strength for their communities. They were loving parents and grandparents, husbands and wives, brothers and sisters. They had personal passions and diverse interests, and all loved life. Each one had a special spark that will still burn bright within the people who knew and loved them. In standing and honoring them, we also confront the fact that as Rabbi Wendy Geffen poignantly said at one of the funerals, we should not have to be here. Yet here we are, giving sorrowful remarks and moments of silence time and time and time again. Every day in communities across America, we needlessly lose 111 lives to gun violence. No community is left untouched. Today, we unite and stand with Highland Park as they mourn. Tomorrow, I pray that we can unite in this body to stand up and work together to bring this awful violence to an end. I ask now that my colleagues in the House join the Illinois delegation in a moment of silence in honor of the victims in Highland Park. And before we lift our heads, may we take an extra moment to reflect on the many more lives lost to gun violence in the 9 days since. May their memories forever be a blessing.
I ask all members in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the victims of the July 4th shooting in Highland Park, Illinois.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5274, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 286, H.R. 5274, a bill to amend Homeland Security Act of 2002 to provide training for U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel of the use of containment devices to prevent secondary exposure to fentanyl and other potentially lethal substances and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated, Mr. Coman, Ms. Newman, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Panetta, Ms. Moore, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Doggett, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote aye on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As member designated by Mrs. Vicky Hartzler of Missouri, inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote yes on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by the two following members, McCormick of Florida and Brown of Maryland, I inform the House that they vote yes on H.R. 5274.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote aye on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida and Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5274.
What purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice, South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Tom Rice will vote yay on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yay on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote yay on 5274.
What's he? Purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
The member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote yay on H.R. 5274.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Nominated and elected by my own district, I'm here to vote in person.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pappas, Ms. Pingree, and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yay on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, and Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yay on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yay on H.R. 5274.
Got it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, Mr. Castro, Mr. Soto, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these four members will vote yay on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yes on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cardenas, Spear, Cahaley, and Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5274.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthal of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthal will be voting yea on H.R. 5274.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House Mr. Katko will vote yea on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on H.R. 5274.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yea on H.R. 5274.
Members voted. On this vote, the yeas are 429, the nays are 0. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 6538, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 290, H.R. 6538, a bill to create an active shooter alert communications network and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purposes, gentlemen from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Panetta, Mr. Liu, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Cohen, and
for what purposes, gentlemen from Colorado, seek recognition?
I think that's all. I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 6538.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by the following members, Brown of Maryland, McCormick of Florida, vote yes on H.R. 6538.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Nebraska, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Vicki Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on H.R. 6538.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Illinois, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida and Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Tom Rice will vote yea on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
To re-clarify, Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Liu, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Cohen, and Mr. Panetta. I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Ceres, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Han of Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, and Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote no on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, and Ms. Teresa Leger Fernandez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, Mr. Soto, Mr. Castro, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote yea on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kako of New York, I inform the House Mr. Kako will vote yea in H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote no on 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cardenas, Spear, Cahaly, and Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on H.R. 6538.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting no on H.R. 6538.
That's right. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Yes, sir. As the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on H.R. 6538.
The yeas are 260. The nays are 169. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to commit on S 3373 offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit offered by Mr. Bost to the bill, Senate 3373.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to commit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. What purposes, gentlemen, for Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Panetta, Mr. Liu, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Ryan, and Mr. Cohen, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Nebraska seek recognition?
As member designated by Mrs. Vicky Hartzler, Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler from Missouri will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I'm from the House. Mr. Katko will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, been designated by the following members: McCoy of Florida and Brown of Maryland. No on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yes on the motion
For
to
what
recommit.
purposes, gentlemen from Illinois seek recognition?
Member designated by Mr. Chris of Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that the members will vote no on the motion to commit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Purposes, gentlemen from New Jersey seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Benz of Oregon, I inform the House that Mr. Benz will vote aye on the motion to commit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Michigan seek recognition? For what purposes, gentlemen from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, and Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote aye on the motion to commit.
For what purposes, the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to commit.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice, South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Tom Rice will vote yea on the motion to commit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cardenas, Cahaley, and Peters, inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on the motion to commit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Jayapal, Mr. Castro, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on the motion to commit.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthal of Pennsylvania, I inform the House Mr. Reschenthal will be voting yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yea on the motion to commit.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Mooney from West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote yea on the motion to commit.
For what purposes the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on motion to commit.
Can do it now? In this vote, the yeas are 208 and the nays are 219. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Gentleman from Illinois.
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purposes, gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Chris from Florida and Ms. Wasserman Schultz from Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 3373.
For what purposes, the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, inform the House that Issa will vote yes on S 3373.
For what purposes, the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, and Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3373.
For what purposes, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon pursuant to House Resolution 8,
right.
I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote no on S 3373.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Cohen, Ms. Ryan, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Panetta, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on S 3373.
For what purposes, the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Tom Rice will vote yea on S 3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, designated by the two following members, Brown of Maryland and McCormick of Florida, they vote yes on final pass 30-73.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Vicki Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote yes on S3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following Congress members, Barragan, Cardenas, Cahaley, and Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yea on S3373.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on S3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kako of New York, I inform the House Mr. Kako will vote yea on S3373.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote nay on 3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote no on S3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on 3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting yes on S3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Jayapal, Ms. Porter, Mr. Castro, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these four members will vote yea on S3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on S3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on S3373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote yea on S3373.
Texas. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Taylor of the state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on S3373.
vote. The yeas are 342, the nays are 88. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 7900 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 305, H.R. 7900, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2023 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 1, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Schiff of California.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designate Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Panetta. I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on the Schiff Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on amendment number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the Schiff Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Tom Rice will vote nay on amendment number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida and Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the Schiff Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I'm from the House. Mr. Katko will vote nay on amendment number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Schiff Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote no on amendment number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on amendment number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, and Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Schiff Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As member designated by Ms. Vicky Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler is going to vote no on amendment 1.
Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, as both of these members designated to vote yes on H.R. 7, Brown of Maryland and McCormick of Florida.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated for Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on the amendment number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that the members will vote yea on the Schiff Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote nay on Amendment 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, Ms. Porter, Mr. Soto, and Mr. Castro, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote yes on the Schiff Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on amendment number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, and Ms. Teresa Leger Fernandez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Schiff Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on amendment number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following Congress members, Barragan, Cardenas, Cahaley, Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Schiff Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on Amendment 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Issa of California, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote nay on Amendment 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting no on amendment number 1.
This is the first time we got. Yeas are 218, the nays are 207. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on Amendment 2 printed in Part A of House Report 117-405 offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Jones of New York.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purposes, gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mooney from West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote no on amendment number 2.
For what purposes, gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Chris of Florida and Ms. Washington Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the Jones Amendment.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
I inform the House that Mr. Wilson of South Carolina will vote nay on amendment number 2.
For what purposes, the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following Congress members, Barragan, Cardenas, Cahaley, and Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Jones Amendment.
For what purposes, the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote no on amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the Jones Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Panetta, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on the Jones Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Jones Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kako of New York, I inform the House Mr. Kako will vote yea on amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Jones Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting no on amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania
Mr.
seek
Speaker,
recognition?
for the following two members, Brown of Maryland and McCormick of Florida, vote yes on H.R. 7900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on Amendment 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, and Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will all vote yes on the Jones Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Wolorsky from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Wolorsky will vote nay on amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Jones Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, Ms. Porter, Mr. Soto, and Mr. Castro, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote yes on the Jones Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As member designated by Ms. Vicky Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on Amendment 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on Amendment 2.
Macy's got to hustle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Tom Rice will vote nay on amendment number 2.
Vote. The yeas are 221 and the nays are 207. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 3, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405, offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jayapal, Ms. Porter, Mr. Castro, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote yes on the Schakowsky Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on Amendment 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following Congress members, Barragan, Cárdenas, Cahaly, and Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Schwarzkowski Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Vicky Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on Amendment 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Lewin, Mr. Panetta, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on the Schakowsky Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Chris and Ms. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the Schakowsky Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, I inform the House Mr. Bentz will vote no on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Mr. Peter DeFazio, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Schakowsky Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Tom Rice will vote nay on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
For the following members, Brown of Maryland and McCormick of Florida, they both vote yes on H.R. 7900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kako of New York, I'm from the House. Mr. Kako will vote yea on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the Schakowsky Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Schakowsky Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hahn of Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, and Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Schakowsky Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Schakowsky Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting no on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on Amendment 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote nay on Amendment 3.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 209. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on Amendment 4, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405, offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kim, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Kim of New Jersey.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For all purposes, the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Panetta, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on the Kim amendment.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on Amendment number 4.
For what purposes, the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cardenas, Cahaly, and Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Kim amendment.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on Amendment number 4.
For what purposes, the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Kim amendment.
For what purposes, the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on Amendment 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, for the following members, Mr. Brown of Maryland, Mr. McCormick of Florida, they vote yes on the Kim 7900.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Tom Rice will vote nay on Amendment number 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Trujillo of Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, and Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Kim amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on Amendment number 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Chris and Ms. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Kim amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote no on House Resolution number 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Kim amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kakko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Kakko will vote nay on Amendment number 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the Kim amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote nay on Amendment 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Kim amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on Amendment 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Jayapal, Mr. Castro, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote yea on the Kim amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthal of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that he will vote no on amendment number 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on amendment number 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As member designated by Ms. Vicky Hartzler, Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on amendment 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on amendment number 4.
A lot to go. I gotta.
Yeas are 220 and the nays are 207. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on Amendment 8, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405, offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part 8 of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Escobar of Texas.
The questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Castro, Ms. Porter, Ms. Jayapal, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on Amendment 8.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cohen, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Liu, Mr. Panetta, Ms. Moore, and Ms. Newman, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on Amendment 8.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the Congress members Barragan, Cardenas, Cahaley, and Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Escobar amendments.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Tom Rice will vote nay on amendment number 8.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Chris of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Chris will vote yea on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, I inform the House that Cliff Bentz will vote no on amendment number 8.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bill Pascrell, and Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on amendment number 8.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, for the following members, Mahoney of Florida and Brown of Maryland.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I'm from the House. Mr. Katko will vote yea on amendment number 8.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton, Mr. Hahn, and Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on Amendment 8.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire
Speaker,
seek
as the
recognition?
member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthal of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthal will be voting no on amendment number 8.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Walorski from the great state of Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on amendment number 8.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on amendment number 8.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As member designated by Ms. Vicky Hartzler, Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler votes no on Amendment 8.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote nay on Amendment 8.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on amendment number 8.
Have all members voted? Are 219, the noes are 209. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, unfinished business is a question on Amendment 12, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna, on which further proceedings are postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in Part 8 of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Khanna of California.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Chris of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Chris will vote yes on the Khanna amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on Amendment 12.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Barragan, Cardenas, Cahaly, and Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Khanna amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote no on amendment number 12.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the Kahana Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Tom Rice will vote nay on amendment number 12.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Kana Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House Mr. Katko will vote yea on amendment number 12.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that the members will vote yea on the Kana Amendment.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote nay on Amendment 12.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Panetta, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on the Kana Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on amendment number 12.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts and Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts and Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Kana Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on Amendment 12.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Kana Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on Amendment 12.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on Amendment 12.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, for the following 2 members, Mr. Brown and Ms. McCormick, Mr. Brown of Florida, they both vote yes on the Kana Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Wodlorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Wodlorski will vote nay on amendment number 12.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, Ms. Porter, Mr. Soto, and Mr. Castro, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote yes on the Kana Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on amendment number 12.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthal of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthal will be voting no on amendment number 12.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As member designated by Ms. Vicky Hartzler, Missouri, inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on Amendment 12.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House Mr. Katko will vote nay on amendment number 12.
The yeas are 215. The nays are 212. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20 on unfinished business is a question of Amendment 13, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405, offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part 8 of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Lee of California.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Reps. Moulton, Trahan, and Lawrence, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote no, and Ms. Trahan and Lawrence will vote yes on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote nay on Amendment 13.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Chris of Florida, and from the House, that Mr. Chris will vote no on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote no on Amendment 13.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan and Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Lee amendment. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Cahaly and Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Tom Rice will vote nay on Amendment 13.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Liu, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Doggett. I inform the House those members will vote yes on the Lee amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Ryan and Mr. Panetta, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Katko of New York, I'm from the House. Mr. Katko will vote nay on amendment number 13.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on Amendment number 13.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Lee amendment. As is member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on Amendment number 13.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, for the following two members, McCormick and Brown. Brown of Maryland, McCormick of Florida, they vote no on H.R. 700 on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on Amendment number 13.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Issa, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on Amendment 13.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Jayapal, and Mr. Castro, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on the Lee amendment. And as a member designated by Mr. Soto, I inform the House that he will vote no on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on amendment number 13.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Lee Amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. Pappas, I inform the House that he will vote no on the Lee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthal of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthal will be voting no on amendment number 13.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Lee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As member designated by Ms. Vicky Hartzler, Missouri, inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on Amendment 13.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on Amendment 13.
Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on Amendment 13.
Yeas are 78. The nays are 350. The amendment is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 14, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405, offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part 8 of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Lee of California.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. What purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on Amendment 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Ryan, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote no on the Lee Amendment. As a member designated by Ms. Moore and Ms. Newman, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Panetta, and Mr. Liu, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Lee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ice of California, inform the House that Mr. Ice will vote no on Amendment 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne and Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Lee Amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. Bill Pascrell, Mr. Albio Series, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote no on Amendment 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Chris of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Chris will vote no on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kako of New York, I'm from the House. Mr. Kako will vote nay on amendment number 14.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Pingree and Mr. Pappas, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the second Lee amendment. And as a member designated by Ms. Fernandez-Leggera, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the second Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on Amendment 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, Ms. Porter, and Mr. Castro, I inform the House that those three members will vote yes on the Lee amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. Soto, I inform the House that he will vote no on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on amendment number 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on amendment number 14.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hahn, Ms. Lawrence, and Mr. Moulton, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Vicky Hartzler, Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on Amendment 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote nay on Amendment 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan and Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Lee amendment. And Mr. Speaker, member designated by Congress members Cahaley and Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on amendment number 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that he will be voting no on amendment number 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on Amendment 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on Amendment 14.
He already. purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Brown votes no on the Lee Amendment, and McCormick votes yes on the Lee Amendment. I gotta go. Gotcha. Thank you.
Have all members voted? On this vote, the yeas are 151 and the nays are 277. The amendment is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on Amendment 15, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405, offered by the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part 8 of House Report number 117-405, offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore and Mr. Panetta, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Jayapal amendment. As a member designated by Mr. Ryan, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Cohen, Ms. Newman, and Mr. Liu, the House, these members will vote yes on the Jayapal amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on Amendment 15.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cardenas, and Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Jayapal amendment. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote no on the Jayapal amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on Amendment 15.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, in recognition of your long service to our country, as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, Ms. Porter, and Mr. Castro, I inform the House that those three members will vote yes on the Jayapal amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. Soto, I inform the House that he will vote no on the Jayapal amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on Amendment 15.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hahn, Mr. Moulton, and Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Jayapal amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote no on Amendment 15.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Chris of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Chris will vote no on the Jayapal amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I'm from the House. Mr. Katko will vote nay on Amendment number 15.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Jayapal amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on Amendment number 15.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio and Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Jayapal amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote nay on Amendment 15.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree and Ms. Fernandez-Leger, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Jayapal amendment, and as the member designated by Mr. Pappas, I inform the House that he will vote no on the Jayapal amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on amendment number 15.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, for the following members, Brown from Maryland is a no, Evans and McCormick is a yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As member designated by Ms. Hartzler, Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler vote no on Amendment 15.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the Jayapal amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on amendment number 15.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on Amendment 15.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on Amendment 15.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthal of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthal will be voting no on amendment number 15.
Voted. Vote. The yeas are 155. The nays are 272. The amendment is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20 of the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 16, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405, offered by the gentleman from Washington, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Smith of Washington.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Washington. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote no on the Smith Amendment. As a member designated by Ms. Newman, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Panetta, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Smith Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on amendment number 16.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Lawrence, Ms. Trahan, and Mr. Moulton, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Smith Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on Amendment 16.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Chris of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Chris will vote no on the Smith Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Bentz will vote no on Amendment 16.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Castro, Ms. Jayapal, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that those three members will vote yes on the Smith Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Soto, I inform the House that he will vote no on the Smith Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on Amendment 16.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Smith Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kako of New York, I inform the House Mr. Kako will vote nay on amendment number 16.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, and Ms. Fernandez-Leggera, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Smith Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on Amendment 16.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, voting for the following members, Mr. Brown, Ms. Mason from Florida, I inform you that they vote yes on the Smith Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on amendment number 16.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that this member will vote yea on the Smith Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on Amendment number 16.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cardenas, and Cahaley, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Smith Amendment. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Peters, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote no on the Smith Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote nay on Amendment 16.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the Smith Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on Amendment 16.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on Amendment 16.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on Amendment 16.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting nay on Amendment number 16. Thank you.
vote. The yeas are 208. The nays are 221. The amendment is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 18, printed in Part A of House Report 117-405, offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, on which proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-405, offered by Mr. Foster of Illinois.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois.